What's up, people? What's happening? What's happening? I'm gonna go back to the old bisexual lighting, or old new bisexual lighting. Wow, Moxie, thanks for the sub. Wow, I'm sure that's new. People, dude, I wanted to talk about the CPI report, but literally, like, as I was setting up the stream, right, it was like I saw my timeline. Oh, the ceasefire deal's been fucking finalized. So there's that. Like, finalized. Hopefully, because it came out that they had like agreed to it. But I guess like, or they agreed to it in principle, but it wasn't like fully finalized yet or whatever. I think one of the funny issues was, in order for like the, mediators on Hamas's side to actually get like final approval on anything, they need approval from Mohammed Sinwar, and nobody knows where he is, because if anyone knew where he was, he would be killed in an Israeli airstrike relatively quickly. So they had trouble getting to him. I think we're good at everything. I set up stream quickly, so I don't know. I didn't do. Yeah, we should be good. Today, after many months of intensive diplomacy by the United States, along with Egypt and Qatar, Israel and Hamas have reached a ceasefire and hostage deal. This deal will halt the fighting in Gaza, surge much-needed humanitarian assistance to Palestinian civilians, and reunite the hostages with their families after more than 15 months in captivity. I had laid out the precise contours of this plan on May 31st, 2024, after which it was endorsed unanimously by the UN Security Council. It is a result of not only extreme pressure that Hamas has been under and the changed regional equation after a ceasefire in Lebanon and the weakening of Iran, but also of dogged and painstaking American diplomacy. My diplomacy never ceased in their efforts to get this done. Even as we welcome this news, we remember all the families whose loved ones were killed in Hamas' October 2010, blah, 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 blah. And innocent people killed, blah, blah, innocent people killed, blah, blah, blah. It's long past time for the fighting to end and the work of building peace and security to begin. I am also, if thinking of the American families, 3 of whom have been living hostages in Gaza and 4 awaiting return of remains after what has been the most horrible ordeal imaginable. Let's just start a stream. We can't read. Under this deal, we are determined to bring all of them home. I will speak more about this soon. For now, I am thrilled. I'm thrilled that those who have been held hostage are being reunited with their families. It looks like they're fine. Oh, they have a press briefing already. Oh, it's happening right now. Okay. I wrote the Wikipedia page for the genocide of Uyghurs. And yeah, I just made it all up, to be honest, based. Israel must agree to a ceasefire deal. Deposit devastating one that got stripped. The United States can Qatar. Do I have to say Qatar? I can just say Qatar, right? Is it even? I don't even think Qatar is right or whatever. Said Wednesday, raising the possibility of winding down the deadliest and most destructive fighting between the bitter enemies. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office did not confirm the deal, saying that the final details were still being sorted out. When's she supposed to come out? I had links for this saved, and then like literally like as I was setting up stream, they're like, hey, by the way, there's a new statement from the White House. I was like, all right, well, fuck me. All these articles are 2 hours outdated now. Goddamn. But I think it's like like 3 phases of 42 days. The first 42 days, Hamas releases like 30 hostages, and Israel releases 50 prisoners for each of them or whatever. They said they get to keep the Philadelphia corridor though. Trump so far the 3rd best president on Israel. The other 2 being George H.W. and Carter. I don't actually know what Carter did about Israel as president. I just know afterwards he started doing the whole like apartheid thing. I guess he was president during the 73 shit, right? So instrumental Camp David. Oh, I guess that makes yeah. Israel will reduce its forces in Philadelphia corridor. Israel will gradually reduce forces in Philadelphia corridor bordering Egypt during phase 1 of the ceasefire deal, completing the withdrawal no later than day 50. Oh, I thought they got to keep it. Or, I mean, maybe, I don't know, it's just keep it for the first 50 days or whatever. Blinken laid out a post-war Gaza plan to hand Trump's team. Anthony Blinken laid out plans Tuesday, a day before ceasefire deal was reached. He said the outcome of the administration would hand over the roadmap to President-elect Donald Trump to pick up if a deal stuck. Blinken did a post-conflict plan. An incredible political horizon for Palestinians was needed to ensure Hamas does not reemerge. Speaking from the Atlantic Council in Washington in its final days as U.S. top diplomat, Blinken said Washington envisioned a reformed Palestinian Authority leading Gaza and inviting international partners to help establish and run an interim administration for the enclave. I don't know. Be interesting to see what happens. Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah. Obviously Trump took credit for it. Which is better. I think I tweeted out, like, half joking, because I mean, I tweeted out is Trump going to take credit, which was like the obvious thing he was going to do, or blow the whole deal up. Now, realistically, I don't know what Trump would have done if the deal hadn't been finalized before he came into office, but ceasefire would take effect on January 19th. Oh, man. Oh, Biden made sure he got credit for it. Based. You know what? But if I remember the first phase of the deal or whatever, it's like, oh, people are allowed to return to, well, what's left of the north in the Gaza Strip. Oh, Jackson Hinkle. Why is Twitter showing this to me? Do I follow any of these people? And Andrew owes me $20. At least if that does happen, which it looks like it's likely to happen. Because he said Israel would never allow it to happen. Looks like it's happening. Probably. Okay, we'll follow that in a bit. But guys, Trumpflation is hitting before he's even in office. Can you believe it? It'll be interesting to see. It'll be really interesting to see now that inflation is still, being sticky. It'll be interesting to see what Trump does about it. Considering he, ran his whole campaign on bringing prices down. It looks like that ain't gonna, not that the president's in control that much anyway, but it looks like that ain't gonna happen. It looks like the Fed is kind of stuck with this. And the labor market is, the jobs report is better too. But the new CPI came out. It was still below expectations. But I think we finally got to the point. Bring me on to fight about Trump cases. What do you mean fight about it? I don't fight about what about them? And also which one? There's too many Trump cases. We have finally gotten to the point where oh fuck, there was a I think like the 6-month average or whatever is accelerating again, which we haven't seen in a while. Now, I mean, this graph shows you like it's actually not that uncommon to like as inflation is going down to see like, you know, bumps in it. And a big part of it, this is CPI. Now PCE is still, I mean, PCE will come out at the end of this month, I think. And we'll see it. And I'm sure it's going to be still above 2% and everything. And probably also accelerates. But also CPI, most of the excess inflation, so like above 2%, is from auto insurance and housing. Now housing, it lags. I think this even has the chart in here. Yeah, the housing and CPI lags because owners equivalent rent lags. And then we have and CPI weights housing a lot more heavier than like, actually probably heavier than any other inflation index. So higher than PCE. So that's a big issue. And also, funnily enough, the auto insurance thing, the CPI also overestimates. I tweeted about this. So the housing, there was a time where housing was actually not the biggest thing because core services are also increasing. Like with the most concerning thing is that grocery prices are increasing again. Like, you know, when CPI says like shelter prices are sticky or whatever, or auto insurance is sticky, like I don't read much into it because they overestimate those two things. But the grocery price stuff is concerning, and we'll see. It'll be interesting to see if Trump like just ignores it or what he's going to do. Or if he tries to make the Fed cut rates despite the fact that they probably don't want to now. Or they might still do it. They might still do a 25 basis point cut next time, but they might not. They might just hold a race where they are now. Headline CPI reported year-on-year auto inflation at 22.2% in March. Based on the industry file rates, we estimate annual motor insurance inflation at 14%, suggesting the headline CPI motor insurance print overestimates by 8 percentage points. The CPI overestimate explains 1/3 of the basis point gap between core CPI and core PCE. This is another reason why the Fed prefers to target PCE inflate. They do mention it here. PCE does underestimate it because they estimate it at 14%, and then PCE has it at 8%, but it's weighted a lot less in PCE than it is in CPI. So the underestimate accounts for less of the overall PCE than the overestimate does in CPI. Although if you actually look at core CPI, because I remember I looked at it today just on Fred, it's been like literally flat for the last like 6 months. Because you can see, if I just look up CPI Fred, it's actually not like that unusual when inflation is falling to like see it go up for a couple months and continue its overall downward trend. Like you can see. Like, you know, towards the end of this inflationary period, they went up from June to August, and then, you know, kind of stayed flat a little bit and continued its downward trend afterwards. So this is, I mean, 3 months, and then now we're at 3 months, I think. 1, 2, 3, yeah. So it's not like that uncommon or like super worrying, but we'll see. We'll see. It would be funny. It'd be funny if grocery prices started going up again. Or continue to go up above their, 2% or whatever. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe it's a good thing I never ended up buying this a shirt with this on it. It's fine. I mean, even if it spikes again, it was mostly transitory. It's like 80% transitory. Okay. Okay. Team transitory still okay. Anyway, what do you think of the synthetic a priori? Kill me. Oh, by the way, I think I'm going to be on a panel tonight with Fabian and Pentuple. So that should be fun. About something I don't have a high conviction take on, though, unfortunately. The synthetic a priori doesn't make sense. I mean, I agree. I don't know enough about it to, actually ever... hardcore, confront Fabian on it. We had that brief discussion. I mean, I'm sure one day I'll read more on it, because I know the social democracy in the 21st century. I know he has quite a bit of stuff on, the Austrian philosophy that I will definitely read one day. But I think I'm going on a panel to talk about this. Biden just removed some sanctions on Cuba, which Florida voters don't like, even Florida Democrats, and they're only going to last 5 days because Trump is almost certainly just going to reinstate them once he gets into office. I don't have a super strong take. I mean, I would lean slightly for it. I don't see much evidence that they really do what we're trying to have them do. Sure, the same take as Brownlee Tyler color types, and I mean, I don't. Brass, specify what you mean about which trial and what about it. Last executive order Tuesday, undo sanctions Cuba, delist the socialist nation as a sponsor of terrorism is outraging already dispirited Florida Democrats. Biden's order will be undone almost as soon as Donald Trump replaces him on Monday, so it will have little practical effect. But Florida Democrats fear Biden's move gives Trump a chance to frame their party as beholden to socialists. When are you going to confront Fabian on this extreme a priori? I'm sure I will read more about it one day, and we'll be on a panel together, and I can dunk on him about it or whatever, or I'll DM him about it one day. I don't know. Every case is nonsense? What do you mean by nonsense? I mean, Brass, don't you have VC perms? You should still have them. I don't know. This is Joe Biden literally sinking the Democratic Party in the state of Florida big time. Just as we're trying to patch a hole in the boat, Biden punches in a hole in it. Florida's a red state, and Biden just waved the flag of surrender. Conservative Hispanics helped propel Republicans to power in Florida, which Trump won this November with about 55% of the vote. Florida Democratic Chair Nikki said in a statement she was disappointed in Biden's decision. Cuban-American anti-Marxist hardliner Rubio helped write Trump Cuba sanctions in 2017. They're designed to keep U.S. dollars from financing Cuba's military apparatus. Gaza, which controls the country's major hotels and tourism industry. Biden seems that his order was part of a deal brokered by the Catholic Church in return for Cuba agreeing to... What the fuck? I don't even know. I don't know about this. Can I go there? Brad, you should have VC firms, yeah. What the fuck? Hello?
Fun. Am I on your nerd ass stream?
Yeah.
Okay. Hang on, let me get the part. Alright, there's something acting weird. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I can, yeah.
Is my mic being lame?
No, it's good for now.
Okay, so I want to talk to you about why Jack Smith is really lame and these cases are bogus.
Okay.
Like, let's just talk about the hush money case.
That's not Jack Smith. Wait, you recognize that's not Jack Smith, right?
I thought the hush money was Jack Smith.
Nope, that's a New York case. That's by New York's Attorney General.
Oh, Jack Smith's classified documents?
The documents and the election interference case, which is the one I probably care the most about, but...
Okay, what's his terms for the election? Because I get that one and the Georgia one mixed up. Georgia is Fannie Willis, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Jack Smith charged Trump with conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding and conspiracy to defraud the United States. I believe it's the two charges that he...
And you think both of those cases have merit, and like it was not...
Both of those charges have merit? Yeah, I believe both of those charges would.
You think it was like it should have happened? Okay, what about the... that's right, the Alvin Bragg case, the hush money case.
I don't know enough about it.
You talk politics on a stream, dude.
Yeah, I don't really pay much attention to...
You don't have to pay attention to politics?
I mean, I just don't... I don't care that much about the...
You're trying to make a living talking about it, but why?
I don't care much about the hush money one. I haven't really...
Well, because it's bogus, right? Well,
I mean, I don't have a strong position on it.
All the David Pakman lame types and like the Brian Tyler Cohen, everybody that's saying, oh, he's a convicted felon, it's because of that case.
Well, yeah.
That's, the Judge Marchand and Alvin Bragg case. So, like, do you think that people who are calling him a felon, that's above board, that's cool?
I mean, I feel like it's fair. Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
You think that's what I'm saying? Like, you think it's fair to call to go around calling the sitting president a felon because of this case, but you don't have any interest in the case?
I feel like it's a... Again, I don't have a high conviction take on like the merits of the case itself, so I wouldn't like condemn anyone for like saying a true statement.
Like, okay, let me say this, dude. If somebody was going around smearing you as a felon, right? Like, I think you're a nerd, but like I'd be like, yo, Non-Farm's not a felon. Like, why you trashing my boy like that? You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
one, it'd be an inaccurate statement, and two, if it was a case involving me, I'd probably have a strong opinion on it.
Okay.
If I don't have a strong opinion on it, I'm not gonna like condemn people for saying something that is at the end of the day true.
I have a strong opinion on like the way they're calling him a felon and dropping this. Like, it's dehumanizing and it's offensive to people who do have records. Number one, but like it is a big deal to me to them pretending like he's just some convicted felon. I'd love to tell you what the 34 charges are for. You know what I mean?
I'm broadly aware what they're for. They're for falsifying records in conviction of another crime or whatever, with intent to commit another crime, conceal another crime, I think.
Now, how did he falsify the records?
I mean, again, I don't know the specifics of it, but I think he said it was payments to... I think he said it was retainer payments to Michael Cohen, and they were actually
legal expenses to his attorney.
Yeah.
And they said it should have been classified as campaign expenses, right? And so that's what
I
made
mean,
it
again, I
illegal.
don't know the specifics, but
I do. I'm telling you. So you'll have to defer to me then, because I do. So if you don't know, you're gonna have to just trust me then, or Google. You can Google, but like essentially, they're saying that because it was not a legal expense, it was a campaign expense, and it shouldn't have been classified as a legal expense.
okay.
Punk ass wife just walked in the office. Give me a kiss. But no. It is a legal expense because where do NDAs come from, non-fon? You know what I mean? Like you and I can't write a legally binding NDA and have somebody sign that, right? We would need to get the services of an attorney, correct?
Sure. My understanding is yeah.
No, that's for sure. Yeah, it is. That's the case. If
But
you
the
wanna
NDA.
you can't just get a cocktail napkin and say, "Hey, bro, don't tell anybody this. Sign this paper. If you do, I'll take you to court."
Yeah, but the NDA
It
is
don't
not
work
the
like that.
illegal part, right? The argument is, my understanding is the argument is that he made that NDA in order to interfere in the election by hiding the Stormy Daniels scandal.
He paid her off on the NDA. He paid her $130,000 for
Uh-huh.
the NDA for her silence. Okay.
Yeah.
Now that's legal. Now is
I'm
it
aware.
ethical or moral? There's questions to that. But you know, it's legal. It may not be ethical or moral, but who cares? That's not what we're arguing. And he paid her $130,000 for that. And they're saying he only did that to cover up his, to protect his campaign. So that means it was campaign finance bullshit because he called it a legal expense instead of a campaign cost. Now, the only reason he wanted to pay her that money is because people are going to be digging into him to throw mud at him because he's running for office, so I can see their complaint. But at the same time, say he doesn't win the presidency, right? And it's now got out that he cheated on his wife and slept with this porn star and such, and now that's out there in the world. Like, that's obviously going to affect his personal business and his personal interests outside of the campaign as well. So I don't think it's just cut and dried to say that this is campaign finance law. This is we have a convicted felon in office. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of bullshit.
I mean, you would agree? Do you think that if you could prove that he made these payments in accordance with another crime or whatever to conceal another crime, that would be a crime? Or
It's not. How is it the concealment of a crime?
the argument, my understanding is that the argument New York gave is that he either could have falsified these payments to interfere in the 2016 election, to commit tax fraud, or there was something else. I think it was break.
He didn't commit. Dude, you and I just talked about all the cases against him, bro. Do you think they left?
We did not. We didn't. We only talked about.
No, I'm saying, like, you said which case, and you've talked about the litany of cases he has against him. So we've acknowledged there's a ton of cases against him. So, like, I don't think any stone has been left unturned, right? If he had committed tax fraud, he'd be called Trump the tax fraud.
Well, that was the argument that the attorney gave, or whatever, the Attorney General of New York gave, the prosecution gave, was that one of the reasons he could have made these payments was because of tax fraud. Now, maybe that's not a good argument, but let's say you could prove that. You would agree that's a crime, right?
No, this is all done. And
Wait, no, you wouldn't agree that's a crime?
Sentencing's already occurred.
I know it's
already
yeah.
occurred. There's no type of tax implications or the only crime involved. Every one of them is essentially an account. It's for every time on his record. Like, I keep books, right? I could send you my profit loss and shit, and like show you all the entries that one payment will go through and shit. And every time it didn't get counted in as illegal, as it got counted as a legal expense.
Wait, so what? Are you? I'm confused. What you're arguing here? Are you disputing the fact that if you could prove that Trump falsified business records in order to commit tax fraud, do you think that would not be a crime?
No, that's a crime.
Okay. So you realize one of the arguments the prosecution gave was that Trump falsified his records in order to commit tax fraud. Now, I don't have a strong opinion on whether or not... Well, I don't have a strong opinion on that, but... Well, actually, the tax fraud thing, I would say the tax fraud thing's probably the weakest case you can make. But
there's no tax fraud element to this. The only element to this.
I don't know what you mean, there's no tax fraud element. The prosecution explicitly said that one of the crimes that Trump could have tried to conceal was the tax fraud.
No, the case is over. He has been charged with 34 felonies.
I know.
He's already gone through sentencing. The attorney is not making any more claims. All the claims.
Well, I know I know they're not making any more claims anymore. But one of the claims they did make, the claim that they made, the overall thing they're trying to prove is that he concealed, he falsified business records to conceal criminal conduct. One of the criminal conduct things could have been tax fraud. That was their argument.
It could have been, but they didn't actually make that argument. He wasn't charged with that. There was no ruling.
What do you mean he wasn't charged with?
There's no evasion.
I know he wasn't charged with tax fraud, but he was charged with a crime. He was charged with falsifying business records.
Every single count is involving campaign finance, nothing with taxes. None of this was going to be a tax issue. None of this. What are you trying to dispute here? That they did? Are you disputing the fact that they said that one of the crimes that Trump could have committed? Here's what I'm disputing: that him classifying, having his attorney execute an NDA and transfer the funds to the client. Which again, the funds if you pay somebody for an NDA, that money also has to come from an attorney. There's work and all types of bullshit to verify that you got paid for this to make this NDA legal. Okay, that is a legal service. And I agree. Okay, so Michael Cohen, Michael Cohen's a high-level attorney. He's a jackass, put a turkey on his head, but he's a high-level attorney. Trump is not micromanaging him. He does what he needs to do. Like that $130,000 that he paid for me, Trump had nothing to do with that negotiation. That was it. Literally, I'm not trying to say Trump is some immoral or great guy or anything, but I can guarantee you the way that this went is Trump was like, hey, we need to cover this up because they're going to go digging for dirt on me, and I don't want this to get out because if I lose, it's going to fucking eat my lunch. I'm going to have to deal with this forever. And so Cohen was on it, and then Cohen went and handled it and cost what it cost, and he sends Trump a bill for all his services. Cohen paid him out of his money and then was reimbursed by Trump. And that is the way this would go in these high-level, whenever a man's paying you $5 million a year or whatever for retainer, you know what I mean? That's the type of shit you do. So, there's nothing about this that was, even John Fetterman, which has now lost some credibility with me, but there's been several other Democrats, like Ellie Honig, who worked with Alvin Bragg, who said this is absolutely a meritless case. This is a legal expense by every measure. And then it brought up the case. Imagine if he would have considered paying off a hooker as campaign funds, as a campaign expense. What do you think would have happened if he paid off the hooker with campaign funds?
I don't know. It would have been a scandal. I don't know if it necessarily would have been a crime.
So this whole thing is bullshit, is what I'm trying to get across. All these Brian Tyler Cohens and Mr. Justice Matters and that are acting like our country has just been handed to the wolves because this felon took office, that's hyperbolic to say the least.
Again, if I don't have, I would have to read more about the...
Bro. You gotta take my word on it then.
About the crime, but I'm not gonna...
Politics on a stream.
Well, I don't care about every section of the politics, but...
Okay. Well, let's talk about the documents case, because that's the one I care the most about.
Okay. Wait, but hold on. Just to be clear, you do agree that one of the object offenses that the New York attorney said that Trump could have committed was a violation of New York tax law, right?
Oh, you're trying to talk to, honestly, no, because you're saying could have. The case is over. There's nothing with tax fraud in the case. You can go read it top to bottom, all 30.
There is charges. What do you mean? It's if I pull up the case and I control F tax law or whatever, it will say that one of the potential. Okay, wait. So to be clear, your argument is that if I pull up the indictment or whatever, there will be nothing mentioning taxes at all, or.
I'm not on camera, am I?
No.
There's all 34. Go look it up. Google it, dude. Google it. I'll wait. Fucking just fire up a cigarette. I'll wait. Go ahead, Google it. There's nothing with taxes. So, what if you're saying that an attorney mentioned that, hey, maybe he did this for taxes, but we're not charging him for it? Who gives a fuck? That's like saying the attorney said, hey, maybe I'll have chicken salad for lunch. That's inconsequential information, bro.
It was necessary to proving the crime because the crime was
No, it wasn't. Yeah. The only thing they had to prove was that he paid her off to protect his campaign.
No, because the crime is the crime is to falsify the records to conceal another crime.
Exactly, but
So you realize I have to prove that he concealed another crime, or at least had the intent to conceal another crime.
No, I don't. I hear again.
What do you mean, no?
Okay, again, in order for this to be a crime. Okay, here, I'll ask you a question. I know it's just a dumbass move on my end, but like, if Trump lost the 2016 race, okay, and the opposition researched all this dirt on him, like the Stormy Daniels, the grab her by the pussy, all this, do you think that would have affected his personal business life? He was, and mind you, he was on television. You know what I mean? So, like,
Wait,
do you
what?
think that
That's not
opposition research that was dug up on him because of the presidential campaign? Do you think it would have affected his personal businesses?
probably, but it's not relevant.
Obviously, right? Like, we're not gonna lie to ourselves. It probably would have. So, do you think that Trump has any interest in getting Stormy Daniels to be quiet outside of the campaign?
Well, that's not relevant to what we're discussing here.
It is too. It's very much relevant because there's no crime involved. Because that's what they're saying. They're saying that him paying her off.
Well, that's a different argument than what you're saying. You're disputing the fact that one of the offenses that Trump could have been trying to conceal is tax fraud. Is that not what you're arguing?
Because you're making that up. Where are you getting that
Okay,
from?
so I mean, I can send you this right here. Oh, fuck. I can send you this right here if I find it again. Cause
I can't even see your... How do I see your fucking stream? I'm just looking at like some old guy and an old broad. I don't know how I see your ass.
yeah, here, I'll send this in general. This is part of the case. Under the second theory, the people allege that the defendant tried to violate New York election law by conspiring to... Or sorry, this isn't the tax one. Where's the tax one? Here it is. Under the third theory, people allege that the defendant intended to violate New York tax law. This theory...
Theory, bro.
Yeah, but you were disputing that this existed at all. You were saying that if I searched up the case, there would have nothing on tax fraud. What do you mean?
Okay, but the case is over. He was not charged with concealing records for tax fraud.
Yes, he was charged for concealing. He was charged for falsifying records to conceal another crime. One of those crimes could have been tax fraud. That is one of the crimes that it could have been. There were, I think.
Let's just do a straight Google search. I'm doing it.
Do what? I mean, I can like send you. I just sent you. Wait, what do you? Okay, to be clear, what is your claim here?
The claim here is that there is no crime at all. There's no crime to begin with.
Okay, that's a lot stronger claim than the more narrow claim which you said.
Well, my claim is the same as Ellie Honig. You know, Alvin Bragg's former assistant district attorney who worked under...
Well, no, I'm just saying earlier it sounded like we were arguing... Earlier we were disputing whether or not they relied on...
The whole thing is bullshit, is what I'm saying. The whole thing is bullshit. To say...
Well, I understand that's like the strong, like, overarching claim, but did you, yes or no, did you claim that, like, if I searched through the case that they wouldn't have said that Trump may have tried to commit tax fraud with this?
Okay, can I ask you why that's relevant?
That's relevant because it was a direct claim that you made.
Tax fraud. If the prosecution, even if they said that, they didn't charge him with it. They didn't bring him up on any kind of tax fraud charges.
I know that's not.
So then why is it relevant if they happen to mention it? So
because they needed to prove that Trump intended to commit another crime in order to charge him with this one.
Yes,
and this is one of the crimes they relied on.
That's what I'm saying. That's what the crime they're trying to say he committed was campaign finance violations, because they're saying that this was not a legal expense, it was a campaign expense, and because you classified it as a legal expense with for your accounting purposes, it don't make a fuck to how much taxes he pays. You understand? That's not a write-off, so it doesn't make a fuck on how much. There's no tax fraud here. They're saying that the committed was campaign finance.
Hold on. I recognize. I never said that he was charged with tax fraud. I don't know where you got that opinion.
Why does it matter? Why do you keep asking about tax fraud if there's no charge for it? So what does it matter if someone?
Because you made a claim that this case had that one of the crimes that they relied on for concealing wasn't tax fraud, and like they clearly.
But dude, if the prosecution made that claim and then didn't bring that charges up. Obviously, there's no merit to that claim.
That's not true, because he also wasn't... No, you don't... Do you not understand how the... So the crime he was charged with was falsifying business records to conceal another crime. There were three possibilities for that another crime. They didn't bring up charges on any of those another crime. They just they let the jury decide which crime that they thought Trump committed.
Let's see here. I'm getting faster at typing, dude. I'm actually starting to learn here.
What are you trying to search?
What I want to like find the actual like, you know, like a kind of actual factual list of what the each felony is, because I know what it is. It's like it's not the felony involved is, or the crime involved is campaign finance.
I agree. You realize that crime required him
So
the
why do you
intent to
think
commit
it's
another crime,
justified?
right? The intent to conceal another crime.
Yes. Okay. So what they're saying is that the the concealing documents was him classifying the payment as a legal expense. That's the concealment.
That was the
Crime-
falsifying part. They're saying that's falsifying records.
Yes, falsifying records.
Uh-huh.
Because you're presenting records saying that like here's a legal expense, and they're saying that's a bullshit record. You knowingly produced a false record saying this was legal expense when you know it's a campaign expense. This needs to be on your campaign fund. This is all a campaign expense. It's not a legal expense. So that's what they're saying the crime is. And then you falsified that crime by putting paperwork to the IRS and going through as though that was a legal expense. That's all it is.
Well, no, in concealment of another. You're missing the in concealment of another crime part. That's what made. Remember, that's what made it a felony.
That is the in concealment. That's what I'm trying to say, dude.
Wait, what are you saying is the concealment?
The classifying it as a legal expense.
No, that's the falsifying part.
Yeah. Now you got me fucking confused, dude.
The crime is falsifying business records with the intent to conceal another crime.
Exactly.
The
Okay,
falsifying
so they're
part
saying,
is
like,
marking it as not the campaign stuff, which they wanted him to, or
Yes,
whatever.
correct.
The
Correct.
concealment of another crime part is in order to hide either a violation of New York election law, a violation of New York tax law, or I believe a violation.
In order to conceal your campaign finance violation.
That was one
That's the other
potential.
crime.
That was a potential crime.
No, that's not.
There were
that's
three-
What they charged him with.
What-
That's what they. How are we arguing this when it's this is like what?
What do you think they're talking about here, Brass? If I go to if I just go to these this motion here, if they have here, the people's four theories are discussed below in greater detail. The people allege that defendant violated federal election laws because the payoffs to both McDougall and Daniels violated FICA restrictions. And then under the second theory, the people allege that defendant to violate New York election law. Under the third theory, the people allege the defendant intended to violate New York tax law. And under the I don't know why you're taking objection to the. It seems like you're disputing whether this theory happened at all. And I have the evidence that this theory happened.
Let's cut to the end point. You're at the before sentencing, before all this stuff. Okay, let's cut to the end point, because they can't just say it could be any crime. We just assume that he concealed these for a crime. So
they presented
in order for him to
evidence
be charged,
for them,
hang on,
but
let me say this. In order for him to be charged with the 34 felonies, there can't be theories. They had to say, okay, yep, you falsified documents in pursuit of this crime.
That's not. They didn't have to specify which crime. No, but.
And they did. Yes, they did.
No.
Are you serious?
That's what.
I think that's how
This is your talking point, Brass. I'm giving you a talking point here. They actually didn't specify which crime Trump committed. They just the jurors could have disagreed on which crime Trump was trying to conceal. One juror could have thought that he was trying to violate tax law. Another juror could have thought that he was trying to violate FICA. It doesn't matter as long as they prove that he committed it with intent to conceal another crime. They got to convict him for it.
Is that true?
Yeah.
That's fucked.
Okay.
Hang on, you're cool with that?
I don't
real
have
talk, I
a
didn't know that was the
huge
case,
issue
but
with
if
it.
that's true, you're
Wait. Okay, so you acknowledge you didn't know much about the case either. I'm just
Well, more than you.
What do you mean more than me? I knew you didn't know the theories of the crimes that they thought Trump committed. You didn't know that they didn't even have to. You didn't know they didn't have to agree on which crime committed. You came to me saying this was a Jack Smith case.
Well, dude, come on now.
And this isn't a Jack Smith case either.
I was wrong.
Okay.
I was wrong about that. Yeah, so your mom. But if you're saying that they can just say potentially vaguely any crime, probably.
Well, no,
And
they
that's
had to.
cool to
They
you?
still had to prove. No, they had to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Trump did have the intent to conceal these crimes. It just also the jurors didn't have to agree on which crime it was.
Hang on. Did I turn? Hey, is fucking your boyfriend here? What's his name? Sample text?
Why are you being weird? I'm just here to ask an offhand question later. Shut the fuck up.
Why are you You're sitting there waiting quietly, bro?
Yeah.
waiting his turn, like a nice
Oh God! God forbid people do other things while listening. Oh my God. Yes.
No. Yes, God forbid, indeed. I didn't know your boyfriend was here, dude. Now it makes me feel weird.
Okay.
What do you think about this fucking case? Do you think this is a legit charge?
Dog, I'm not falling. I'm doing something else. I don't care. Shut up.
Oh, my bad.
Owned.
You then. All right. What about the documents case, Non-Fawn?
I mean, what about it? I think that's a fair case. Yeah, I think that's.
Walton Alda. Walton Alda.
What about him?
Valet, the Diet Coke guy.
Okay.
Do you think he's a co-conspirator in a scheme to sell classified documents to Saudi Arabia or who the fuck ever?
I don't think that's the. I don't think that's the. I don't think that's the allegation of the Mar-a-Lago case. But I would say like any of the lawyers that he instructed to like hide documents are probably co-conspirators.
No, Walton Alda is the Diet Coke guy.
Wait. Not fun. Can I just like DM you something and you can just like test it for me because I don't know. I don't look. I'm just. I'll DM you about it. I just need you to log into Instagram and like view my comment and then tell me something. That's it.
Okay.
Okay. You can do it. Yeah, I don't know.
My understanding is.
Keep talking, guys. Keep talking.
My understanding of the Mar-a-Lago case is that Trump is charged with willfully retaining classified documents and not. I don't know. I don't know about any charges relating to and obstructing justice.
I think it's bullshit, but that's what you get. You want to be fucking president, you're gonna play these type of games. That's what fucking happens. Like I don't care. Like I mean, Trump's a big boy. That case is whatever. But what I don't
Wait,
like
tell me the name of the guy again.
Walt Nauta, Nauta.
Yeah.
Okay, he is Trump's valet, like body man. You know how Trump has that button on his desk that he pushes for a Diet Coke? That's the Diet
sure.
Coke guy. Yeah, that's the Diet Coke guy. So he was a cook in the Navy, and then he started working with Trump, and Trump liked him and took him. Has been working as basically like a valet for Trump for years, even at the White House and now at Mar-a-Lago. And they're charging him literally as a co-conspirator and calling him like literally the words are henchman in the deposition and co-conspirator. Okay. Because he literally has, and like in his deposition.
Wait. What was the shit you're talking about with Saudi Arabia? I don't see anything in here about that. I don't believe he's charged with that.
That was me being hyperbolic.
Okay.
That was just some funsies. But no, like what he like. So his statement, and mind you, he's a low-level guy. Doesn't even make six figures, dude.
Well, did he not move boxes to conceal them from Trump's attorney? Do we know?
Hey, not fun. I sent it to you.
Yeah, I see.
Also. Yeah, can you do it in a way that wouldn't be on stream? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Don't worry, I'm opening it at a different.
Yeah, okay. It's just like super weird to me because I commented, and then like I see another guy tagging him, but I cannot see his comment. Yeah, I don't know. Brandon, wait like a few seconds. I don't want to create like a whole new account to see it myself. I don't know if it would even work. I don't know if it's like IP blocking. But can you yeah, I don't know.
Oh my god, you have 10 fucking replies?
Yeah, but do you see the comment from that account?
Yeah.
Can you see it?
It's really long, but yeah.
Oh, can you screenshot it? Because I cannot see it at all.
Oh my god, he has like 5 of them.
Yeah, I know. Oh yeah, I can see that comment. That I replied to. Right? Yes. Okay. Now 1 second before you paste. Okay. Now paste again, because then it's after my response. What the fuck? I might just delete my original comment because at this point, like the video is not gonna get any views, and I mean the guy blocked me. I don't know how I can reply to him.
Bro got blocked over an Instagram comment section argument.
Well, I mean, some people because when they block you, you cannot see their replies. So he just blocked me and replied to me. So I don't get to respond, but he gets to comment. I think I might just delete the comment after like a week. I don't know. Marginally diminishing marginal returns. Yeah. Wait, how many likes does he have? I gotta know this.
Oh, fine. I already closed it. On which one?
Will you go on live on my channel?
After.
Will I go live on your channel when?
I don't know. I'm thinking about doing one. I gotta figure out how to. I got the OBS thing down. Like I can do that shit. Well, no, I don't have it down, but I know how to use it. I still don't know how to get people to call in. Like what? Like we're like even like what we're doing here.
He has he has 4 likes on one of them, 2 likes on one. All of them have like 2 likes except for one with 4.
Which one has 4?
Bro, that's a lot of work. I already, man.
Well,
How do I open this shit?
Just which one is 4? I just gotta know.
I closed it and now I gotta reopen it.
Yeah.
And now it's not copying anymore, so I gotta go back to our DMs and copy it. Also, Brad, you have to use, they use, I think, StreamYard to do it.
You can see your copying history if you just do Windows V, you know? But,
That's true.
okay.
The one with 4 likes is the one that starts with LMAO, you liking your own comments.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. That's
Sample Text likes his own comments.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see what's wrong with that.
I like my own Twitter posts and YouTube videos.
I'm gonna respond. I'm gonna respond and then delete it. But yeah, I'll go.
Do you like your videos?
Some of them, yeah. Like my live streams, usually I like myself.
Reply to people in your comments, dude.
I what?
How come you don't reply to people in your comments?
I do sometimes. If I see a nice comment, I'll heart it and I'll like it.
Okay, thank you. That's about it. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
My channel like shits on yours, and I like reply to people and heart their comments and shit.
Your channel shits on mine?
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
Go look at the viewership.
I will.
I get like 10,000 plus views a day.
A day? No shot.
Go look.
Do you have shorts?
No. It's all long form. My shorts. I've made $4 off shorts and like I don't know $500 in January so far, but off just like long form. A long form blows. Like I just had a video yesterday that I think it's already over 40,000. Like I just posted one before I called you. It's already over 200. You know. Let's see. Let me go to my analytics since you don't want to believe me, homie.
Well, hold on. I'm pulling them up.
Yeah, my channel fucking dunks on yours, dude.
Yeah, goddamn. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah. Like, yeah, if I put a live up, we'll have over 100 people watching in short order. But no, I'm thinking about bringing them on because you're kind of like a apathetic 19-year-old kid.
Real?
With like, you know, who's not really like, who's like directionless, and I just kind of want to like, I don't know. If you ever watch my content, you'd understand why. But I don't know. I'd like to do a political talk with it.
Sure, I can come on. I just linked you. There's this program called StreamYard, which is what like Sarah and all those people use. I don't use it myself, unless I go on other people's things. So I don't know how exactly they set it up.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get it going. Cause there's some other guys I'm gonna get on there soon. But I actually have to start doing something with it now because it's kind of starting to steamroll. But, no, man. Walt Nauta, dude. Walt Nauta. He's a valet, and they're like, he literally is, he doesn't even make 100K a year, dude. I promise you.
Well, it's not really relevant to whether he committed a crime, but.
Well, like, okay, so the charges are dropped against Trump.
Well, because he's president. Because he was elected president.
But they're going after the working class guy now.
They're going after the people who aren't president, who still committed a crime. What do you mean?
Dude, you not the maid who cleaned the room? They put the boxes in there
Because she
Why not
didn't.
the-
She wasn't obstructing justice.
You think he knowingly, like, moved those boxes to like abate in a crime?
The allegation in this document is that Trump directed him to move boxes of documents to conceal them from his attorney.
So you think that he said, "Hey, Walt, not like if he just said, "Hey, will you move those boxes over to this other room?" What do you think that means? You think that guy who moved
That probably wouldn't be enough to prove intent on its own.
So
but
then you think
I'm
that
sure
Trump
there's.
Said, hey, Walt, now do you?
I mean,
feel
I don't know.
being
Like
involved-
we can just read through. Have you read the
He's
indictment?
fucking
Wait, have you read the
bro.
indictment? Have you read the indictment?
Yes, I read that.
Yes?
I read like, well, not the whole.
Wait, so
thing.
then you should know. What's the evidence that they provide for Trump directing him to move the boxes?
They said that like he was knowingly moving them around for like people to not be able to access them. Like he was like it was that he was a co-conspirator in trying to hide these. Now, whenever you read his part, which I read his part, and what he says is that like everything was all mixed together. He said that the transition from the White House to Mar-a-Lago was very hectic, and it was a bunch of bullshit going on because Trump was throwing a fit and didn't think he lost the election, right? So like he didn't even think he needed to fucking leave the White House. So whenever it's finally time to get kicked out, like and this reflects on Trump, but it is the case. Like it was a fucking mad dash to get everything the fuck out of there. So amidst all these documents are Trump's mementos. Because if you're a president, have you ever been to the presidential libraries? Like Trump's keeping a lot of this shit for his library. You know what I mean? This is a big thing if you're a president. Like they're really concerned about their library.
But you realize Trump knew these documents were classified, right? And knew that he wasn't able to get, knew that he had an obligation to return them.
That's not what I'm arguing.
But that's a crime.
So what?
What do you mean, so
We're talking
what?
about the valet, dude. You really want the valet to go down for real?
Yeah, I don't know the full scope of allegations against him, but if he did help Trump obstruct justice by moving documents around with intent, then yeah, probably.
That's crazy, dude.
Now, why is that crazy?
Because because this is a man who has a job, a career. It's not. This is like you're looking at this as the context of like. Imagine if you worked for Donald Trump and he's telling you just to go move some boxes, and then you think that this low-level employee that was a fucking cook, and then a fucking gopher. He is not like some high-level dude, man. He was a cook in the Navy and then a gopher for Trump. That's all he's done. And you think that this guy should have in the moment said, "Hey, I think you're trying to make me a co-conspirator in a classified documents crime that's going to happen in 2 years." Like, what the fuck? That's insane, dude.
Well, I'm reading through this indictment now. It seems like there was a subpoena to search, for Trump to like search through his documents, and it seems like he directed him to move the documents before they searched them.
Hang on a second.
These statements were false. Trump had directed not to move boxes before Trump's attorney June 2 review, so that many boxes were not searched, and many documents responsive to the May 11th subpoena could not be found.
Okay. So we're good. Fuck yeah. It needs to be abandoned. Well, but the city of Dallas, the way they make you abandon those, you got to saw cut, fill sand. Exactly. So he can take care of that. Right. All right. Well, I'll talk to him about it. Let's plan on. I'm gonna send you and Jeremy back there tomorrow to do some more marking. Okay. Let me give you a shout back in a minute. Sorry, dude. Still running a business here.
Sure.
You kick me? Oh, okay.
No.
No, like, you got to understand, dude. I can't just, like...
Wait. Just, so if the allegation is true that Trump told this guy to move documents in order to make it so that not all of Trump's boxes were searched, do you think that would constitute obstruction of justice?
No.
No?
No, I don't. The same way, I don't think like a woman is a whore if she like slept with Harvey Weinstein for a part in the movie. You know what I mean? I think that like it's really easy for you to sit here behind your desk and act like you would have told Trump, "Fuck you, I'm not gonna move these boxes." That's not gonna happen. That guy's been working for him for a long time, and like to just act like he's gonna just throw his whole career and life away,
commit a crime.
and like he didn't know. He didn't know. Read his part. Read what he said.
His
Read what
what
he said.
deposition?
Like, okay, so for real, you really do think that this guy that makes $80,000 a year belongs in prison?
I don't know. I don't know. I haven't read up on the documents case. I don't.
I'm asking you. That's what's got me fired up, because like it's one thing if you're going after Trump. He's playing the Game of Thrones, right? He's lined up to be king. So like you know, he said I can take it. I'm going for the shots. This other guy fucking makes $80,000 a year. Don't want that. He ain't playing that fucking game. And then once you start trying to take him out, that's when you're gonna make my fucking blood boil. Like I'm talking, I was like Rodney King riots mad when I found out about this shit.
Okay,
Like,
maybe we. I mean, I think the U.S. prison system was fucked up, and a lot of people who commit crimes are put in like unnecessarily harsh like prison conditions or whatever. Like that's fine. Like I agree with that point, but.
Walton Nada is a fucking. He's from Guam. He's a poor. He is not a wealthy man. Okay?
Well, yeah, but you just keep saying that. You keep just like. Are you disputing the fact? Wait.
Dude, and you're letting him be a casualty in this fucking Game of Thrones, and he ain't playing it. And that's the part where like I will. That's the part that like irks me. You don't go.
Okay, wait. Hypothetically, let's say it was the case that Trump told him to move documents so that Trump's attorney would not comply, so that as to not comply with the subpoena to search through Trump's documents and find all the classified documents. And let's say that this guy knew that Trump was doing that. Do you think that would be obstruction of justice?
I don't. Let me ask
How
you
would that
this,
not
like,
be obstruction of justice?
Like I just explained to you, like the Harvey Weinstein reference. Do you think a woman's a whore for sleeping with Harvey Weinstein? And not like just saying like,
That's not a. I don't. There's no. I don't know what the legal definition of whore is.
Okay, well here's what I'm saying. Like there's a power imbalance here, dude. There's a power imbalance.
There can be a power imbalance. You can still commit a crime. That can even be a mitigating factor. Like.
He's not, dude. What? He fucking moved boxes, dude.
So wait, Brass, you realize the allegation is not that he moved boxes, right? The allegation is that they intentionally moved boxes to avoid a subpoena. You recognize that, right?
Look, I'm not arguing.
Wait. Do you recognize that there was a subpoena to search for? Wait, do you recognize there was a subpoena to search for classified documents, Brass? You recognize there was a subpoena to search for classified documents?
And you think the valet is?
Wait, Brass. Yes or no? Was there a subpoena? What do you mean stop? Brass, I need you to answer this. No, yes, it does. What do you mean? You keep saying he moved boxes around. You realize there was a subpoena to search through these boxes, and they moved them so that they didn't search through them.
Dude, you don't know fuck about the subpoena.
Do you recognize that there was a subpoena?
Yes, but it's irrelevant.
Okay, wait. So what was the subpoena for?
Who gives a fuck?
I give a fuck.
I'm not. Okay, here's what I'm saying. There could have been a subpoena.
Wait, do you know whether or not there's a subpoena? What do you mean? There was a subpoena. I can tell you.
Let me say this point. Okay, sure. Well, let's say yes. I do know there was a subpoena. I know that the archives department requested it first, and it led to subpoena and blah 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 blah. But there's more to that that I'm not even gonna get into yet. But the real issue is I'm telling you, this guy didn't fucking know what's going on. I guarantee you, Trump didn't come to Walton Nada and say, hey, we got to do some crimes, bro. The lawyers have subpoenaed this information.
Wait, but you don't even agree. You don't even agree that if he did know what was going on, it would be a crime, right? That's what I said earlier. Let's say he did know.
Yes, I do. I do not agree.
Okay, why don't you think that's obstruction?
Let me say this. I think it would be a crime if Trump was like, yo, bro, I'm going to give you $100K to move these boxes and don't say shit. Yes, I would think it's a crime, right?
Wait, why don't you think it's a crime? Wait, why don't you, if he, let's say hypothetically, the Walton guy, knew that he was moving documents so as to avoid a subpoena, you don't think that's obstruction of justice?
No.
Okay.
Let me explain then, dude. Because you're like, this is so. You for real want this fucking low-level dude to go to fucking?
That
prison?
doesn't that doesn't follow.
Okay, let me explain to you, dude.
Wait. You recognize? Wait. To be clear, I already said this. There are a lot of people who commit crimes that I don't want to go to jail or whatever because I think the U.S. prison system is fucked. But I still think they committed crimes.
Okay, let me further get into this because I think if you want to say that Walt Nauta is complicit in a crime, I think that it's very here's the deal. I have apprentices that work for me, right? Younger guys that are new to the trade. I can tell them, hey, go take that temperature pressure discharge and put a cap on it. And they don't know they're breaking the law. They have no fucking idea they're breaking the law, dude. They literally don't. It's what
that can be so one. I don't know what the.
Let me finish my point, okay? Because unlike you, I do give a shit about the working man. And I'm not gonna sit here and want the working man try to get fucking taken down because you fucking hate Trump. That's ridiculous. So,
that's my position exactly.
Let me say this. In order for you to prove that Walt Nauta is complicit in this, I need to know that he wasn't just following an order from his boss. He was somehow gonna benefit from this because they're right now he's given an order from his boss. It's like the fucking soldiers following orders. You know what I mean? It's not you to sit here and say that, oh yeah, this low-level guy was supposed to just say, no, fuck you, this was subpoenaed. You're not being realistic. And I promise you that there's no way any jury or any appeals court. That's why Eileen Cannon did what she did recently.
No. Eileen Cannon did what she did because she said special counsels are unconstitutional.
Oh, that's true. But I thought she did something to block Walt Nauta and William Oliveira from getting charged.
Yeah, she threw out the case because she thought special counsel were unconstitutional.
Well, but it was after Trump was not on the case anymore. They couldn't go after Trump. And then the only people they're going after were William Oliveira and Walt Nauta. And then she said all right, enough of this nonsense. And then you got guys like Brian Tyler Cohen and Mr. Justice Matters talking to millions of people, talking about his Trump's henchmen and co-conspirators.
Wait. Do you dispute this claim? When interviewed by the FBI in May 2022 regarding the location and movement of boxes before the production to NARA, not to have made false and misleading statements as set forth in count 38 of the superseding indictment. Do you dispute that he made false and misleading statements to the FBI?
I would dispute that. I would reckon that okay.
I
think that we would have to then litigate those statements. I think that just because the FBI, who fucking let's talk about the lies they've told us, okay? But just because the FBI said that he said something, I need to know specifically. So I think I'm not going to take the FBI's word on that. Whenever there was a
wait, were you even aware of that allegation against him?
What do you mean? Yes, I read the shit.
Okay.
Yes,
so to be clear, you said that you were citing
because I heard what he said. I read what he said. Okay?
Yeah, but you're aware that you're also aware of what he said. The FBI, at least, I would have to read more to know what.
You legit think that he's a co-conspirator to go down. I'm not saying maybe. I'm just saying you for real think the $80,000 a year guy, the valet, is.
I don't know why you keep. I don't know why you keep.
You're fucking gaslighting yourself.
No, I don't know why you keep saying you want this $80,000 a year guy to go to jail, like emotional intuition pumping. Again, if a single mother gets arrested for shoplifting, I would be oh, I think it's fucked up that our prison system does this. But no, it's analogous. I don't know what you mean. It's analogous to I think that single mother still committed a crime.
You're talking, if the single mother decides to go into a goddamn store on her own volition and steal a fucking thing, yes, she commits a crime. But if a single mother who's fucking trying to provide
but the point here, no, that's not what I'm comparing it to, Brass. That's not what I'm, the point of the comparison is that I could say, well, that single mother still committed a crime. I might not think it's fair for her to go to jail or whatever.
Okay, let me ask you another question, because I'm an employer, so I know about these things. How often do you think that employees knowingly break the law at their employer's request? How often do you think
I don't know.
Talks about that? It's fucking common.
Wait, also, you recognize you can commit a crime without intent and still have it be a crime, right?
Movement, dude. It's the basis of the Me Too movement. It is that.
Wait, Brass, you also recognize you can commit a crime without intent and it's still a crime, right? You can still be charged for it or whatever.
Sure. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
And I also
So
believe
even
that,
if this
like,
guy, I don't know, I don't even know what this guy is charged for. What is this guy charged for specifically? What under, is it obstruction or is it?
a co-conspirator in the
Well, I know he's a co-conspirator, but what are the charges specifically?
I'm not sure. I'm honestly not 100% sure.
Okay.
Charges, but the fact that there's any charges is insane, dude. It's absolutely insane. Because I guarantee you, I'm an intelligent guy, and if I worked for Trump as like his valet, and even if I knew there was like some shit going on with these documents, if he was like, "Hey, move those boxes to this room," I wouldn't think anything of it. I'd be like, "Okay, moving those boxes." You know what I mean? And like in Trump's whole thing, the whole time was like my shit was mixed up in it. We never separated it. All of my documents were mixed up in it. We didn't get like and that's what it was that I saw today. A report that came out. There was, and this was hid from us and not told to us. The FBI withheld this information, and it's now on record that Trump consensually said they could have access to come back to Mar-a-Lago anytime they want before they did their little fucking search warrant bullshit. Like he had, like it's now on record that he did that. Like, so that's not up for dispute. Trump did say you have unambiguously you can come whenever the fuck you want. So there was no need for the seizure in the first place. Whenever he told them they had full access, he said that his mementos were tied up in it. If they wanted to go through it, they were fucking welcome to. You know, and like maybe he didn't operate on their timeline, but then to act like whenever you see, like, that's what I'm trying to get across is how do you not see a guy like Walton Otta getting charged for this and it not make you feel like motherfuckers?
Because I think he probably, again, I haven't read all the charges against him specifically, but I think he probably committed a crime from my understanding. Like,
you're leaning on that, like what? Because the whole charge is like, you really think
it's 5 counts of concealing or withholding documents and taking part in a conspiracy to obstruct justice, and which carries a maximum penalty of 20 years.
So if you're the judge, what do you know? I feel like if it was the reverse, if it was Joe Biden in this situation and his valet, I just feel like you guys would be like, what? Why are y'all going after this guy? What the fuck? Why not the housekeeper? Why not the cook? You know what I mean? Like, I just don't see how y'all think this is cool, man.
Again, you recognize the reason they went after this guy, not the housekeeper or cook or whatever. It's this guy. This guy moved documents to avoid a subpoena.
So he's the problem, right? Walton Otta is the like he's the, like you know, we take Trump away, and we still got to look out for Walton Otta, right?
That doesn't I mean, 2 people can be part of a conspiracy.
We're not children. We're not fucking children. Why was this case brought up? So like it does matter. It's
what do you mean, why was it?
Because your judgment matters. Your discretion matters. Like every law is up to discretion. There's a reason we have judges, and it's not a fucking robot. Like it does matter. This shit very much matters. Like the same way, like it happens all the time. The reason I asked you, do you think employees commit crimes on behalf of their employers? Yes or no? And it is part of law. There is legal precedent for that. So I'm a master plumber. Everybody that works under me
I'm aware I'm aware of employers or employees who committed crimes on behalf of their employer, and sometimes I would imagine they're charged for that. Sometimes.
What do you think the legal precedent is?
It probably depends on the crime.
Yes, it does. It does depend on the crime. But like, if it's just, if your boss tells you to fucking break the law and you do it, you're not the one who's going to be liable.
That's not always the case. There's no way that's always the case.
It depends. Like, it depends. I mean, like, if it's something that's clearly outside the lines of duty, like that's like if your boss says, "Hey, go over here and shoot this guy in the face," that's different. But like, if it's something that has to do with your job, like if you're Trump's personal helper, Trump's personal gopher, and then your boss, all you do is move things around for him and hand him things, tells you to go move something. No, you have not broken a fucking.
Wait, why was he told to move them, Brass?
What do you mean? Who cares? Yes, okay.
Because it's the difference between obstructing justice and not obstructing justice. Why was he told to move them?
Because he's a fucking low-level employee, and if you think he needs to go
No, Brass. Why did Trump want them moved? Why were they moved?
Okay, I will play your game. He wanted them moved for crimes.
He wanted to not. Can you be more specific, Brass? Be more specific.
Whatever you want me to say is why he did it.
To not comply with a subpoena.
Yes, he did it to not comply with the subpoenas. Why Trump wanted them moved. Yes, I agree.
So you recognize that would probably fall under obstruction, right?
If you try to take out just a fucking hourly employee who don't have no power over fucking nothing, who's not gonna make any money, not get enriched, all he has on the line is his life getting fucking ruined one way or the other. Either he tells Trump, fuck you, and now my life's over, or here you come, non-fawn virgin from behind the desk, tell me I need to go to fucking jail. It was a no-win situation. You're saying, oh, sucks to be him. He was fucked either way. He should have just fucked himself to begin with. And that's the type of shit that makes my fucking blood boil. You don't go after the fucking dude with no power. If the guy that wants to win all the fucking prizes, Trump, you want to take him out? Fine. He's getting all the fucking awards. If you want to take me out, I'm the business owner. I'm rich as fuck. You want to come after me? Fine, I can take it. I can buy lawyers. Oh, not, I can't. You go after that guy, I'll fucking fight you. I'll fucking fight you. You don't go out.
But you're not just again.
You don't have the common sense to see that this is utter bullshit. You're fucking gaslighting yourself.
Brass, again, there could be a case of a single mother shoplifting, and I would say, oh, it sucks that she's going to jail, right? I don't think she should go to jail, but I wouldn't dispute the fact that she.
That's not a fair analogy. A fair analogy would be a single mother who works for an attorney who wants her to fucking fake a notary. Okay? And that single mother has to decide, do I want to lose my job?
You don't understand the point of the analogy I'm making. Brass, you don't understand the point of the. All that's necessary for my analogy is that someone commits a crime and they're in an empathetic enough situation such that I think it sucks that they have to go to jail.
Then it's a bullshit analogy.
What do you mean it's a bullshit? What do you think I'm trying to prove with this analogy, Brass?
You have to do it where a more powerful person who has control over your life, a person who can.
Brass, that's not the point of the analogy. What do you think I'm trying to prove with the analogy?
That if you commit a crime, you get in trouble.
No.
And what are you trying to prove with the analogy?
What I'm trying to prove with the analogy is that there are cases where someone commits a crime and they're in a sympathetic enough situation such that I think it sucks that they have to go to jail or sucks that they are going to jail or whatever. I wouldn't say that they didn't commit a crime. It seems that you think he didn't commit a crime. And from what I'm reading, it seems like we have some evidence that he committed a crime.
Okay. Okay. I think he may have unknowingly committed a crime. And
unknowingly?
Hang on. I think at worst case scenario is he either had to, his boss asked him to do something. So he either A, has to quit on the spot and say, fuck you, I'm not playing your game, and ruin his life right now. Or B, move these boxes. Oh no, I'm moving a cardboard box. And hope his life doesn't get fucking ruined.
Stop fucking framing, Brass. I don't know why you keep framing it like this. Moving classified documents so they weren't found when an attorney searched for the classified documents.
You legit think he's a fucking piece of shit trying to harm the nation guy.
I think he was acting on Trump's behalf.
Why does he need to get tried? Why? Because just because you want to.
Wait again.
Right?
Wait. You just shifted the goalpost again. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe I don't think he deserves to get charged. Okay, I don't care about that right now. What I care about is whether or not he obstructed justice. And from what I'm reading, it seems like he probably did.
Okay, I get your fucking establishment Indian fucking brain, right?
True.
You don't understand working class shit, but do you for real think that if we had all the facts out in the public, right? Understand this guy, he was a fucking okay, he's not a conspirator and a classified, he's just doing his job. Do you for real think the country's gonna be on your side? Or what do you think they're gonna think if I'm saying
I don't care about that. What do you mean?
Go after the big dog, and now that you can't get the big dog, you're gonna go after the fucking valet? What do you think for real, don't gaslight yourself, be for real. You think that you're in the right here? You think that you'd be like, oh thank God we fucking didn't let the valet get off.
Well, Brass, again, that's not relative to the point that we're talking about. I can no.
Take out a low-level guy because you hate Trump, and it's fucking
no.
dirty.
Oh my God.
It's
again,
dirty.
Again, I obviously don't think that, but also, again, that's not relevant to what we're talking about here. Do you think do you acknowledge that this guy moved boxes and then when one of Trump's attorneys came to search Trump's storage room?
That's the most powerful people in the world, and I fucking made more money than him when I was 24 years old. Yeah, I think he fucking did what he was told. And I think that for you to act like that power dynamic is not real is phony bullshit. Absolute.
I'm not. I don't know why you keep bringing this up. You can commit a crime with a power dynamic being there. I don't know what you mean.
Harvey Weinstein in jail. Those women agreed to fuck him.
Wait, what? Sorry, you cut out. Why is he in jail?
Why is Harvey Weinstein in jail then? Those women agreed to fuck him. He didn't like hold them down and stick his dick.
Well,
in
no,
there.
you can be coerced, obviously.
They didn't want to do. He told them to do something they didn't want to do.
Brett, you understand, like, quote-unquote coercion exists on a spectrum, right? So...
Why aren't we holding these women to account? Why aren't we holding these women to account like we're holding Walton Matter account? But, hey, why would you do this unethical thing? You should have said no right then and there and stopped this. And how many other women did he file before you that you let happen because you played along too? You know what I mean? It's easy to talk shit and say every woman should have stood up and said, fuck you, Harvey Weinstein, I'm not gonna let this continue. But then you have to realize you're a fucking soft dick moron behind a fucking desk, not actually there. When you're actually there, it's different. And it's not so easy to stand up to powerful people. I know, dude. Like, it's not as easy as you fucking think. And to sit here and pretend like the fucking valet should have told Trump to fuck off is you're insane.
To not commit a crime? Wait, again, I don't care about this right now. It seems like you're disputing the fact that he even committed a crime.
What should the valet have done in that situation to not
complied with federal law, complied with the subpoena, or at least directed the attorney to where he moved the documents to?
The government was communicating, had correspondence with the valet?
Yeah, what he knew of the subpoena. There was the subpoena to search. He literally...
So let me ask you something. Like,
wait. You acknowledge that he's the one that led the attorney to search Trump's documents to the storage room, where he had previously moved documents from the storage room to other places, right?
Okay, so?
So he clearly knew that there was a subpoena and moved documents.
Okay, let's stop. What do you want him to do in that situation then? What do you want him to do?
Probably not move the documents. Like...
No, okay, so he's got a family.
Either not move the documents or tell the attorney where he moved the documents to.
So that's what you're saying. You're saying that he needs to be under the fucking strong arm of the law because he did not...
What do you mean, to comply with federal law? Yeah, comply with the subpoena? Yes.
Yeah, because that's unrealistic. If you think
that's unrealistic to expect him to comply with the subpoena?
If you worked for fucking Nancy Pelosi, I promise you would be fucking terrified of betraying her. Okay? I fucking promise you. If you think that, like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna fucking stand up to one of the most powerful people on planet fucking Earth and say, no, there was a President Trump. I'm gonna sell you out to the...
Do you think that... I don't understand why you think this, like, precludes the possibility of him committing a crime.
Because he's a fucking valet, dude. Fucking valet. The same reason I think, like, if what you're saying is true, why is Harvey Weinstein in jail?
Because he I mean, I actually don't know what Harvey Weinstein was charged with, but...
Those women knew he wanted to fuck to get this, where they consented to it. So why is he in jail?
First of all, I don't even know what he was charged with, but obviously you can coerce people into having sex with you. Having sex with him isn't a crime. The coercing you into...
But hang on. He coerced them into doing something they didn't want to do. And it's akin to rape, and now he's considered a rapist.
Yes, so, but you realize having sex with someone is not a...
Hang on, stop.
Harvey Weinstein didn't coerce women into doing crime. Harvey Weinstein coerced women into having sex with him. Donald Trump coerced this guy into committing a crime.
Let me say this. He coerced them into doing something they didn't want to do, and everybody understands why they did it. There's not a person in the world who doesn't understand why those
He didn't make them commit a crime.
Stop. Let me say this again. This is a fair analogy. Because those women, if they tell Harvey Weinstein no, they're throwing their life away. They're saying, I don't want a career in Hollywood. This thing I've worked my whole life to do, everything I've done my whole career, I'm throwing it away to make a stand right here and now. And we all understood that was the fucked up situation to put them in, and we're not going to judge them for doing what they did, you know what I mean? And then that's why we said, fuck you, Harvey Weinstein, for using your power and balance to make these people do these things they didn't want to do. Okay? And that's what Trump did to Nauta. Like, if you want to go after Trump, go after Trump. But you don't say the low-level guy, because mind you, this guy makes $80,000 a year. Okay, so that's very little money. You cannot afford a home on that income unless you own the home since the 90s. Okay, and he works for the president of the United States or former president of the United States, and you think that he's supposed to just throw his whole career away because potentially these documents, these boxes that I guarantee you the valet doesn't know what's in them. Like, I guarantee he doesn't even understand the severity of the subpoena.
Wait, I'm pretty sure the indictment alleges that he does know what's in them.
Oh, fuck. Hang on. Hey, Mike. Oh, yeah. The on-call doctors. Yeah. 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 Okay, yeah, if you just want to text me the address. All right, thanks, Mike. Dude, sorry. Running a business here. You kick me?
No, you're still here.
Oh, okay. But I don't see how you could like go after the, like I'm telling you, man. I have a lot of employees, dude. Like a lot, and like I know that they're intimidated by me, you know. Like, and I'm not.
Wait, that's fine, but you realize that you could tell them to do a crime, right? And they could still be at least somewhat liable for that crime.
I think that like there comes a point where like if you told an employee to go and stab somebody, yeah, like you clearly know that's like way beyond the line of duty, right? But like if you told an employee to fake sign an invoice for a customer that you don't think is going to be an issue and it's not an issue, I don't think that employee should, even though they knowingly forged a signature, be in trouble. You know what I mean? Because you have to understand, dude, these decisions. What you're saying is that a person should make a decision to fundamentally change their life forever on the spot. And that's a big
Okay,
ask.
wait. If the alternative is committing a federal crime, do you think that's a reasonable thing to ask?
I think if someone else is going to get, I don't think it's a reasonable thing to. I think it's a reasonable thing to ask, sure, but I also think it's reasonable to sit there and understand. Like, do you think there's any chance that you don't understand the real pressures of the world without having like a wife and family that like depend on you to provide for them? Like my wife and kids, they don't work, right? Like, so if I don't bring home money, we don't have like there's no one, like my whole family's dead. No one's going to pay the bills, right? Like there's no one there to help me. If I fuck up at work, my kids go without. Like we could end up homeless. And so whenever you have that on you, your decision making, you become much more pragmatic. A necessity, you know? Like there's women who would never strip and wind up alone and become strippers, you know, because and they wouldn't want to do that, but it's like it's not. There's other factors besides just X's and O's, non-fawn looking at a fucking legal brief, you know. And so then once you start going after low-level people for your fucking, because this is a bullshit thing, dude. Like there is like. The newest release shows that like Trump did give them access to the documents. He said if they wanted them, come through them and fucking look at them themselves. He's got a lot of his own shit in there that he wants in his library, and like he didn't have time to fucking go through them before he left. And so
wait, you really okay? You recognize we also have Donald Trump saying I could have on tape saying I could have declassified these, but I didn't. So he clearly knew that he had classified documents, right?
I think I'll agree to that.
Okay.
I think that I personally, I'll agree to that premise because I think that there's legal reason to agree to that. But I personally think that he felt like he had the ability to declassify any of these documents. So
then why would he say I could have declassified these, but I didn't?
That's what I'm saying. I feel like he felt like it was just semantics, is what I think he felt in his heart. Now, if you want to make the legal case that, well, regardless if you think it's semantics, you didn't declassify them, so you can't have them, and you did, I'm not going to argue that. Like, I'm not here to argue that. Because that to me is like, that's what you get when that's politics, right? People say, oh, it's political. That's politics. You want to be president. But then once you start going after the low-level guy, surely you see that we've crossed a line here from politics to now we're actually fucking up lives of people that don't want to play the game. And that's where I will go to war, bro. Like that's where I would like do civil war. Like it comes down to like my people, the working class, they're just trying to work for a living, got to fucking, that paycheck don't come on Friday, we don't eat. Don't fucking come after us, dude. Like, and I don't see how, like, if you actually know what happened and you have perspective, like, it's one thing for you, right? Because you're like, I like you because I think you're a good faith actor. You're
Real.
naive, you know? Like, I was a communist at 19, dude. You know?
Right.
I think once you get older, you'll see shit differently. But I just don't see right now how you could even possibly view the valet as a co-conspirator and someone that needs to be charged in this. That's sick.
Wait, you keep just framing him. This valet, $80,000 a year valet, you acknowledge that he did move documents to avoid his federal subpoena, right?
No.
No.
In order for me
Okay.
to acknowledge that, I would. Okay, so that means you're saying that you, with full confidence, know that like this low-level employee, never would he be involved in any of these conversations. His job is to bring Diet Cokes. He is not in these meetings. He is not
What,
involved.
he was. What do you mean? We have his text messages. We have the.
What do you have? He showed the lawyer where like he was the fucking escort for the somebody on property. That's not something high-level people do.
This guy, he was in direct contact with Trump. What do you mean? Multiple times, like, and he
was in direct contact, as in like the same way a fucking housekeeper is.
no, he was
He's
taking
involved in
orders
operations.
directly from Trump as to
He's
where to move
involved-
documents, and he was involved in
You think
reviewing
he
the
knew-
documents. And
So okay, but in order for you to think that he's a piece of shit, you're saying that he is fucking insane that you guys could do this. I mean, honestly, it's insane.
saying that
But
I can do what?
But you think that the valet is a co-conspirator in a classified documents case?
Yes or no, Brass? Did he move documents so that they weren't searched?
Yes. he did.
Okay. Do we think that that could potentially fall under obstruction of justice?
Sure. If you're a total piece of shit. But any fucking prosecutor
What do you mean if
that has
you're-
any kind of fucking... Hang on, I'm saying, sure, if I'm the prosecutor and I got the biggest hard-on in the world to take Trump down for this classified documents case, and so I want it more than I want to breathe, I'm still not going to fucking take out the goddamn valet. Because I want him so bad. That's fucking sick.
I don't know why you keep framing this.
I'm gonna have enough sense to know that the fucking valet was just following fucking orders, and look at his
Just following orders.
fucking crime was he moved fucking boxes. He didn't shoot anybody. He didn't fucking steal anything. He didn't hurt anybody. He literally moved boxes from.
Why did he move the boxes? Brass, why do you keep leaving it out? Why did he move the boxes? Why do you keep leaving this out? Why did he move the boxes, Brass?
Because the most powerful man in the world asked him to.
So as to do what?
Because the fucking king commanded so. Is why he did it. And if you don't
Wait,
ignore
why
that
did he?
fucking
Wait, why were the boxes?
you're
Why did Trump want the boxes moved?
for crimes.
Thank you. So this guy was. You recognize this guy was part of that crime, right?
It's not fucking Matters crimes. It's Trump's crimes. It's nothing to do with the fucking poor guy that was a goddamn fucking short order cook. Nothing to do with him. And for you to sit there and act like that power imbalance, most powerful man in the world, for a guy that hand delivers Diet Cokes, if you don't acknowledge that power imbalance, you're fucking full of shit.
Right. So I don't know. I've never like not acknowledged that there's some power imbalance here. I don't know. I don't think those words ever came out of my mouth. You just obviously can still be liable for a crime that your boss orders you to commit. If your boss tells you to commit a crime, you can still be held liable for that crime.
Okay, so you're saying he is liable for the crime. So we're not going after Trump anymore for whatever reason you don't agree with, but it's still...
What do you
we're
mean?
not
We can
going
go
Trump.
after what?
No, Trump's off this case.
Oh, because he's
can't go-
president. Yeah, sure. Okay, that's what you mean. Sure. Yeah.
Okay? Yeah, so we can't go after Trump. And so what the prosecution decided to do, they said, well, we're still going after Oliveira and Nada, okay? And whenever we went after fucking... and notice I haven't said anything about William Oliveira, okay? No,
Okay.
I have not.
He isn't
Because
even.
I'm
He
not-
isn't even a co. I don't know if he's a co-conspirator. He's
He
not
is.
cited in this indictment.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I mean, he has a separate indictment. What's his name?
Oliveira. But I'm not talking about him because he is a little bit more high level, and I think there is potential that he may, you know what I mean? So like I'm not even trying to talk about him, but like I'm certain that the power imbalance is such that like any person with any kind of sense and has any kind of wisdom at all would be like, okay, we're not gonna go after the goddamn fucking valet, Jesus Christ.
What if he committed a crime? What do you mean?
Like, if he committed a crime, sure, but like, it again, like, okay, so let me ask you, what do you think should happen? Like, non-Fawn is now king. You know right now. What should happen?
What do you mean? What should happen? I mean, like, if I'm king, If I'm king, ideally, like, we make our prisons a lot more humane, and then I'm fine prosecuting him.
Like,
Like,
you just make you're fine sending everybody to prison. So you think like that's well, the system.
if
is
someone
what it is right
commits
now.
to be
You're the
clear,
prosecutor.
a
You're the
federal
prosecutor.
crime of obstructing justice, they should probably go to prison. I would prefer if our prisons were more humane, but yes, you should probably go to
I'm telling
prison.
you to fucking not be a pussy and fucking say something actionable. You're the prosecutor. You can't go after Trump. We still got Walt Nauta and William Oliveira. What are we doing?
Well, okay, Walt Nauta specifically,
Trump ain't
yeah,
going
should,
down no matter
yeah.
what. Trump ain't going down no matter what. And this is the real world that we're in. This is the real situation.
If the allegation is true,
the prosecutor said, no way can we get Trump, but we still got this guy that makes fucking 80 grand a year and literally can't even afford a. He didn't have to do a GoFundMe.
also, why the fuck are you describing him as his valet? He was Donald Trump's executive assistant. What?
He's a valet, dude. He's the guy that brings the Diet Coke.
Nauta became
He's
an executive assistant in the office of Donald J. Trump and served as Trump's personal aide or body man.
That's a personal aide or body man.
He worked closely with Trump and traveled with Trump.
What is that job? What is that job? What's a personal aide or body man? What does that person do? They're a gopher. Gopher.
I think it can entail
It's a
more than
gopher.
that, but okay.
It's a gopher. He's got the fucking human typewriter. He's the one who does all the other shit you're thinking of. What's her name? The fucking human typewriter.
I don't know what you're.
The blonde one. The hot blonde.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
There's a lady on his staff they call the human typewriter. She's like this smoking hot blonde chick, and she does all of Trump's typing. Like, she does all of his typing. And Walt Nauta is literally a gopher. He has a thick accent, dude. Like, he is a fucking gopher. He's not like in these meetings like, okay, so here what we got today. We got these classified documents we try to hide from the lawyers. Okay, up next we gotta pay Stormy Daniels the monies. That's not what's happening, dude. This is a low-level guy. And that's why I'm not even trying to argue with you about William Oliveira, because he's a more high-level guy. He's got more income. I'm not even trying to go that route. But, like, you go after Walt Nauta, and it's literally like French Revolution time. Like, let's start fucking beheading people. I don't know how anybody could not feel that way. Sick. Tell you the truth.
Okay.
You got nothing? You got nothing on that?
I don't know what again, I'm going to bring up the analogy. I think it seemed like at the beginning you were disputing the fact that it was even possible he committed a crime. We acknowledge that he probably in some part played a role in a.
You're misconstruing what I'm saying. Like, I'm not trying to argue as to whether or not a crime was committed. What I'm trying to argue is
At the beginning you were arguing that, but okay.
No, okay, like it's like my son fucked up the other day and caught the microwave on fire, right? Like, he fucked up. He put his ramen noodles in without water and fucking caught the goddamn microwave on fire. It was a big deal. Had to buy a new microwave and shit. But I didn't even though I will chew his ass out when he does something that's just like you should have fucking known better. You got to pick your battles, you know what I mean? And it's like this isn't one he needs to go down on. This is like what good are you doing by taking this guy out? You know he has.
You're
no
holding him
interest.
responsible for committing a crime. You're holding him responsible for obstructing justice, and you're making sure that people in the future, you're providing a incentive in the future for lawyers to not obstruct justice.
Listen, you're holding him responsible for Donald Trump's crimes. He has no interest in fucking hiding. Okay, so what would happen to him personally besides if he led those lawyers? What did he have to gain by not letting those documents come out?
What?
You know what I mean? Like, he has no incentive. He has no incentive to be involved in these crimes.
Wait, what is
Donald Trump's crimes? It's Donald Trump's crimes. Like, he's
what are you? Wait, you're asking me what documents coming out? What is his incentive to?
Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, why? Like, if it's something like he needs to go down for, like, what was his incentive to hide these documents? Like, why did he commit these crimes?
Because he was working with Donald. What do you mean? Because Donald Trump told him to. So I agree. That's part of the reason. Donald Trump is his boss.
It's like he needs to go down for this, right? It's not just a guy following orders. He's a piece of shit that needs to be in prison, right? So
you can follow orders and still deserve to be in prison. I don't know, what.
So you think that this is a good move? We live in a good country. It's a good thing to take Walt Nauta down. That's a good thing.
If the allegation is true that he intentionally obstructed,
Fucking say something actionable. Clean a pussy.
I don't. If the allegation is true that what he did was intentionally not comply for subpoena, then yes, he should go to jail.
Okay, why do you think he would not comply with that subpoena? Why? Though, like, what do you think? What's his motivation for not complying?
Because he didn't want documents to be found that would implicate him and Donald Trump. What do you mean?
Him and Donald Trump? Him? He's only implicated because of what we're talking about. So if he does what I'm saying, if he says like, if he like,
I think the allegation is
like, why?
also
Like,
that
why would
he earlier knew.
Oh, you think that he earlier knew that we were? Oh yeah, we're gonna get these classified documents out of here. Fuck yeah, I can't wait. I got a real.
No, I think I think the
You're fucking reaching. You can't see me on camera, right?
No.
Okay, I'm about to hit a bowl. I don't want nobody seeing me.
Okay.
But no, like you're fucking reaching. He has no incentive to like. It's like again, like okay, why would he like mislead these attorneys? Like, what if he has?
Because he didn't want Donald Trump to be. What do you mean? He didn't want Donald Trump to be caught. He didn't want them to find the documents.
Oh, he's just a sycophant. He's only doing this just because he's in love with Donald Trump and doesn't want anything bad to happen to Donald Trump. That's the only reason he did this, right? Just because of his sycophantic dog-like love.
Well, he's working for Donald Trump, so he's working on behalf of Donald Trump. He's working under Trump's orders. Trump told him to do it, so he.
You think he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna risk jail time because I don't want anything bad to happen to Trump." You think that's why he did it? You know.
Well, again, I don't dispute that part of it is probably that he didn't want to be fired. I don't dispute. Wait, Brass. Do you think I dispute that part of the reason he did it was because he wanted to follow his boss's orders? I don't dispute that part.
What you're saying is okay. So then you're saying, well, it sucks that he was in this situation, but oh well, he should have fucked his life up.
He should have complied with a federal subpoena. Yes. You sound like you're underwater, man. I don't.
You think they mentioned him? What crimes he committed? You think his name was on fucking paperwork beforehand?
I have no clue what you sound like you're underwater. I don't know what you're saying.
Look, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Still. All right. He was not on the subpoena. He was not mentioned on the subpoena.
Wait, the subpoena was to search for. The subpoena was to search through documents in Trump's storage room. He moved documents from Trump's storage room to another room. At orders of Trump, yes. At the orders of Trump, yes. Trump told him to move documents.
So Trump's crimes.
That he abetted in. He was part of the conspiracy. What do you mean?
So what should he have done?
Complied with the subpoena, not move the documents.
Okay, so what does that look like? What does that? What? Explain to me. Like, what?
Say Donald Trump. This is a federal crime. Don't do this.
So you think that the valet is supposed to be like fully aware of what's a federal crime and what the guy who makes $80,000 is supposed to be advising Donald Trump on what federal crimes are involving the former president? The valet is supposed to say, "Oh, hate to overrule you here, Craig, but me, the valet, I gotta say."
If the allegation is true that he knew about the subpoena, then yes, you should tell Donald Trump, "I'm not going to commit a federal crime on your behalf."
So he should have quit his job then.
He should have not committed a federal crime on Trump's behalf.
Okay, what do you think? What do you think? Now, he's a man with wife and kids. What do you think happens to him after he does that?
He doesn't go to fucking jail.
No. But I understand that. But there's other negatives besides the not going to jail. What do you think happens after that?
He doesn't go to jail, and he might lose his job, but he doesn't go to jail, and the social contract doesn't break because we actually punish people who do crimes.
No, here's what I'm saying. If he does what you say, do you think Trump's going to fire him?
I don't know.
Come on, dude.
I genuinely don't know because my understanding is that there were other attorneys who.
A former president is going to let a low-level, lowest level, $80,000 a year. Okay, you think a former president is going to say, "Oh, damn, I was going to not do that. I was going to commit this crime."
He probably just would have ordered someone else to do it. I don't know. Like it's not.
you. So you don't think you know for a fact, or maybe you don't know for a fact.
No,
but
I
you
don't
think-
know for a fact.
Hang on, I'm not saying for a fact. Let's use lawyer speak. Would it be reasonable for Walt Nauta to assume that his life would be forever changed if he did what you're talking about?
Sure, but it's also reasonable for him to assume that it would be a federal crime if he didn't.
Okay, that's your claim, but I'm asking you a question. So you think it's fair to assume that he's supposed to know that he has to make a life-altering decision right now?
To not commit a federal crime. You recognize the doing what you're doing is committing a federal crime.
Listen to me. Let me ask you this. I'm saying, is it reasonable for Mr. Nauta to assume that he is going to no longer have his, prestigious job working for the president, and now he's going to have...
Wait, this is a prestigious job? All of a sudden, this entire time you're saying, this guy is so broke, he's $80K a year, this low-level guy, now it's a prestigious job when you need it to be? Really, dude? Really, dude?
He's working for a former president.
I thought it was just a valet. I thought he was broke. I thought he was almost homeless, dude. I thought he was gonna starve to death without this job. I thought it was a low level.
Let me finish. All right. Now, knock your bullshit off for a second. So he is in it. It is. You acknowledge that it's a cool job to work for the most famous man in all time of all history. Donald Trump is the most famous man to have ever lived. He is certainly the most famous man alive today, right?
I think it's a cool. I think it's a cool job to work for him. Yeah.
Even if it's not a lucrative job, it's not a lucrative job. It is a prestigious job. Correct?
I don't. What do you mean?
Dallas Cowboys cheerleader makes $100 a game, and there's still bitches lined up to do it because it's a prestigious job.
I don't know if I would. I don't know if being his valet is necessarily prestigious, but
you can put on your reference,
being his executive assistant is.
Put on your resume, your first reference on your resume is Donald J. Trump, and he'll take the call if you call him. That's a prestigious job, my friend.
Sure, but you realize he was. Earlier, you were describing him as his valet. The reason he's able to do that is not because he was Trump's valet, but because he was Trump's executive assistant.
It's still, it's not something he would want to lose. What other prospects is he going to have that's better than that? If all he's good for is bringing a diet fucking Coke to the desk, what's his next?
Wait, what? Now you're saying what? How did you just flip flop again? What do you mean? He has a very prestigious job where the first reference is Donald Trump, but now all of a sudden he's like destitute without this job. What do you mean, brother?
If you're a man that is a valet / body man, okay, for the
executive assistant. One of his executive assistants.
For one of the most powerful people in the world. Like, you do admit that would be a coveted position, correct?
To be an executive assistant? Yeah. Coveted position, yeah.
Walt not his job. If Trump said, hey, on Truth Social and Twitter said, hey, I'm getting rid of Walt Nauta, I'm looking for someone else to do this job, it pays $80K a year, what would you put the over-under at on resumes that come in?
It would be a lot. Again, I don't dispute this is a prestigious job. It's just funny to me that you were saying this guy is like just Trump's valet, low-level valet the entire time, and then when you need it to be a prestigious job, all of a sudden this is the best job in the world.
It's not it's not something he wants to lose.
I'm being hyperbolic. I recognize it's a job that he doesn't want to lose. Yes, but the alternative is committing a crime, a federal crime.
Okay, but that's what I'm trying to get across to you. So like, I'm trying to walk you through this without you fucking going down these little weird tangents. Okay, so whenever that prosecutor or whoever shows up for you, the moment he commits the crime, you're saying he should have, like, knowing that most likely he's going to lose his job, his life's going to forever be changed, you're saying, nope, since he didn't decide to piss off one of the most powerful and influential people in the world, since he didn't decide to do that and end his career, and he moved these boxes, even though he knew he probably shouldn't.
I think it's ending his career more to commit a federal crime. What do you mean he could be in prison for the next 20 years? What is his point, bro?
You're full of shit, dude. I'll tell you what, dude.
Wait. Do you recognize it's ending? Let's say he does go to prison for 20 years. Do you recognize it's a worse outcome in terms of both his quality of life and his career than if he had just been fired?
If he goes to fucking prison, I will use all of my resources. I will start a fucking riot.
Wait, okay, do you recognize, can you answer my question? Do you recognize him going to prison for 20 years is worth both in terms of his quality of life and his career than if he had just been fired?
Okay, yes, I acknowledge
okay,
that.
so you keep saying like this guy's gonna lose his job. What do you mean? Yeah, the alternative is him fucking going to prison. What do you mean?
What do you think they're gonna go to prison for moving? Dumbass. He moved fucking
You're underwater again, man.
He didn't screw anybody. He didn't hurt anybody. He moved boxes with inconsequential pieces of fucking paper in them.
What do you mean? Stop framing it this way. Stop. He moved boxes so as to not comply with a federal subpoena.
It's a bullshit subpoena. It's all bullshit anyway.
What do you mean it's a bullshit subpoena? What? Now we're on a bullshit subpoena? What?
Yeah, dude. I'll tell you what, dude.
Okay,
Fuck
yeah.
you, dude. Like,
Uh-huh.
all you fucking motherfuckers that would happily let this fucking low-level guy go down for this shit.
How
dude.
many times did I say I think someone can be in a sympathetic situation where oh my god, man.
Yeah, well then fucking show sympathy. Say, fuck, it sucks that Trump put him in that situation. I get why he did that. He didn't want to fucking lose his job. It was a sticky situation. That fucking sucks. I'm not gonna try to send him to fucking prison because I'm not a fucking asshole. I don't see how you fucking have any thought besides that. Like, that's insane.
Because I think if someone commits a federal crime of obstructing justice, it's fair for them to go to prison. I wish our prison system was more humane.
He don't have no interest in the fucking documents, dude. He don't give a fuck about the documents. He's just doing his fucking job, and act like he needs to go down is fucking sick, bro. It's fucking sick.
To be clear, you keep saying doing his job. Yes or no, is it possible for your boss to tell you to do something illegal?
What?
You recognize it's possible for your boss to tell you to do something that's a federal
Yes.
fucking crime, right?
Yes.
Do you think Donald Trump did that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that if you follow through, let's say you know it's a crime, and you do it anyway, should you probably go to prison for that?
There's already legal precedent for this, dude.
There-
There's already legal precedent for this.
Precedent for what? For
I'm telling you, I know because I deal with employment law, dude. I'm telling you, there is legal precedent for this.
For
Okay?
what specifically? Be more specific than this.
I will explain
What is
it to
this?
you, okay? Like,
What is this? Be more
Huh?
specific. What is this?
the legal precedent?
Yes.
Okay, this meaning an employee that broke the law at the behest of an employer.
Okay.
There is legal precedent for this, and this was taught in particular in Texas. We used to have to take a small business course to become responsible master plumbers,
Uh-huh.
and this was always drilled into your heads that you are held liable. Like if you tell somebody else to do something that breaks the law, they're an employee of you. You are held liable for this. And
If they know they're breaking the law, are they also held liable?
Yes. Okay, let me ask you this. Let's just imagine.
Wait.
This is
Can you answer that? If the employer if the employee knows they're breaking the law, are they also held liable? Or can they be? It probably depends on the crime, but can they be?
It certainly depends. It's not cut and
Yeah,
dry
but imagine
like
it
that.
depends on the severity of the
It
crime.
does. And, it depends on.
This is a
if you
pretty
can be-
severe crime. This is
Listen, so hang
not
on.
complying with a
Let me say
federal
this.
subpoena.
Let me say this. If you're if you work at Amazon and the manager is saying, "Hey, set these boxes aside. We'll sell these later, and me and you will split the profits." That's you're going to jail. Okay. Yes. But if here's something that happens all the fucking time, and I promise you, if you do the research, you will see I'm right. There are attorneys who have paralegals. And the paralegals know they're breaking the law at the request of the attorney, and there is all the legal precedent in the world for them to never get charged. I promise you. Like there's certain things that have been done a million times in court, and it's just like there's no need for us to even have to hash this out. There's legal precedent. Like if you do construction, I don't care what it says on the electrical pages of the plans or the plumbing pages of the plans. Whatever it says on the architectural pages is the final say. And you can say, well, it didn't say it on the plumbing pages. It don't matter if it said on architectural. The legal precedent says that it don't matter. You lose no matter what. Or like mortgage agreements. There's a million houses, so it's boilerplate. It's the same goddamn contract for everybody, and there is legal precedent. If your boss tells, and it depends. There's discretion involved, but like for the most part, yes, that would not be your boss. Like the law doesn't just say, oh yes, you have to fuck your life up immediately and just take this moral stand against your boss. The law doesn't make you do that. That's insane.
Okay, but you realize this guy. Unless I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong. The allegation is this guy knew about the subpoena, right? That's the allegation.
Yes.
So
Even then, it's not in a hold up. Here, okay, let's just change the whole line of questioning, right? Because neither one of us are attorneys, right?
Uh-huh.
Let's just say that like something happens and this goes to some sort of appeals court, and a different court rules and finds, like, hey, this was absolutely bogus. He should have never been brought on charges in the first place. This was insane. What would you then say? Oh, our justice system is broken.
Well, not necessarily, unless I knew the facts of the case entirely and felt that they had ruled.
What would it take to convince you that Walt Nauta is just like a low-level guy that shouldn't be mixed up in this? Like, what would it take for you to think that that's the case?
You would have to prove that like he didn't know what the subpoena.
So if he knew about the subpoena, you think he should have took a stand right then and there?
If he knew about the subpoena and knew what he was doing was to avoid complying with it, yes. And it seems like the evidence is that he did know that.
You think he should have just like
not broken federal law, correct?
Okay, but that's why there's legal precedent for this. That's why, because
you cited
view it this way.
To be clear, I think Trump is also responsible, just as the employers also were.
What do you think a jury of your peers would say?
About what? I don't think they would nullify him for this. What do you?
Lock him up. You really think so?
I suspect that a jury probably will convict this guy, Waltine, and the other guy as well.
You've lost it, dude.
Do you think that they won't convict him? What do you think is the chance that they'll convict him? If it goes to a jury trial. 0%? 0% chance.
Zero. I don't think it's hard to find that many people that are like that team sports about this. You know what I mean?
It's not like team sports. What do you mean? It's whether or not he broke the law.
You're willing to fucking sacrifice.
You're not even disputing that he broke the law. What you're saying is he broke the law, but he's in a sympathetic enough situation that we shouldn't charge him. So your claim here would be that the jury would say, actually, he's in such a sympathetic situation that we're going to nullify him. We're going to find him not guilty despite the evidence.
What do you think happens when a paralegal breaks the law that she knows is breaking the law at the order of an attorney?
It depends on the law. It depends on the severity.
Okay, it depends on the severity. What level of severity do you think it needs to rise to where the fucking paralegal needs to go down because the attorney's a piece of shit?
I don't know what the line is, but if it's not complying with a federal subpoena knowingly, then yeah, go to jail. Like,
you're full of it, dude. You're full of it. It happens all the time. And I promise.
Lawyers not complying with subpoenas and then not getting charged for it happens all the time.
So you think there's no way that you're being a piece of shit on this, right?
I don't know. What do you mean I'm a piece of shit? I don't.
You think there's no way that we're just sacrificing a low-level guy because we can't get Trump? You don't think there's
I mean, they charged him at the same time as Trump, so presumably they thought that they could get Trump and this guy.
And you think that all these cases against Trump, all this bullshit against Trump was necessary, just had to happen, right?
Some of them, yeah. What do you mean by necessary? I think Trump should have been charged for this, and I think Trump should have been charged for the 2020 election stuff.
How about the Mar-a-Lago? How about the New York fraud case?
I don't know a ton about it. I don't think that was necessary. I don't know enough about it to definitively say if it was.
I'll tell you what happened with the New York fraud case. It's Trump got a loan from Alpha Bank, I think, I forget, or Deutsche Bank.
Oh wait, wasn't that a civil case?
No, the civil case was Eugene Carroll.
No, there was no. You're talking about the civil case in New York.
No, they said he committed fraud because he got a loan from a bank.
Yeah, this is a civil case.
Hang on, I just got an email about a new vehicle. I'm buying new trucks right now. Let me look it up real quick then, because they said that more because what I'm basing it off of was the appeal court in New York where they threatened to sanction fucking Letitia James and her staff over this bullshit case. You should watch the fucking.
You're talking about the civil case, yeah.
Is it civil?
Yeah.
Let me see.
New York v. Trump is a civil investigation and lawsuit. It's a civil case, not a criminal one. But I don't know what you mean by necessary. I don't think it was.
That's the business. That's the business one. And that one also is bullshit. But and that one's already been removed, hasn't it? It is a civil case, isn't it? Civil fraud trial.
Yeah, I mean it's civil, but it is from the plaintiff is the New York Attorney General or whatever. But it is a civil. Yeah. But what do you mean by necessary?
Okay, so the reason they said that this fraud case that I'm talking about here is he used Mar-a-Lago property as a goddamn, I'm forgetting the damn word, collateral for a loan, and he said that the value of the property of Mar-a-Lago was like $1 billion or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And the bank said, okay, fine, we'll agree to those terms. We'll give you the loan with this as collateral. And the bank did their due diligence and said, yeah, that's cool with us. Well,
Okay.
the New York, huh?
Okay, I don't. Why are you explaining this to me?
Because this is the crime they said he committed, dude.
Well, that's not a no. That's not a. It's a civil
Yes, it
case,
is.
so it's not a. No, it's a civil case. But
This is whatever. This is the case against him. This
sure.
Is the case they're
But
making-
yeah, can you?
This
You
is
said,
the
do I
one-
think all these cases are necessary? Define what you mean by necessary.
Do you think these are targeted attacks at Trump? Do you think that, like,
I think the New York, the New York cases, I think it's fair to say that some of the New York cases, he wouldn't have been charged if he wasn't Trump. That doesn't necessarily mean he didn't do the crime. But also, I don't think that's the case of the documents thing, and I don't think that's the case of the 2020 election thing.
why are you? What's this documents fervor? Like, well,
That he willfully
willfully.
retained classified documents and then obstructed justice during the investigation.
And so you think this is like some great sin, right?
I don't. What do you mean by great sin? I think it's
Like, okay, like what? How
Federal
did this
crime.
harm the country? Like, why is this like? This is like he could have easily just like said these are declassified before he put them in the box, right?
he could have, but he didn't. Yeah.
He could have, right? So like, he didn't, but he could have. And so because he didn't say the magic password before he put the papers in the box, now our country's at risk, right? But if he had done the magic password and did the ritual for you and said, I wave my hands
Well, it's
over
possible
me
the country
and
still would have been at
Yeah.
risk.
We're pointing out how dumb you are if he just was to be like, look at me, I've declassified these. Now there's no net harm to the country.
That's not true. You can declassify a document and still have it be a net harm. Also, one of the documents he took, he probably didn't even have the power to declassify.
So
But
what's the harm? Why does this? Why do we need? Like, what? I guess what I'm trying to get across is like, why was this such a big that you had to fucking raid an ex-president's house? That is
a former,
unprecedented, my dude.
because a former president,
Over what? Over what? Isn't they faked the fucking pictures? That's been proven.
I think they replaced the documents with the FBI like placeholder documents. But
So what? Like, what would have happened what would have happened if they would have just been like, "Hey, give us these documents back," and he was like, "I will." And
he
it took,
lied.
like, 2 years.
Wait, they did ask that. You recognize they did ask that, right? And he lied about it.
What do you mean he lied?
They did ask for them back, and he sent some of them back, and then he said, "I don't have the rest of them." What do you mean? Like, what they asked for them back?
Okay, so like, what, okay.
Wait, you acknowledge Nara did ask for the documents back, right?
Motive. Give me some motive here. Like, okay, so he's committing crimes. What's the motive? Why is he so hard up to keep these fucking documents? And like, what's the motive? Like, I guess the person to get their money.
I don't-
Get the money. What's the
He
motive?
wanted them. He probably wanted to show them to people.
Just to piss people off. What the fuck?
I don't know what is in his mind, but you acknowledge. Wait, Brass. You acknowledge they did ask for the documents back, right? For months.
Bro, so what? You can ask for what you fucking want. It doesn't mean that don't make it important because someone asked for it. So fucking
Wait,
what?
Brass. Do you acknowledge that Nara asked for the documents back?
So what?
So you said what would have happened if they asked? They did ask, and Trump didn't give them back. I think he gave some of them back, but not all of them.
Well, my mic must have cut off. I said, what would have happened if they asked like they did? And he said, come fucking get them.
That would have been in compliance with the law.
It's now on record, bro. It is now on record. It just came out like this morning.
Hold on, link it. I doubt it really says what you're saying, but okay, link it.
I guess I could link.
What do you mean you don't know how to link it? Tell me what to search.
I just learned how to type like a month ago. I saw. Let me see here. Hang on. Let's go to the latest news here. Judge, fuck, I don't know how to find it.
Okay.
Well, it's, they don't put this shit at the top. It's all Washington Post stuff and stuff. No, what I saw was like this attorney on fucking I think it was on CNN, and he was like, no, he's like, it's now they now have the correspondence showing that Trump gave them consent to come into the house, and he said, and procedurally, this was absolutely way different than what they did with Biden. The archives team never even requested them from Trump himself. They just went to the FBI and said they don't have them. Like,
They requested them. What do you mean? Nara asked for them back, and then after Trump didn't give them, they said, "Hey, FBI, he's not giving us our fucking shit back."
Hang on, I'm trying to find this thing. I just saw it this goddamn morning. Just saw it this morning because I got it in my Smart News app, and I don't know where the fuck I found it at, dude. Because I was reading about it, but I don't remember where the fuck I got it. Like, okay, what if you find out that it was not, like, it was procedurally absolutely way different than they've handled things in the past? Like, if you found out, like, hang on.
Wait. Hold on, wait. I just found this quote. This is a interview from person 16. This is their deposition. Nato was told that even if he gets charged for lying to the FBI, Trump will pardon him in 2024. So,
Who said that?
person 16, one of Trump's personal aides.
Well, that was, when was that, though? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that,
in one of his depositions, I believe.
Well, I'm saying, like, if that person said that after, like, Walt is charged, like, if one thing, if Walt Nauta said that before he ever committed any crimes, and was like, hey, bro, I'm going to commit some crimes in the future, but it's cool because Trump's going to pardon me. That's one thing where I would say, okay, you do have a case non-fon. But if it was after he got charged with these crimes and it says, well, it don't matter, Trump will pardon me anyway, he said. Then
No, this is in the indictment, so it's like it has to be before
the indictment. There's all types of shit like that occurred after, like, the alleged crimes. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah, but you're saying after. You said after he was charged. The indictment is the charge.
Like, brought up as a person of interest or a co-conspirator. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing if he said that before anybody knew there's gonna be legal charges against him. If he was like, "Who gives a fuck? Trump's got my back." But it's a different thing if it's like, "Oh fuck, they're charging. We just had a raid on Mar-a-Lago." You know what I mean? And like, Walt Nauta wasn't even mentioned until later after that raid. So it's like one thing if he says it after the raid, he's talking to another person and he's like, fuck, you misled them with these boxes here, and that's why they raided us. And he's like, well, Trump said that's, you know what I mean? That is it. That's not some evidence that just makes me think, oh, he's guilty as fuck. It depends on the timeline.
Yeah, hold on. Let me find. Well, no,
So
I mean, I wouldn't.
If you're researching it sounds like you agree with me. It does depend on the timeline, or else you wouldn't have to look.
Well, I don't know the timeline because these aren't linking to the.
That's what I'm saying. And so,
I'm trying to find the date of the interview. But no, I would say, like, even if it happened afterwards, like, that's still probably indicative that he knew what he was doing. But okay. I don't know where I don't know what court document this is in. I'd have to find it.
Man, I want to find this damn thing.
What are you trying to find?
Well,
Oh, you're trying to.
yeah, like there's. I was like half asleep when I was like, it was a video playing and I was reading the article at the same time, so like I was fucking half asleep. I don't know. I feel like even if we go through court cases and shit, like you've got such a disdain for Trump that you're not gonna be able to see this shit in a legitimate way, no matter what.
What do you mean? We're not even talking about Trump. We're talking about his like ally. Like.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like,
my hatred for Trump runs so deep that I hate everyone ever associated with it. Like what? Like.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that you're willing to. I think you think that Trump is such a unique evil. Like, okay. you know, clearly with like the Hunter Biden Burisma stuff and like the Joe Biden and like in Joe Biden's brother and all the other Bidens that have been involved in international business dealings with no product sold. Like, you know, there's all types of fuckery there, right?
I don't think anything substantive has been illustrated in that. That's why there's.
The justice system will fucking just fall apart if we don't take him out. But fucking Hunter Biden making fucking 400 grand a goddamn month.
Hunter Biden's been investigated for that. Wait, Hunter Biden's been investigated for that like 100 times.
Sure.
And they charged him for what they could get him on.
10-year fucking blanket pardon? Suck my dick.
Wait, but you recognize Hunter Biden was investigated for all those things, and they couldn't find sufficient evidence to charge him on.
Real good. He was investigated real fucking good. Fuck off.
What do you mean? He was investigated by the Republicans. Are you saying the Republicans did a bad job at investigating him? What?
Liz Cheney's a Republican. Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger are fucking Republicans.
He was investigated by the House Republicans. Like what? Like these weren't the Liz Cheneys. These were the insane House Republicans. What do you mean?
Dude.
Wait, so your position is that Hunter Biden was investigated super poorly by the House Republicans because the House Republicans are all like evil establishment,
what
like.
What I'm saying is you can investigate it all you fucking want. Ain't no sense in fucking Burisma hiring Hunter Biden unless it's for favors, okay?
They investigated that. Like what?
Okay, investigate it again. They're full of shit.
Oh, okay.
You want to fucking tell me I wasn't born yet? Why was Burisma paying him all that fucking money? Why? Why?
Why? Because I think Hunter Biden probably did like leverage the fact that his dad was the vice president to be on that board, but I don't think that's not a crime. Then you have to implicate what's the crime that you think?
Tony Bobulinski, who worked for fucking.
I don't. You're screaming and your mic is like cutting out. I don't know what you're saying. What about who?
Tony Bobulinski. He worked with Hunter Biden. Literally, it's proven. They have the W-2s. He was a member, a partner in all the businesses they founded. He said what all their businesses were, and all it was policy consulting, but it was just trading favors from the Biden family. It's out. Okay?
I don't. Out where? Who found this? Out where? Out where?
He did a fucking full interview. Tony Bobulinski.
An interview where? With who?
Tony Bobulinski and Devin Archer are both of Hunter Biden's fucking business partners from.
Wait, they were interviewed by who?
Tucker Carlson.
Oh, well, I don't take anything Tucker Carlson seriously, but okay. Wait. You acknowledge Tucker Carlson has lied, but Tucker Carlson lied before about Dominion, right?
Sure.
So why if this is a guy who lost a defamation lawsuit, or didn't lose, but was forced to settle the defamation lawsuit?
And they both talk to everybody. Tony Bobulinski has given several.
Well, link me something that's not Tucker Carlson, and maybe I'll take it. I'm not gonna take stuff from Tucker Carlson seriously, considering he's a like verified, like known liar, like hack fuck. But
look it up then, dude. Devin Archer and Tony Bobulinski both worked with Hunter Biden. They're both partners on businesses he's owned. They have been co-owners on the businesses. They have both said that it was all bullshit. They said the big guy was Joe Biden unequivocally. They said that Joe Biden took part in conference calls. They said that Joe Biden got fucking Alexander fucking,
wait, I'm pretty sure all this stuff is in the House Republicans' investigation. And then guess what? They didn't recommend any charges because they couldn't actually find any conclusive evidence.
I'm sure they didn't, dude. I'm sure they didn't. And it's still all bullshit.
Well, your position is that the House Republicans, like, are just...
My position is that those companies were giving the Bidens money for a fucking reason, is my position. Okay? I think they were paying them for a reason. And you think that's crazy, right?
Wait. You think... Who is getting money for what reason?
I think that the Biden family was getting millions of dollars through fucking Hunter Biden's bullshit fucking companies for a reason.
I don't even know if there's evidence of anyone other than Hunter Biden getting the money. That's why the House Republicans didn't.
There is. Not Joe Biden.
Oh well, Joe Biden's the one that matters. I don't know.
No, but his brother. What's his fucking Hunter's uncle? Joe Biden's brother was big on it. A few other people. It's been a while since I brushed up on this shit, but like, no, it's clear. Okay, why the fuck were they brought in over $20 million from foreign interests? Okay, why?
Who is they?
God damn it! What was Hunter Biden's company called? can't remember. All the different shell companies that Hunter Biden had that offered no service. They're just consulting companies. Like but they brought in millions from what's the big Chinese communist fucking energy company, the CEC or whatever. They got a lot from them. They got a lot from that one Moscow oil and natural gas oligarch. I forget the name. That was like his wife, like the mayor. The mayor of Moscow's wife was like the daughter of like this big business, and you know what I mean. Like they gave him a bunch of money, and all that's straight. And there's no denying they gave him the money, but it's like for what though? And they say for consulting services, and it's like consulting on what? Fucking hitting your meth pipe and getting a foot job? Like what like on what? Like you don't do shit. Like what are you gonna consult the biggest company in Ukraine on? Natural? Like what the fuck? Like it's like so yeah, they can investigate all they want, and it's like okay, you still haven't told me why these fuckers paid all those millions of dollars, because I think they paid it for something. They paid that money for something. We ain't got that answer. And you can tell me they investigated, but bullshit. I'm no fucking fool. I write big checks. I spent $140,000 yesterday, and I did it for a fucking reason.
Hold on, what were the two people's names? The Tony guy and Devin something?
Bob Ulinsky, Bobuli.
Yeah, what was the other guy?
Devin Archer.
Oh yeah, they do cite this guy, and they don't cite the Tony guy, but they do cite the Devin.
They do. But I'm saying, okay, so why did they get let's just pretend like we're in the real world, not a fucking bullshit court. And like, are you interested in handing the Bidens millions of dollars for nothing?
I don't know what they. I don't know enough.
What are they handing them the money for?
I mean, it's possible that they were handing the money to Hunter Biden for something, but he was never actually able to get anything from Joe Biden. You acknowledge there's a possibility, right?
Okay, yeah, I do acknowledge there's a possibility. That's what they're claiming. But you know what? I don't think people keep going back to that fucking well if it's dry. I think that, you know, they only dealt with energy companies, you know, and outside of America and our tech giants, every country in the world, the biggest company is an energy company because it's the omni resource. Every industry needs energy. Your dork ass needs energy. You know what I mean? So that's why. That's what the Ukraine war is about. You know what I mean? Ultimately, like the fucking Donbass are like, oh, there's Nazis there. Blah, blah. It's about fucking natural gas. It's about fucking pipelines going through there. That's what it's about. Like Russia, Putin himself is an oil man. Their entire economy, they have no industry outside of oil production. They literally produce shit. Their only industry is oil. So their whole economy is hedged on that. Obviously, they're fucking fighting over this natural gas shit. The fucking the Western Hemisphere, you know, the EU and the USA, very much want the control of the flow of natural gas through Ukraine, even if we're trying to say that's benign and like for proper reasons, because they don't want Russia to have a complete control over the the energy of Europe. But like obviously that's why the fucking Biden family was involved, is because, and that's why the EU's involved with fucking Ukraine and not Russia. It's all about energy. So like I just, whenever you know that it's the biggest industry in the world, you know, it's like, yes, and it's the most regulated industry, the one that depends on policy more than any industry. I'm not surprised when the fucking president's son has a consulting company making millions from energy companies. It's obvious as fuck what they're doing. And like to say otherwise is just not. No, I mean, I don't think that Joe Biden, Hunter Biden are particularly evil. You know what I mean? I don't think that they're any worse than fucking Ted Cruz. You know what I mean?
Okay. So wait, what's the allegation of wrongdoing on Joe Biden?
Selling influence, like selling the best interest of America out for.
Okay, so what is the evidence of that?
The multiple millions of dollars that they've collected.
That his son has collected, right?
Well, his family, and there is paper trails showing that Joe Biden has received millions of dollars, and one of their, I think, at a Delaware house from Hunter Biden. Like Hunter Biden gifted them the Delaware house, and then Jill Biden received millions from these companies.
Jill Biden.
Jill.
Okay.
His wife.
That's funny because that name isn't Joe, so I'm still trying to find the wrongdoing on behalf of Joe Biden, but
Oh, well, he did none of it. You know what I mean? The most powerful member of the family that's out there selling influence had nothing to do with it.
That doesn't
obviously.
implicate him in selling influence. That maybe, I don't know how much Jill Biden knew. That maybe
So,
implicates
you know
Jill
what?
Biden.
I guess that all the biggest companies in all these countries are just dumbasses, and the Bidens just hoodwinked them. And
You
took
think
them for
this
millions
isn't?
for
This, you
nothing.
think the House Republicans are dumbasses? They investigated this and found nothing. What do you mean?
I think that, yes, I do think those Republicans are dumb. Well, you think I like Republicans, non-fun? You're a Republican dumbass.
Well, but they have every incentive. I recognize you don't like them, but they have every incentive to find this corruption. What do you mean?
No, they don't.
No, they
They
okay.
have absolutely no incentive. The Republicans don't have any incentive to actually. They have incentive to fucking fluff Trump's balls behind the scene, and then
True.
fucking still pursue establishment interests in behind the scene. Like they have no interest in fucking ruining the fucking cabal. Like a Republican has more interest in getting a favor from a Democrat for fucking sweeping this under the rug, and also potentially not exposing their own underhanded bullshit that they're all doing. Like that's what I'm saying. Like Biden is not. It's not a special case. That's why I think like even the Hunter Biden shit. Although I fully agree with the charges and the claims made against the Biden family, it's pure.
Wait, what were the
political theater.
charges? Wait, what were the charges on Hunter Biden? Wait, first of all, what were the charges on Joe Biden?
That he's peddling influence.
No, there were no
He's-
charges on
he's-
Biden. No, there's
I'm
never
not
been
saying-
charges.
I'm saying accusations.
Oh, accusations. Okay.
But even then, the case on Hunter Biden, I think that everything they're saying, they're accusing Hunter Biden of, and not the bullshit gun one, but like all the shit like that the laptop was blocked for, and like all the Burisma bullshit and peddling influence. I believe that is all true, right? But I, at the same time, fully know that this is a political case. It's not like we're not really trying to fucking bring justice. We're playing politics. You know what I mean? Because Ted Cruz, fucking staunch Republican in my state, fucking sold us out for fucking PPP loans and like made sure that all his fucking millionaire buddies' businesses got all types of loans they don't have to fucking pay back. You know what I mean? Like whereas like in like
Well,
other states,
I'm not aware of that, but
well, it happened. And they all do shit like that. They all do shit like that. And so I think they have an interest in not exposing the fucking game. I don't think they want the game to be exposed.
okay.
You know? So, I don't think they have an
Doesn't seem
interest.
very.
Why'd they pay him millions of dollars non-font? Like, just use your fucking brain.
To be, I don't. I'd have to read more, but like my
You're
understanding
out.
is that there were
You're
people
out.
in Burisma that wanted Hunter Biden because his dad was Joe Biden. I'm just not. I've not
What
seen
kind
any.
of things do you buy? What do you spend millions of dollars on?
There's just not any solid evidence that Joe Biden actually acted on that.
Sure, I'm not saying. Again, I would. I'm not. I don't think we need to go after Joe Biden. I don't. I'm just trying to prove the point to you that like the system is clearly corrupted. We are picking and choosing. We're not. It's not just.
Well, Hunter, what do you mean picking and choosing? Hunter Biden was investigated, just like Trump was. What, like, Hunter Biden was charged for crimes way less than those what Trump was charged of.
He was charged for political gain. He wasn't charged because the wheels
Who,
of justice.
Biden or Hunter Biden or Trump?
Yes, all of them. They're not like the wheels of justice aren't just turning. It's not like these things are going to happen unless somebody has something to gain. That's what I'm trying to get across to you. All of these cases are because the other side wants to profit from them. It's not because they want justice to happen.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Brass? Hunter Biden was prosecuted under Joe Biden, under Merrick Garland. What do you mean?
It was bullshit. It was okay. Yes, he was prosecuted under them, and it was bullshit charges. Like what I'm trying to say is like
Motherfucker, Biden himself was investigated by the special counsel. What was it? The one for Biden's documents. The Robert Hur or whatever. Like.
No, I'm not denying that. What I'm trying to say is like these aren't. How many politicians do you think are doing this dirty shit and they're getting away with it?
Dirty shit on what level? On the level of
All types, all levels, all types.
all
of
level.
Like,
I don't know if all levels. I don't.
How often do you think politicians are peddling influence? How often do you think they're making backhanded deals? How often do you think generals are agreeing to buy 100 fucking jets so they can retire and go work at Lockheed Martin? How often do you think that shit's happening?
Again, well,
happened to that,
I would
right?
like if you're defining it as the scope being any, I would say it's probably relatively common that like some level this happens in
Very
most
relatively
politicians.
common, right?
But on the scope that Joe Biden was accused of, or on the scope that Donald Trump did, I don't think it happens that often.
Donald Trump did what? He fucking had papers.
Donald Trump willfully retained classified documents and tried to overturn an
He
election.
had fucking papers in a box, dickhead. What
To
the fuck?
willfully
Like, at the end of the day,
retain classified documents and also, try to
willfully
overturn an
retaining
election.
Papers in a box, dude. So fucking what?
Wait, what other president willfully retained classified documents?
I don't under like. Okay, what happened to the country? What were we solving? What are we doing with this? Like you're not. That's what I'm trying to say. You're not. You're just trying to go after. Like you're not solving a crime. You're not preventing a thing. You're just. It's papers were in a box. We want them back. And he's like, I'll get them to you. And they're like, not fast enough.
No, he hid them. What do you mean? Why did he hid them? What are you talking about, brother?
But you think that this is some consequential thing?
I think it's relatively consequential if a president actually.
About the classified documents in the brain closet. My God, I hope my fucking grandchildren are taught about that. What the fuck is it's fucking nonsense.
Okay. Do you have anything to say? What other president tried to pressure their vice president into unilaterally overturning the election in violation of the ECA?
Oh, I mean, that one you got something.
Okay.
You got something there.
So that's an example of Trump being like uniquely corrupt, right? Like.
I would say so.
Okay. I'm not that the document thing isn't him being uniquely corrupt, because again, you can't name a single other president that has willfully retained classified documents. At least not that there's good evidence for.
There's like how many other presidents willfully had a fucking intern suck them off under the desk? Like it's like so what? They all do their own. They have their own little unique things. They're all unique. The first one to go, chili peppers.
They're all just a little quirky. Some of them are just a little more quirky and like commit insane crimes.
I don't think it was. I can play devil's advocate to the Mike Pence thing. Like I mean, like let's just say this, right? Like I don't think there was mass election fraud. That I think Trump lost the election legitimately. Okay.
Okay.
But
good to know.
If you are Donald Trump, okay, and in your heart of hearts, you fully believe that the election was rigged and stolen from you.
Well, wait, no. To be clear, you're psychotic and don't believe everyone who has told you the opposite. But okay.
Sure. I'm just saying, like, if in your heart of hearts you do believe that there was mass election fraud and this election was stolen from you, what he did isn't out of pocket. Like he didn't go to the extreme.
I don't know.
I'm saying
seems kind of out of pocket to me to try to overturn the result of the election illegally.
Well, it's not the first time it happened.
Kind of is actually.
They've asked for alternate slates of electors before in the past.
So one, there were material differences there, and two, that was before the ECA.
What's the ECA again?
The Electoral Count Act.
I don't even know what that does, or why that's significant.
It specifies the rules for certifying the electoral votes.
Okay. It does get really. I have to try to learn the whole thing. I don't even lie, dude. I get in the weeds on that shit with like electors, and I really do get in the weeds on that shit, and like don't have the knowledge of shit.
Well, Jack Smith just released his report, and I was gonna read that until you sidetracked me.
Yeah, my bad, dude.
No, you're good, man. I appreciate the content. Don't worry.
You know what, though? I do think I should bring you on my channel.
I mean, I'm happy to. If you set something up, I'm happy to go on. Yeah.
I think it might actually, benefit you to a degree.
Well, yeah, sure, yeah.
I get like 1 million impressions a day, so if I put your face in a thumbnail, it'd help you.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I'll talk to you about it. Sorry I called you a dork. I do have
You're
to go
good.
to work now.
Okay, yeah, no, don't worry. Anything I called you to, I have fun arguing, like it's fun time. Like
no,
I don't,
dude. I don't like feelings, Brian, a bitch.
Yeah, don't worry.
Back. See you later.
See ya. What's up?
I'm just causally inferring. That's all I'm doing. I mean, that's what I'm occupied with.
Yeah, Trump elected, Gaza ceasefire must be the
ceasefire thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think?
I don't know. It seems cool. I don't like.
I mean, fuck. I hope it goes well. I don't know.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if people actually adhere to it. I don't.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know
Well, what were you guys debating about?
whether all the Trump cases were nonsense.
Oh, no. Yeah, clearly not. But yeah. Well, I don't know. Apparently, the U.S. is an oligarchy because people block me over it. I mean, I think it's okay to call the U.S. an oligarchy under Trump because, like, literally billionaires and like branches of government, like that's not
Bro.
impossible to call it that. But just like the 2014 study doesn't prove it. Sorry, it's just a bad study. It's a bad study. I mean, it's okay to say it. But God, I don't know. I took like 20 minutes. I don't know, replying to that guy. I hate when people say retarded shit. But yeah. I don't know, but how are you? What are you streaming about?
Well, I'm gonna probably read some of the Jack Smith report now. Now that we can get to that, I think I have a few more.
I feel like, I mean, why? I mean, they don't care.
Just because I don't. I mean, like, I feel like it's probably like the best like chronological like final thing that'll have like all the evidence and like. It's not even as long as the J6 report.
I suppose. Also, apparently you can publish like Notion, only like pages, right? Like when you publish Notion, you don't need to publish the entire fucking Notion workspace. You can just publish specific pages. I didn't know that, so I might actually write like some specific pages addressing like some claims or whatever.
Oh,
or,
yeah.
summarizing my position or something.
Yeah.
Because that seems useful, I might open a new workspace for it because I don't want any way for people to like, have access to the other pages. I don't know.
Yeah.
I might have a loophole that allows that. But yeah. Notion is so fucking goated, dog. It is. Do you have any posters in your room?
Yeah, I have one poster and one like newspaper thing. So I have that. Have you seen that the like ship of state poster and it's like steer clear of the populist tides? I have that in my room.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Here, look how pretty. This is so pretty. I love it.
I know, it is awesome. Causal inferences by fashion.
It's such a good tweet. Yeah, I like it. And it was only like 35 shekels. Steal. if you
Wow,
ask me.
incredible.
Now I'm trying to think of like stickers for my laptop, because thinking of maybe a NATO one. Which one is like representing liberalism well? Like a torch. I don't know. I'm not a libertarian.
Yeah, the Center for New Liberalism, they have like stickers. Oh my God, they have the My Tariffs did that sticker for Trump. Oh, I'm buying these, baby. Let's go.
I mean, yeah, but I want to make my own, right? Like to the extent I make I want to like go to the print house.
Yeah.
And just like print my own ones. They do a lot of stuff. Yeah, I also like printed this one like 2 years ago. It's a good one.
Yeah.
But yeah, this I really like. I'm gonna move out of here in like less than a year or so, but I might just make another one. But yeah. I don't know. Any debates coming up?
Yeah. So tonight I guess I'm on a panel to talk about. I think Biden like did some like sanctions relief on Cuba, which will just be undone in 5 days when Trump goes in office again. I don't have a high conviction take on it, but I was invited and I said I don't have a high conviction take, but he was like, you can still hop on or whatever. So
I mean, here's an important point.
But Pentuple's going to be on it.
Fucking pin him down on it. Be like, well, Pentuple, I don't expect him to address what I'm saying because he runs away from me. He's never going to debate me on XYZ. Because he's scared. He knows he's right. He knows he's wrong. But also, I mean, I don't like socialism. I think you know that. the sanctions on Cuba just gives socialists excuses, right? Like their system would collapse
True.
regardless, right? Like, and they live in contradiction. In one hand, if America does trade with Cuba, then they're exploiting them. But if they don't trade with Cuba, they're exploiting them. So it's just like you win, you lose. Heads you win, tails I lose, right? But like, yeah. So I mean, I don't know. My point on the Cuba blockade, I've never seen evidence that it's like meaningfully. First, there's not good evidence that this is why Cuba is collapsed. It's mostly because it's dog shit. Socialism is dog shit. And also, I mean, it just gives them an excuse. And also, free trade might, help some people in Cuba. So yeah.
I should just troll. I am so dogmatically pro free trade that I want
Then what?
no sanctions on Cuba just for the sake of free trade.
Yeah, for its own in its own sake, right? Like even if free trade leads to like a billion manufacturing jobs being like lost, I view that as a good thing, just because it's free trade. I'm a deontologist on free trade. That's true. That's true. But like, God, debating people on trade, like I don't know why people oppose free trade. Like that's truly bizarre to me. Immigrants, I can understand, right? It's like brown people. Okay, you don't like them. Okay,
Yeah.
I get it. But like, well, I don't get it. To be clear, racism is bad, but like trade, it's just bizarre to me. Is it just like whatever Trump says? Is it just like?
Dude,
Do people not like? I mean, maybe the explanation is correct, right? Like the common explanation is correct, right? Where like some people lose their jobs, a lot more people get it, like preserve their jobs because of free trade. Like some people lose, and it's like very localized, right? Like when you lose it, you know it. When you gain a job from free trade, you don't know it. So like, maybe that explains it.
Dude, I saw my fucking dad watching this stupid ass More Perfect Union thing about the John Deere shit, and I was like, this is like a horrible video, like it's absolutely horrible. He's just like, I walked him through with like some things about like opportunity cost and like the dynamic effects of trade that like increase jobs, and he's just like, well, I just don't like when they go offshore because the labor is cheaper, and it's like, okay, buddy, like, okay.
Yeah, you care a lot about like low like labor costs there. In other countries, yeah, of course you care about that. Oh my God. Well, the reply would be, one, it's not like the company moves to China, and then all these people like is this problem that China's wages are cheaper than in the U.S., or is the problem is that they're like slave labor or blah blah blah?
Well, yeah, he just didn't like that U.S. workers were losing out because of the cheaper labor. Yeah.
Okay, well that's wrong. They preserve jobs, and yeah, I mean, when you're advocating for higher prices, you're advocating for people having less money to spend everywhere else.
I know,
So
I said
they
that,
lose
and he
jobs.
was just like, well, people don't have money because they lost their jobs. And I'm like, dog, kill me. I'm obviously talking about like on net here, dog, kill me.
Yeah, exactly. Very silly. Very silly. I mean, even if it lost some jobs, like let's say it's a net negative for jobs, it's still overwhelmingly a good thing.
Yeah.
Right? Like there are many things that like maybe on net lose you some jobs. Like I don't think welfare destroys jobs, but even if welfare, like increased unemployment somewhat, like by 0.2%, but like alleviated a lot of people out of poverty, that's a good thing. That's a very good thing.
Yeah.
Right? So it's just like we gotta also stop like thinking in terms of like this one fucking thing. That's all I care about. That's all I care. Nothing else matters. It's just like, and which I'm wrong about, by the way, and no serious economist agrees with me. It's like, God, I don't know, so boring. So boring. Next, boring.
Do you know any of
Yeah.
about Robert E. Scott and his like research on NAFTA and jobs?
No.
EPI cited him.
He was mentioned. Yeah, go ahead.
API like cited him, and he has like this. I guess he has multiple papers. This paper says that like NAFTA led to a displacing 851,700 U.S. jobs, and
Net,
all of that was
or
because
just,
of.
like, net.
I
or
think
just
it
a lot
is.
of jobs.
I don't actually know if this number is net or if he nets it out later, because the next sentence
it's
is all of the
plausible
net
that
jobs
some jobs-
displaced.
Yeah, no one's saying that all the jobs that currently exist will persist to exist, and then we'll have, and then some, right? That's not what people are saying. People are saying there are some losses, but a lot more W's. And Then you have people like Stiglitz, which are like, well, we should treat the people who lose it somehow and like have fair trade, not free trade. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
no. Actually, they should suffer. Actually, if we can increase the suffering of Americans, no. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't possess justified true belief. Whoa, well, that's not a good definition because Getty accuses, right? But either way, yeah.
Yeah, don't even.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
it doesn't
don't know
even.
much about that, but like when EPI says something, you're safe assuming the opposite.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's like EPI is like citing this like one study. It's like, okay, I'm probably not gonna. I can't even find the exact study they're citing unless they're taking a different figure. Thank you, Bob Marley, for the sub. I appreciate it. Hell yeah, brother.
Whoa, wait, is that the #1 Bob Marley fan?
Yeah.
In Discord?
Well,
The
probably.
guy?
Probably.
I don't know. Might be a common name, but if it is, then I DM'd him like a year ago about the Austrian business cycle theory. And it was very hip. It was very nice. So if that's the guy, then W, great guy. But I don't know if it's the same guy. It's probably not. Right? Probably, but maybe. I have no clue. But yeah. Either way, I mean, as I was saying, I mean, it's just the EPI thing. I mean, you know the productivity pay gap.
Yeah, that's from EPI. Yeah.
Yeah, so the original graph does not account, like, it uses two different deflators, right? It uses the GDP deflator for the productivity, but then the CPI urban for, like, pay. And then they adjusted, like, then they corrected for that in, like, July, like, at least in July they did. But now they reversed it, I think, or something, right? Like, if you looked, like, 5 months ago, the chart would, instead of being, like, you know, something like 120 to 400, it would be like 120 to like 160. Just like, okay, that's okay, whatever. But now they're back to like 400 memes. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe they reversed it. I don't know. I don't want to spend time looking at the thing. Also, I mean, it's just a waste of time. So, I don't know. Inequality discourse is so painful, dog. It's so painful. Yeah, especially because countries measure it differently. In other countries,
Yeah, wait,
they
also
adjust
this
for-
says 766,000 existing or potential jobs in the manufacturing industry. So it could be the case that we get more service sector like higher productivity jobs. Like,
Yeah, I mean, again, there are many studies showing the opposite, and like either way, what's the solution here? Are we proposing like no NAFTA, because that would have been bad, or are we proposing like some clauses that would be like, training the people who lost their jobs or something? I mean, okay, if it also, I mean, I do think there is an argument to be said about like, okay, Sample, you're correct about the economic benefits of free trade, like all else equal, but it helps Republicans get elected, and so we got to do something. It's like, okay, probably true, but like that's what I believe about student loan debt, right? Like that's what I believe about. Like I'm okay with minimum wages, but like they're even politically popular, so I mean, might as well do it, right? Yeah. But like, also another part of me is like, why should people like not have a job when they can just because like voters are retarded? But like, then you remember Republicans are horrible, so by like not doing that, you actually save a lot more other people. Yeah, I don't know. Very tricky. I wish people were just not evil, right? Like, I wish we just had no socialists. I wish we just had no Republicans, and we could have like reasonable people versus reasonable people. I don't know. Very silly. But I don't want to be a centrist. I hate the status quo. No, it's awesome. It's completely perfect. But yeah, I don't know. What do you plan to debate like soon? I mean, if you're not very interested in the Cuba sanctions memes.
I think I might actually get. I don't think he'll agree to it. He'll never. There's no way he'll agree to it. But Trump's ERS, External Revenue Service. I think I might debate that with Pentuffle. I really hope so.
Okay, I don't know anything about that.
Trump announced on Truth Social, January 20th, I'm making the External Revenue Service to collect tariffs from foreign nations who are ripping us off. Like,
Whoa, he's causally unfair. That's awesome.
it's not even. Yeah. When people like Economy had a good tweet about it, like government efficiency guy says that he's going to create a redundant government office in its first day in office because we already.
Well, no, he already says that, right? Like the Doge is completely redundant. We have the government accountability.
Well, yeah,
office.
we have the government accountability office, yeah, but it's wild that he's creating the ERS to do something currently the Customs and Border Agency or whatever collects tariffs. Like we already have an agency that collects tariffs. Like, what do you mean? Like,
I've been trying to look into. I think one of the talking points that annoy me. I just want to do like debunking misinformation, like talking points against like very common misconception. By the way, no opinion has a really good article about like don't believe graphs on the internet. And he just debunks graphs. So
yeah. I've read both of them. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's a really good article. Yeah. But also, I mean, there's this talking point about like the Pentagon failed at the audit, where it's like you don't know what you're saying by this. Like, you don't understand what you're saying. And also, people say it's like the Pentagon failed the audit. Actually, it's been an audit of like way more than just the Pentagon, and a lot of government offices did pass the audit. So like, why are we just like most of them passed? I think, if I recall correctly, most of them passed, and then like a couple didn't. I think the Pentagon one of them. I should review it again. I looked into it a month ago, but it's like, why are people just like completely evil? Why do they just like misrepresent stuff completely all the time? Very sad, very silly. But like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just annoyed by the. I mean, I've never happened to me that someone replies to me and then blocks me so I cannot reply to them. That's like severely evil. But whatever. Yeah, you should like all my comments in that program.
Yeah.
But yeah. Either way. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Oh, you know what I was thinking about? You know what a continental philosophy is?
I don't know the definition or anything. No.
Oh, okay. Whatever. It's like there's analytic philosophy and continental philosophy. Continental philosophy is more like, well, I'm biased. I very much like analytic philosophy. Continental philosophy is going to be like schizophrenic, like Hegel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Hegel is completely schizophrenic, babbling, not clear what he's even saying. And analytic philosophy would be more careful philosophy, putting an emphasis on like numbering your premises and being clear in reasoning, identifying like a type of argument and like stuff like that. Really kickstarted by Bertrand Russell more than 100 years ago. And then, like, yeah. So, but there are some interesting papers about it, and I'm trying to think like maybe you could do some like quantitative analysis of with it if you use like language models, right? Like we now have large language models that can just like analyze a large corpora of text. So there was this one study in 2021 that said like actually looking at over like 100,000 papers or something, we don't actually find a distinction in the type of arguments that both schools of thought use, and that's just like so implausible to me. It contradicts my experience so much that I think like I might try to just like improve the methodology and see if like their conclusion persists, because like that just seems very wrong. That's just like you read a content of philosophy paper and it's gonna be or like a critical theory paper. It's not exactly like it might be a sub area in content of philosophy. And they might just say stuff like, like neoliberalism confronted with the current existing ideology of capital would lead then to the decolonization of like the working class and itself as a confrontation of guided practice. Like they would, I don't know what they're saying. They could say it in one sentence and they're not numbering their premises. Meanwhile, you read an analytic philosophy paper and it's just like, if God exists, then this. If this, then that. We can argue for this based on Bayesian priors. Here's the argument. It's just very clear. It's just very laid out. It's very succinct. I don't know. That I've looked at that study today and I was just like, that's retarded. But yeah. I don't know. I'm thinking of like maybe collecting like accessing the data set of the other study and just like doing large language models on it. That's just going to be after this month because I'm very busy this month. Got a lot of projects for my courses. I also tried taking like the causal inference course. Right. I tried taking that, but it's full. I can't take it, and it's my last semester next semester. So I'm gonna finish my data science degree without taking the causal inference course. When I have this, I feel so bad. But maybe someone will drop out. Although that's becoming more unlikely over time. Very sad. Very, very sad. But like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. Yeah. Well, whatever. Thank you for letting me yap. Okay. I'm gonna let you read the Jack Smith report. Okay.
Yeah. I don't even think.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't even. I can't. This guy's work is incomprehensible, man. I don't know if he's. I don't know if he's talking about net jobs or just manufacturing jobs.
The Scott guy.
Yeah.
Well, send it to me. I'll take a look. I don't promise that I'll like tell you much, but I'll take a look. You know.
I'm sure somewhere there's some wonk debunking half of this shit. But
Yeah, possibly, and also plausibly, like, okay, this is one study that finds another conclusion. We still have a lot more in my favor. So, like, okay, why are we not looking at, like, why are we cherry picking studies? I don't know, very silly. But like, yeah, let's look. NAFTA's impact. Oh my God,
you might have. There's like a ton of
gross.
like hyperlinks to like where he's getting his numbers from, but they all just like link in circles. I don't even know.
Oh boy. Okay, let's see. Scott, Robert. Oh, he wrote the article. Okay, I thought DBI was citing him, but
He wrote this article, and I think he's citing himself. He's citing himself
Wait,
at
this
this
is from 2001.
like NAFTA at 7 like report that he.
Wait, this is from 2001.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, just 6 years, is that enough? Like, I don't know. Possibly we can just like think. I don't know. Probably the data is like looking different now, but like I don't know. Let's see. Also, get it published in a fucking journal. What are you doing? What are we?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to look if he actually has ever published anything in a journal. I think he has. I think it's.
Well, probably he has. Let's look at his EPI page. Okay, he looks okay. Yeah, he doesn't look like soy like Borjas, so that's a point in his favor. I now have a higher prior or posterior that he might be correct because he looks good. In 1997, currently Director of Trade and Manufacturing Policy Research. Okay, deeply evil. His areas of research include international economics, the impacts of trade and manufacturing policy. Okay. He has published widely in academic journals and popular press, including the Journal of Policy Analysis and Management, the International Review of Applied Economics, and the Stanford Law and Policy Review, the Detroit News. Okay, so he has published. Interesting. He also provided economic commentary for a range of economic. Okay. Electronic media. Okay. So, highlighted work. Don't sweat Trump's tariffs. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Don't sweat Trump's tariffs from 2018. Protections for steel and aluminum can help fight predatory trade practices. It won't have big costs. Wrong. You're evil and evil. You're bad. You're a bad dude. You're a bad dude. What are you doing? Oh boy, I'm gonna look into this guy, okay? Because no way you say in 2018, we're not gonna cost much, and then like study after study, we have data. We can reason about the world with empirics. I don't know why we're doing this. Very silly. But what about all the papers about NAFTA that were cited in the What's Wrong with Protectionism book, right? Like they go over NAFTA a lot. They have a whole chapter about NAFTA, right?
I don't know how many of those were just about jobs, but yeah, I think they cited 2 things about NAFTA. But one of them was just the terms of trade. They said the term NAFTA benefited our terms of trade.
Yeah, let me find the. Okay.
Actually, you know what? What if I search up Cato NAFTA jobs?
Cato, Robert.
Yeah, Cato, Robert, Scott, Dubuk.
EPI gets trade and jobs story wrong again.
Dude, let's go! Let's go!
Want to read it together?
Yeah, link it. Where's the...
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here it is.
God, thank you, Cato. That I can, if they can selectively write, I can selectively respond. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's read this. Either way, that's funny. That's funny that I can just like look up author name Cato and have my bias confirmed. I love confirmation
Thank you,
bias.
Kato.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, confirmation bias. Yes, yes. And then, you know what my favorite thing to do? My favorite thing to do is like, when someone is doing confirmation bias, I call them out on it. Because that's a bias, you shouldn't do that. But when I do it, I'm like, well, if a claim is true, it's going to be true regardless of how I find it.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
might as well just read. No, I know this is epistemically not totally virtuous, but they also aren't, so I get to do it. Okay. Either way. So okay, let's see. Wait, I want to see if they have another thing as well. Cato Institute, Robert Scott. Okay, so they have this EPI thing. They have another article mentioning it, but it doesn't seem to be focused on it. Okay, 1 second. Wait, 1 second. Oh, they were talking about. Uh-huh. So. So they also went to his spat into like the China trade thing. He's saying my research has shown that growth in U.S.-China trade deficit has displaced or eliminated 20 like almost 3 million people. And then Cato responded. Then he responded to them. I wonder if they respond back. Presumably they do. Maybe they don't. What is this paper? Give me a second. But I want to read with you the API gets it wrong study.
Yeah.
That'd be nice. But yeah. But also 1 second. No. Oh, let me look up NAFTA. Oh, okay. They have this PDF, the Free Trade Bulletin from 2003. Okay, Robert. Okay, wait. Let me look up. Oh, it's Robert E. Scott. Fast track. Okay, so what article is the one that? Okay, there's NAFTA's impact on trade.
He has a lot. He's made like 5 different ones at different times.
Yeah, okay. Fast track to lost jobs, trade deficits, and manufacturing decline, and legacies are the legacies of NAFTA and the World Trade Organization. Briefing from October 2001. The EPI paper he wrote was April 2000. Okay. And then they talk. 1 second. Okay, here we go. As the author of one EPI study explained, when the United States exports 1,000 cars to Germany or Mexico, plants in this country employ U.S. workers in their production. If, however, the U.S. imports 1,000 cars from Germany or Mexico rather than building them domestically, then a smaller number of U.S. workers who would have otherwise been employed in the auto industry will have to find other work. Ignoring imports and counting only exports is like balancing a checkbook by counting only deposits but not withdrawals. To determine the number of jobs or potential jobs, quote, eliminated by the trade deficit, the EPI model compares. And so that's another PDF they responded in 2003. And that's a nice regression they got there, right? But either way. Let's read the EPI gets trade wrong. Again, okay? Want to read it?
Yeah.
I'll start. EPI gets trade and the job story wrong again. Right, from 2008 by Daniel Griswold. Let me actually look. Scott. Okay, he's mentioned 2 times in the beginning. Okay. According to a report released today, from Reuters, let me look at it. U.S.-China trade has cost 2.3 million jobs. Report. Oh boy. The Economic Policy Institute says, yeah, Presumably, that's another one of his studies. Right. Okay. American jobs. Okay, so by the Economic Policy Institute, trade with China has caused the loss of 2.3 million American jobs since the Asian giant joined the World Trade Organization in 2001. This study will get a lot of coverage, but its numbers and methodology are shockingly flawed. This is a very short article.
Yeah.
Oh boy. This is a well-traveled road for the EPI, and the report's main author, Robert Scott. Oh boy. Scott has authored other reports. What do they link to? Costly trade with China from 2007. Okay. So they're not responding to this specific article, but whatever. That have come to the same conclusion about NAFTA in earlier periods of trade with China. The methodology virtually guarantees the finding of job losses. It assumes that imports displace a certain number of workers while exports create new jobs. And since we run trade deficits with China and Mexico, surprise, trade with those countries leads to net job losses. I've dissected the flaws of the EPI's approach elsewhere, and he
just links to the trade policy.
Trade policy. No, maybe it's a dead link. No, it links to a PDF. Let me look at the way back.
Oh,
A
yeah.
lot of links
Sure.
do that, and they change the website and just links to something completely different, or like maybe the parent page or something. But yeah, I'm looking at the Wayback Machine. This is gonna be the Free Trade Bulletin. Let's see. Oh yeah, it is gonna be that because I have the PDF open right now.
Yeah, Free Trade Bulletin. Yep.
It's FTB, Free Trade Bulletin. Who wrote this Free Trade Bulletin? Daniel Griswold, and this Cato thing, Daniel Griswold. Okay, yeah. God, I'm such a goat. I'm such a god. Oh my god. Yeah. Also, okay. Wait. He has a published paper. The effects of NAFTA on U.S. trade, jobs, and investment.
With the Scott guy as a published paper?
The Scott guy, yes. This is published in Economic Policy Institute. Wait, no, I might be wrong about this. Give me a second. Download the selected file. Open it, please. What's it gonna be? Oh wait, volume. Wait, I could be wrong about the journal. Give me some review of Keynesian economics. Oh boy.
Okay.
No, don't do me like that. Let me use Sci-Hub real quick. God, very terrible. Very terrible stuff. Yeah, net effects of, review of Keynesian economics. Okay. The effects of NAFTA on U.S. trade, jobs, and investment, 1993 to 2013. Wasn't NAFTA signed in 1992? Or 1994? Wait, give me a second.
I think it was 1994 it came into effect.
Wait, okay, well, give me a second. NAFTA.
It might have been
year-
signed earlier, but 94 I think is...
Signed in 92. Okay. Whatever. Between 1990... Okay, so it has like a 13-page supposed study. One table that just looks at changes. I mean, that's not a regression, really. I don't know. I'll take a look, but that's later on. Let's keep reading. Elsewhere, he links to the bulletin. But just to summarize what everyone should keep in mind when you read about the EPI report. EPI exaggerates the number of American companies and workers who compete directly against Chinese imports. Many of our main imports from China, shoes, clothing, toys, and consumer electronics, were being imported from other countries before China's emergence as a major supplier. Right. That assumes that otherwise they would work in the United States.
Yeah.
That's not true. We might import them from somewhere else. That's a good point.
And a lot of our imports
In
are
fact-
probably intermediate goods as well, so...
That's also true, yeah. In fact, as imports from China have risen since 2001 as a share of total imports, imports from other Asian countries have been in relative decline. So imports from China do not typically displace U.S. production, but instead displace imports from other countries. God, I gotta keep that in mind. Thank God, I gotta keep that in mind. In fact, in the past year, the U.S. employment rate has been heading up over the overall trade deficit has been heading down. Okay, well that's not the most informative.
Causal inference.
Yeah. Shut up. When Keto does it, it's okay. EPI ignores the creation of jobs elsewhere in the economy that are made. Wait, EPI ignores the creation of jobs elsewhere in the economy that are made possible by trade and globalization. Okay, so they just completely don't account for that.
Yeah,
They
I was
just
gonna
say,
say,
well,
yeah.
this is this place, and we're not gonna look at net. We're just gonna like estimate very badly the total number. Yes, thank you. EPI ignores the creation of jobs elsewhere in the economy that are made possible by trade and globalization. Exports aren't the only channel through which trade and globalization creates jobs. Foreign capital flowing into the United States, the flip side of the trade deficit, creates jobs through direct investment in U.S. companies directly by lowering interest rates, which stimulates more domestic investment. Getting keen? No, that's not it. But either way. Even when trade does displace workers, in a flexible and growing economy, new jobs will be created elsewhere. Yes, that's the point, yes. As I reported in my October 2007 study, Trending Up, right? Okay. Job losses in manufacturing during the past decade have been more than offset by net job gains in better paying service sectors. Since China joined the World Trade Organization in 2001, U.S. exports to China have shot up by 22% per year. Wow. The U.S. economy, with 22%, okay. Well, I guess it's not percentage points, right? That'd be crazy. The U.S. economy has added a net 6 million new jobs. I know that number. Real compensation per hour earned by U.S. workers, that is. Shut up. It's just like so traumatized with the big Nazi. You know, I was talking to this one Nazi Keynesian guy, and he was like, I believe in MMT, and I'm like, I don't really. And he's like, I reject Jewish supremacy, and I'm like, you probably think I believe in it. It's like every belief, I was the opposite, but we both agreed Keynesian economics is pretty much decent. But he was a post-Keynesian, I was a new Keynesian, so no, we don't even agree there. I was just like total establishment victory. He was like, no, total. I asked him to, was it me or Sam? He was asked to like rank Hitler from 1 to 10. He was like 4. Horrible. But anyway, real compensation per hour earned by U.S. workers. Well, what about productivity, right? That is, wages plus benefits adjusted for inflation is up 9%, and manufacturing output is up 10%. Last year, America's supposedly beleaguered manufacturers earned collective profits of 300 billion. Whoa, more than 5 times what they earned the year China joined. Well, adjusted for inflation.
Damn, Cato.
As we struggle through a domestic slowdown and rising prices for consumers, we could use more trade with China, not less. That's true. That is correspondent to reality. Let me see. Give me a second. What is this thing from the API? 2005, another thing. What is this? Give me a second. What is this? They have a paper from. Oh, they have an article. Trump is right to criticize NAFTA, but he's totally wrong about why it's bad for America. Just stop being evil. Stop being evil. Oh my god. Cato has from 2024 in March. NAFTA, 30 years of driving free trade critics crazy.
Yeah, I linked that already in my Notion. I'll probably read it at some point.
It's a short one. It's very short. But like, yeah. I'm just looking for responses for Spot, because it seems very like bad methodology. You know, I don't know if that gets published. Well, it's in the API, so it's not published. But I don't know if the other one in the review of Keynesian economics is similar. Let me see.
UK is trying to get a free trade agreement with Trump now. I thought we already had a free trade agreement with the UK.
Maybe he will renegotiate an existing one. I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, we have one. I don't know, like, how... Maybe it's not, like, a good one. Maybe it's not, like, that free, but...
Also, wait, give me a second. Let me open LibGen. 1 second. Wait, one thing. Give me a second. Give me a couple seconds. Let me close all current tabs. Wait 1 second. Okay, so opening LibGen. I want to see if the what's wrong with protection is invoked. What's wrong? Yeah, what's wrong with protectionism? LibGen. It was a good broke, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Save. Oh my god, it's gonna take a year to download. Oh my fucking god. I also, because I cannot take the causal inference course, it seems. A friend of mine, the swag guy, he recommended me Causal Inference, the mixtape by Scott Cunningham. That would be a good book to read, you know. I want to causally infer stuff. You know, that seems like a good thing. Okay, I have the book here. Let's see. What's wrong with protectionism? So they don't talk about Robert Scott. Maybe. How did you find out about him? Like, why did you ask me about him?
The More Perfect Union video cited him.
Oh boy.
Because of course they do, because it's lefties being evil.
Let me guess, they didn't even cite his academic papers. They just
No, they cited the EPA. Yeah, why would they? Why would they do that? Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Free trade agreements and NAFTA, the politics of trade or economics. They have I think they had a thing on NAFTA, right? Like a.
Yeah, they have a thing on NAFTA, SA7, but also they cite.
Yes, you're right. Yes.
Yeah,
well,
they cite something.
Go ahead.
They cite something that like shows like, oh, you know, a lot of like imports from Mexico, like intermediate goods and everything, and then they cite something that shows the change in our terms of trade from NAFTA, and then they see also this United States International Trade Commission report, and they cite page 255 to 261, but page 255 and 261 are just the bibliography, and I don't know if they if we
well, what is the claim? Maybe you can find it elsewhere. Maybe like the PDF formatting is fucked.
Yeah, I don't know. The claim is just
the PDF,
the claim is
the thing itself numbered somehow.
It's I'm on. I mean, either they're pretty closely aligned. I'm on page 260 of the PDF, and that's page 255 of the bibliography. But all these pages are just the bibliography. I don't know what they're. I don't know what they want me to.
Right.
Maybe it's a different. I don't know. Maybe it's not the right report, but got a kind of generic name. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because this came out in 2021 actually, so it can't be the right one. Hold on. If I like 2016.
But yeah. I just don't think there's good evidence to claim that it's it costs the jobs. But here we go. There's this 2001 study, the impact of NAFTA on the United States. Okay, it finds that NAFTA had they say relatively small positive effect on the U.S. and a relatively large positive effect on Mexico. Right. Here first, economists do a reasonably good job of projecting the gains from trade liberalization agreements. The mainstream forecasts during the NAFTA debate were basically correct. NAFTA had a relatively positive effect on the U.S. economy and relatively large positive effect on Mexico. The only blemish, marring, this otherwise exemplary use of economic analysis in a policy debate was the occasional use of mercantilist arguments that attempted to infer the effects of trade liberalization by applying simple multipliers to projected bilateral trade balances. Oh my god, the flashbacks, bro. That's exactly what Scott did, right?
Yeah.
Why are you retarded? Why? Fucking ancient mercantilist, low IQ brain. Why is he like this? Whatever. Such methods are inappropriate for the analysis of the benefits and costs of trade liberalization, and were criticized during the debate. Yes, thank you. No
Hold on,
citation.
link the thing you're reading. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Here you go. Here you go. Have fun. Yeah. I don't have enough studies on NAFTA in my notes. I should collect them like, like what animal collects stuff like a squirrel.
I guess they collect stuff. Yeah, they bury them and they dig them back up when they need them. Yeah.
Yeah. I should hoard studies. Okay. It's like someone says something, boom, you're wrong. A bajillion papers, get fucked, kill yourself. It's like, yeah. Here, let me look up NAFTA, jobs, meta, and now it's this. The effects of NAFTA on Mexico. Well, that's the PDF from. It's not a journal. I don't know what that is. It's from 2002. Job flows and trade. Yeah, here we go. Another thing. Here we go. I just looked up. Well, I guess it was mostly studied in the 2001 to 2007 period or something. I don't know. But here, abstract. This paper is a chapter from our forthcoming monograph, Job Creation, Job Destruction, and International Competition. Okay? Upjohn Institute? What the fuck? That sounds like Upjohn. What's Upjohn?
What's up? Yeah.
Like, the Upjohn Institute. The fuck? Either way, it expands on the ideas advanced in Klein, Cole, I don't know how to say that family name, and Treese, 2003. This chapter is a case study of the impact of the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, on the United States labor market in 3 industries: textiles and apparel, chemicals, and automobiles. NAFTA significantly altered the trade environment for these industries and contributed to changes in the bilateral export-import structure among the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Our innovation is to examine NAFTA's effects on job creation,
Bob, we already
gross job creation,
was this not a
and destruction.
I looked it up. US UK
net employment.
free trade agreement. We have one after.
Give me a second. Well, our innovation is
We have one.
to
I don't
examine
know.
NAFTA's effect on gross job creation.
I don't know what
and
one you're
destruction.
talking about.
The components of change in NAFTA.
Like maybe we were.
Except
maybe
for
Biden
more
tried to
rapid
renegotiate
decline in
it?
apparel employment, there's little evidence of NAFTA's having had major effects on either net job employment or gross job flows in these industries. Yes, okay. Yeah.
Crazy.
Okay, yes, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to find journals, but like, presumably there are a lot of like reports by various think tanks that are also good. But, let me look up like, study or something, so I can only get like studies. Oh, or maybe just look up scholarly articles on like NAFTA meta-analysis. There's got to be a meta-analysis, right? I don't know. I'll look into it. I'll tell you. What
So Biden wouldn't do further negotiations
Either
because of
way,
the Good Friday shit.
Stop being mercantilist. Stop being ancient and retarded.
Stop being
Look
evil.
at,
Read Greg
deficit
Mankiw.
equals net pro- Yes. Deficit equals net loss, lol. It's like, yeah, okay. Well, and also, these are just numbers, right? Like, numbers don't tell you anything. It's more holistic than that, right? Like GDP doesn't tell you anything, actually. And also,
Yeah, nothing at all. Yeah.
and also, like,
That's what Mark said,
if
which
we
you should
imagine a
have.
hypothetical? And they're also very much like speaking in generalities. They're like not specifying because, like, hypothetically, what if you had a scenario where, like, if you don't import like a car, the world explodes? Well, then it saves jobs to imports, right? So therefore, it's actually wrong. I just don't think I don't need to think any further. Yes. Free trade proven. God, I love. I wish I had the superpower of just making like bad arguments, but alas, I was born forced to make only amazing, true arguments all the time.
Damn.
Yeah, damn, I agree with that. Either way. Yeah. So I'm gonna look into stuff. I'll send you if I find funny stuff. But go read the Jack Smith report. How long is it? How many pages?
Like it's 130, I think.
That's a lot. It's gonna take you like a week, right?
Yeah, I'm not solely focusing on it either. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll get through it eventually, but.
Okay. keep in mind, in like 5 days, it's just gonna be Trump in office. And he's just gonna be like nothing. You're not gonna get any information about anything he does because you got immunity. You got a question about it. You got immunity. But yeah. Either way, very silly, very silly. But I'm gonna find stuff. I'll send you whatever I find.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to, dude. I'm
not gonna be selective. I'm not gonna be selective. I'm gonna like if I find a study disagreeing with him, I'm still gonna cite it. But yeah. Either way.
I'm gonna.
What do you really?
I need to end Pentuple's career. Okay, if he actually agrees to the External Revenue Service debate, which there's no way he will. No shot he will. I need to.
Of course, and if he does, he's not gonna track anything.
Yeah, he's not gonna. Yeah, he's not gonna seriously. Yeah. But I wanna find. I don't. Again, I don't want to use like technical economic like language in this stuff, but like. I want to like try to walk him through some of it in non-technical language, and then just be like, "Hey, by the way, this is like a question, like on like a economics test. Can you just like, like, this is what we're talking about here, like the current account balance and the financial account balance. Can you answer this?" And it's like, this is an exam that I, by the way, got the highest score on when I was 17. Are you able to answer whether or not a financial account surplus is a current account deficit? Like, are you like?
Well, he's just gonna mute you and like talk over you.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, but like, you can ask him like very basic stuff, like just ask him what's comparative advantage.
He's not gonna.
Like, you should not be allowed to talk about trade if you don't know what comparative advantage is, right? You should just not. You should just shut up. But like, yeah. Either way, I don't know why people have an axe to grind with like policies that are clearly good. Who could have thought that like voluntary free exchange between individuals would like benefit people? Like what? Well, yeah. Who could have thought?
Crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I just thought I might check out his like paper in the Keynesian Review, whatever fucking thing. I hope it's just not gonna be another fucking we have this
deficit
like,
equals
deficit,
job
I'm
loss.
just gonna multiply it by this number. Yeah, I hope But yeah, whatever. Yeah. Also, I mean, protectionism just like increases the profit margins of these companies, right? So like,
Yeah.
it's
evil.
I don't know why the union people are like super in favor of it. Like, just why are you wrong? Just like be correct. Like, I don't know. It's not that hard. I can do it, and I'm like dumb, right? Well, no, I'm not dumb. I'm actually a genius. I'm actually the smartest person alive. That's true. But either way, I might take a sleeping pill and just go to sleep because I just like, it was like 4 p.m. Then I close my eyes and I wake up and it's like 10 p.m. and I just like lost a lot of time, and that makes me sad.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Either way, talk to her later. Whatever. Thank you for letting me
to
out.
her.
It was funny. I'm gonna keep
Well,
doing
hell
it.
yeah.
And, yeah. Okay. Bye.
Bye. I don't know. I'll read the articles in Cuba just because, like, I don't even know about it. I don't care that much, but if no opinion hasn't written anything about it. If none of my, is Matt Iglesias. If my econ bros that I parrot unconditionally don't say anything about it, I have no high conviction take. Competitive advantage is literally the first thing you learned in high school after the. Yeah, I know. I don't even think Pentuple knows what opportunity cost is. I don't know though because he just mutes me. Oh, what's up?
Bro, your cat is so cute. What the fuck? Your cat
Real.
is just like in your hand and like chill about it. He's like letting you pet it. That's so cute. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
he's a chill dude.
Yes. Totally. Well, don't say that. That's a dog shit meme. Terrible.
Okay, damn.
Meme. Dog shit. Most trash meme of 2024.
Okay.
What a horrible meme. Yeah. When you just
You know what
want good
meme?
memes. But
You know what meme is
What?
good? If you could imagine a good meme that would never fade away.
fade. Yeah, I have low confidence in there being such a like. I mean, maybe my confidence could be tapered off somehow, but like, I don't. I don't know. No, I mean, that's funny. I think that's a funny meme, but the chill dog meme, it's just like totally unfunny, totally like completely unfunny. But yeah, either way, I want free trade, just like the idea of like someone in the United States buying property.
So I just want to make sure that you.
Or something. Well, he's from UK, right? Someone from like the UK being able to buy property in Egypt or something. That just like seems like a good thing, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Presumably they would give him the property, right?
Presumably.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah. Either way. Yeah, that was. I mean, that's also. I don't know. So far, the memes are dog shit, like absolute trash in 2025. But like we had good memes in 2024, right? The year of our Lord. We had Haktua, funny, although ironically funny. So maybe there's that. We had like fucking. We had a bunch of stuff, right? But just like the chill guy, it's just like so terrible. But like, yeah. What other memes did we have?
We had the singing, like the singing cats, the Chinese, fucking Chinese dog.
Really good. That's fucking goated, though. That was fucking goated. Louden Bayo Jinsen. Louden Jiangsu being more. That's true. That's actually true. That corresponds to reality. Yeah, but we had a bunch of stuff. I mean, I think another trash meme would be like the TikTok Res Party or whatever the fuck cancer.
Yeah.
But like, yeah,
although I made one that was them dancing to the Canes versus Hayek rap battle, and that meme was good and awesome.
That is funny. I mean, it's a classic, right? There's also like a Marx versus Mises one, if you don't know. But yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. I actually think the Hayek versus Keynes battle should be banned. I don't think they should show that to fucking econ students because Hayek's theory, like Austrian business cycle theory, is just not on the same level as like any other reasonable business cycle theory. Like, really? Like, we just have no good evidence for it. Like, why are you showing kids something we have no good evidence for?
Yeah,
what the hell?
It's from a libertarian, like, I think the people who made it are, like, libertarians, right? Like, they obviously, like, show Keynes winning with the politicians, and they just want to spend and take your money. Meanwhile, I mean, they were not just presenting Hayek as, like, a prophet, but, like, they were more favorable to Hayek, right? Also, I mean, I wouldn't say there is no evidence in the Austrian business cycle theory.
No good evidence.
Like very poor. It's like no like really good evidence. Yeah, the studies that use it are like shaky methodologically, and like it's too simple. Like I don't know if I want to say too simple. Like one, it's a boom bust theory, right? So that's false. The plucking model. No matter what they say, that's just like a good objection. They never really, responded well to it. And also, I mean, it's just like David Friedman makes a good point. He's not the only one, but just like you would expect some people to like factor in it. Like after like 5 recessions that are all explained by like this very simple thing, presumably companies would like factor that in.
Think that it, yeah.
It was so obvious, right? But somehow they're all fucking retarded and miss it over and over again. And also, I mean, you would expect companies to only hire Austrians if they were just like so much superior, right? Like because they're just profit maximizing. Like that's my favorite argument against like people who think economics is fake, right? It's like I get to use capitalism to prove capitalism. It's so awesome. It's like when I cite the IMF about the IMF. It's like you know the feeling when like a socialist like loses their mind, where it's like, oh, they could just like make shit up and they'll prove it. Like, that's not how. Yes, thank you very much. But yeah. My favorite is when like a Marxist goes conspiracy mode and is like, rich people actually control all journals and they like get to decide what gets published or not. And it's actually this you don't understand. There's like this spooky ghost of capital when like you submit a paper to peer review. The peer reviewers actually they DM Musk and Bezos and they're like, hey, can we publish this?
Are we good?
Like,
are we good publishing?
Like there's
are we good publishing the 20th paper showing minimum wage has very small disemployment effects? Like,
yeah, that's why they will never. Yeah, exactly. That's why they will never publish a study that supports my claim. Either way, look at this study that proves socialism. Somewhere, something is irreconcilable there. Something is going wrong in your thinking. But like, yeah, I don't know. Just be normal. Just be like the liberal. I don't know why people are like fucking gotta DIY their own ideology and whatnot. Just like be correct. It's so easy. I don't know. Right? I don't know. But either way, don't ever repeat the chill dog meme again.
Okay. My bad.
You don't understand the pain of like for a month. Every time I open Instagram and I scroll, like a solid 20% of the memes are just like, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Whatever the fucking dog shit guitar or whatever the fuck. Horrible meme. Horrible.
Damn, this guy, not a chill dude. Okay. Cuba on Wednesday began releasing prisoners jailed following anti-government protests in 2021, making good on a deal agreed with the Biden administration this week. Outgoing U.S. President Joe Biden on Tuesday removed Cuba from a blacklist of nations that sponsor terrorism and rolled back a raft of sanctions implemented by Donald Trump during his first presidency that have contributed to the communist-run island's worst economic crisis in decades. Hours after the announcement, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel, as I pronounce it, said Cuba would gradually release 553 prisoners from its jails following talks with the Vatican. Not going to try that one. One of Havana's poorest outlying neighborhoods and a hotspot for protests in 2021, Darrell Cruz Garcia walked alongside his mother on Wednesday morning, embracing neighbors and old friends. Cruz Garcia, 23, was sentenced to 15 years in prison for sedition following the protest. The sentence, which has been reduced, has not been waived or commuted, but he said, but officers Tuesday evening told him that he could serve the remainder of his sentence from home. There was tremendous intrigue at the jail yesterday, he told Reuters, after arriving back at his family house in law, whatever the fuck. Everyone was talking about it. And they came to find me last night. I escaped from hell to be with my family. I'll behave myself so I can move on. Cruz Garcia, several other prisoners who have been arrested following the 2021 protests have been held with him, have also been released. Marcia, Sosa, okay. Blah, 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 blah. I'll just write down like a few like bullet points. Cuba began making good on this promise to release 553 prisoners who were arrested during 2021 protest. Yeah, I saw. Maybe I should. I don't keep up with the bond market that much, honestly. I probably should, because, you know, that's kind of, you know, I keep up with, like, CPI. And, like, I should probably also keep up with the bond market. But I don't know. Honestly, do not put much thought into it. Even though I probably should. Because, you know, it's probably indicative of, you know, one or two things, you know, might be a little important for, like, you know, the confidence in the economy and, like, you know, what mortgage rates are at too, and, like, yeah. Have you started your econ degree now? No. I won't for another year or two, because I'm going to get my, like, associates in. I'm going to, like, a community college. I don't know if I'll stay there the entire time to get my associates in science. I think it's associates in the sciences or whatever the fuck before transferring, or if I'll just go to a real college sooner. Or everyone can type in exclamation point TTS in the chat and donate $50 right now, and then I don't have to go. and I can just sit here and read all day. What's the is Cuba really worthy of the state sponsors of terrorism? Yeah, no shot. No, it's, yeah. Okay. I'm looking at these other people on the list. North Korea, Iran, Syria. First of all, I feel like Syria probably shouldn't even be on it anymore. But also, Cuba, no shot. Cuba belongs here, right? Like, Cuba's on here, not Russia? What has Cuba done that Russia hasn't? That Russia hasn't done worse. Syria's the state-sponsored neoliberalism now, true. We corrupted him. We got him to read Why Nations Failed, and it corrupted him. I didn't realize why, by the way. I didn't realize until I saw that the funny picture of that woman reading the Why Nations Fails book on. Oh, what's up?
Well, what about Why Nation Failed?
I just saw. Yeah, there's just a one of the econ people I follow. I forget her name. Just posted a picture of herself reading on the beach. Why Nations Fail. I didn't realize it was that long.
Yeah, it's an edited picture. But yeah.
Yeah. Oh damn.
She's like the hater. She's the big hater of the book, right? Like.
Is she? Oh.
Yeah. That's why it's a funny meme. It's like you read another. I don't remember the book. It seemed to me like an edited picture, and then I was like, yeah, it is. But yeah, either way, yeah, she has like an article objecting to it. Either way. That real take is not just like, oh well, why is Cuba here and not Russia? Clearly, Cuba should not be on the list. The real take is like, why is Cuba here and not Russia? Clearly, Russia should be on the list.
Well,
That's the take.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm joking. I mean, to an extent.
I mean, Russia probably didn't we? I'm pretty sure in Syria. Yeah, Iran's on the list.
Okay, that's good.
In Syria, didn't we find? I never fact checked this, but there were videos of like Russian military installations with like ISIS flags in them. Like, didn't we find evidence of like Russia?
I don't know about that.
I remember seeing it on Twitter as like the regime was fucking falling. So like, I don't know if there's been more evidence since then, but ISIS, Russia, Syria, like I'm sure.
I mean, not implausible, but yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, let me just. Causal inference, the mixtape, okay? 1. Introduction. 2. Probability and regression review. 3. Directed acyclic graphs. I don't know what that has to do with anything. 4. Potential outcomes and causal model. Potential outcomes causal model. Okay. 5. Matching and subclassification. 6. Regression discontinuity. Very important. 7. Instrumental variables. Yes. 8. Panel data. 9. Difference in differences. Oh boy. 10. Synthetic control. Yes, the holy grail. And 11. Conclusion. Well, I might already know all the book then. I might still go over it. I don't know. Either way. Yeah. You should also.
Yeah.
Like,
is it?
Do you know, so, like, statistics stuff?
No. I need to. I think I made a Notion page for it. Even I need to research that more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can help you with anything. I mean, it's my degree. But yeah. So, if you read a study and you're like, what's an instrumental variable? What's a collider? I can help you with that, okay?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah. On the condition that you go and like all my comments on that.
Yeah, okay. Let me fucking open the Instagram comments. And
yeah, go ahead, do that. I'm petty. If you fucking disagree with me and you were like calling me uninformed, I'm gonna destroy you. Like, not you, I'm talking about the guy who talks. That's just so triggering. I don't know. It triggers some like the faculty in my brain that is just like anti-evil is triggered by that, you know? Same way when I see like a socialist be like you're bootlicking. It's like, shut the fuck up. Like, why are you ad-homing? It's so dumb.
Bro, you're just defending rich people because you think you'll be rich someday, bro.
It's true. I will be rich someday. That's true, though. So, like, I'm totally rational.
Yeah.
No, but it's like, No, it's not that I'm defending rich people because I'll be rich one day. It's that I'm attacking poor people because we'll never be poor. That's the actual fucking. That's what I'm actually doing. No. That's okay. I need to, like, I need to put it in my bio somehow. But like, yeah, that's a good one. But either way, yeah, I'm gonna check out the causal inference book because it seems like a good thing. I don't know much about like I know synthetic controls, but I don't know exactly what the equations they use for it are. But it's supposed to be like a really good method, very popular, very like more and more used in economic analysis. And also, fucking, what the best thing about synthetic controls are?
No.
It's just the basic framework of it is just like like let's say, I don't know, let's say we implement some policy. We can never look at what would have otherwise been, but we can like build a good estimation of it using like I'm giving you again, I've not read any elaborate exposition of synthetic controls, so I could be getting stuff wrong. But like you build a synthetic hypothetical, right, using data and and trying to account for what otherwise could have been, and then comparing it to what was actually happening. And so it's supposed to be like really accurate in tracking the world. And yeah, and my favorite thing about this type of analysis is just like it breaks the minds of people. Like people think it's just like, oh, the researchers are just saying like they're just assuming that otherwise it would be good or bad. Like they don't know how regressions work. They don't know how, like when I tell them like, so for example, there are a lot of synthetic control, not a lot, there are like a decent amount of synthetic control papers analyzing like socialist left-wing regimes, right? And time again they just find that like even if stuff improved under them over like 50 years, like presumably everything's in 50 years, no matter how bad you are, things are just going to be slightly better than they were 50 years ago. But like they find that like they otherwise would have been much better, right? Oh, like, and it's just like been the worst thing for for socialism. Okay, it's synthetic controls are the worst thing that happened to socialism since like the collapse of the USSR. Okay, and it's just like. And just like every time you talk to socialists about this, they're like, "Oh, so the authors just like made up a hypothetical because like you cannot look at what would otherwise have been. You can never know that. So they just like made it up and then claimed it and published it. Lol." It's like so funny talking to people who've never read a study in their life. It's just like my favorite thing. Well, my least favorite thing. But yeah, either way, I can yap about data science for like years. Okay. Well, that's what I'm doing. That's my degree, right? But either way, yeah. Causal inference should be your passion as well. That's what I'm saying. That's what
Okay.
But yeah, okay. Keep reading about Cuba or whatever the fuck.
The phrasing this is confusing. This says Cuba began releasing prisoners, making good on a deal, but then this article they link to just says the Biden administration said on Tuesday it would remove Cuba from its terrorist blacklist. Well, Cuba said separately it would release upwards of 500 prisoners from jails. That makes it sound like it's not even a deal. They just kind of did it. Administration official who briefed reporter said Biden made the decision with the understanding that Catholic Church was advancing on an agreement with Cuba that would allow the humanitarian release of individuals who were unjustly detained. The agreement in the works would include dozens of individuals who were arrested in 2021. The official could not say how many political prisoners would be set free, but the Biden administration believed the release would take place in short order. Cuba's government has said it would later gradually release 553 political prisoners. Catholic Church have been directly engaging with the Cuban government. What is this? Cautionary. I'm not going to understand why. I'm going to understand a lot of this if it's a fucking academic paper about synthetic controls, which I already forgot what a fucking synthetic control is. The other guy would get it. Well, I think he's probably still watching. Sample, you've been owned. You've been cited a paper, okay? Get fucked. We take these steps in appreciation of Catholic Church efforts to facilitate Cuba to take its own constructive measures to restore liberty. What does the state sponsor terrorism? What's that list do? White House will also suspend a provision of the Helms-Burton Act, which has allowed Cuban exiles living in the United States to file claims against Havana in court and seek compensation for assets expropriated in the 1959 Cuban Revolution. Okay, that seems irrelevant at this point. Administration will also eliminate a list of restricted Cuban entries barred from certain financial transactions during the first Trump administration. Biden administration has long wanted to see Cuba release hundreds of political prisoners. Catholic Church lead negotiations. Havana, Washington, others need to do more. Cuba consistently. So this will all get removed in a few days? What do you mean? Oh, yeah, probably will. Statements. Cuba's foreign ministry said the announcement rectifies in a very limited way some aspects of cruel and unjust policy. Insisted it will contend the United States genocidal and illegal suffocation policy against Cuba. That seems a little... Genocidal seems a little harsh. Illegal... Maybe. I don't know under what basis. I mean, I don't know if it actually classifies as a fucking blockade under international law anymore. It definitely used to, but like we don't like full on blockade them anymore. We just like restrict our companies from doing shit with them, right? The economy is reducible to econometrics. Real. Truth. That does, in fact, correspond with reality. I don't want to just live react to this, but I'm just curious what's fucking happening. Biden, Cuba speech. It won't be Biden, but it'll be his fucking press secretary. He gave a speech about it somewhere. I guess not.
trafficker and a
prostitution.
rapist.
Yeah.
And yeah, absolutely, yes. So
Yeah.
these people have followings, and people, especially
Why is
young
this
people,
webcam in slow
look
motion?
up to them, who are isolated, depressed. This I agree.
Okay, so but I'm asking, that's like those seem to me to be one-to-one. So
Quibbles,
parse
can
the
I ask
difference.
The Biden administration today announced that 3 of the most potent sanctions on the island will be eliminated. And probably the most important of that is that from now on, Cuba will no longer be listed as a state sponsor of terrorism. Why? Well, the State Department said earlier on that there's no credible evidence that the island actually sponsors terrorism. I can tell you that reporting from here, the economic effects of that categorization have been nothing short of catastrophic. Of course, mismanagement, a failed economic model also contributes to Cuba's economic problems. But of the US sanctions, that's been one of the most potent ones. Because by tarring Cuba with the label of terrorism, so many international banks no longer want to deal with the island, and that leads to economic decline and a humanitarian crisis, or at least contributes to it, which so many Cubans are currently facing. It looks like there was a quid pro quo. The Cuban Ministry of Foreign Relations recently announced just a few hours ago that 553 prisoners will be gradually released.
All right, Ed Augustine for us from Havana tonight. And back here at home, this...
All the right-wing people who talk to on Twitch, who is the smartest and who is the dumbest? By what metric? What counts as a right-wing? Quintuple is definitely the dumbest. Probably the dumbest. Smartest. Who counts as right? Maybe the Alacrity guy from the Hippy Dippy recruitment debate. I feel like he had a decent understanding things. I don't know. Maybe Jebtan. I don't actually know if I've ever spoken to him on stream, but I've spoken to him off stream like twice. He seems pretty smart. So probably those two.
terror designation has been sort of a political football.
What's up?
What about me when I destroyed you about the Phillips car? Remember that?
is that a right wing?
Yeah. That was right wing. Because it was like pro-capitalism. That's what right wing means.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Defending capitalism.
It's orthogonal also capitalism, whatever. It's not related in any way. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, plausibly, didn't you chat with one of the people who were on the Trump panel or something in Jubilee? He was nice, right? Like presumably that guy.
Oh yeah. I don't know how right wing. Yeah, he was. Yeah.
I mean, if he's on the side defending Trump.
Well, yeah. I guess, yeah.
Yeah. There's maybe that. Maybe. What do you think your craziest debate was?
I don't know what I would say is craziest. I would have assumed Ann Cap Scott is the dumbest. I mean, okay.
No. Look. I don't like him.
Yeah.
Right?
But he's at least read.
Something with being called
like,
Scott and making bad arguments about economics seems to be like a trend,
Oh, what do you mean, bro? Scott, Linney Income or whatever the fuck his name is. My goat, my free trade Cato Institute
Robert Scott.
goat.
Yes, that's right.
No, not Rob.
Right.
Scott, the Cato guy. Scott. It's like Scott Lincoln. No, Scott's.
Wait.
Oh, Scott Sumner is good though. But Scott. Yeah, Scott Linney Income.
Oh, I know Daniel Baer or something. He's good. The Cato guy, the head of Cato Immigration, I think, the Daniel Baer, he's really good. He was on Tim Pool. He was kind of making a good argument for immigrants. Meanwhile, the other side is, what I fucking hate? People who are like, well, you can find a study that to say anything. It's just like, okay, then do it, and let's see who has more studies. Why are you just dismissing science as like a methodology for investigating claims just because it's not unanimous all the time, 100%? Yes, that's how statistics works. You have noise. Yes, dumbass. God, I hate this.
What was the guy's name?
The other side. Oh, Daniel Baer. Look up Bier, I think. He has a lot of stuff on Cato. I think, for example, I think he made the chart, which is shows you the entire immigration process, right? So if you look up, look up Cato immigration chart. I think the article with the chart, it's that guy. I'm pretty sure. That's how I found out about him. By the way, I looked into more of his stuff, and he's pretty good. He posts a lot of good stuff. Yeah, he's on Twitter. He was on Tim Pool. With other MAGA people, of course, they can never let a correct guy just spread truth. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I think crazy debate. Like Scott, look, I don't like Scott. I think he makes bad arguments. I think he doesn't know what he's talking about. But he's not dumb as much as he's cocky. Minar, like for example, is dumb.
Yeah.
Like some other people plausibly would be like actually dumb. I don't know to what extent Localist is dumb, but he's like a troll, very vicious at that. Fucking citing China, foreign ministry of China. Fucking crazy. Wait, try to find Cuban government documents arguing against the blockade. That'd be fun to read. Don't actually do that. But yeah, I don't know. Trying to think what your craziest debate was. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Scott is not. He's like kind of dumb, but he's not the dumbest. But either way, it doesn't matter. Dumb people can make true arguments all the time, and I might be wrong about judging people. Whatever. But yeah, either way. I think Minar takes the cake. Okay, I think Minar so far, or maybe what's the bald guy? I forgot his name. Banned on TikTok, banned on Twitch for pissing himself or something.
Oh, PPG. I love PPG. PPG's not on the right. Yeah, he's on the left though. But yeah, he is. Right. He is pretty. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like anti-Cato.
Unironically cites the oligarchy study and rejects anything from Cato because they're funded by capital.
Yeah. Meanwhile, like they will love the ACLU, right?
Yeah. I'm sure he cites the EPI.
Just like a bunch of unions. I think the EPI is funded, ultra funded by unions.
That would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and that explains why they are anti-free trade, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, okay. That lowers my credence in the normal explanation, which is just like, oh, people actually feel the negatives of trade, but they never feel the positives. Like that might be true, but also a lot of the attack on free trade is from people who have an interest in like never losing any specific jobs, and that would be the unions, right? That explains a lot. But yeah. I wonder if More Perfect Union is funded by union. I don't know. Might look into that. But like, yeah. But why do socialists have to they're pro-union, but they can just be pro-free trade. They used to be for a while. Like I don't know why. The average.
I don't know. It's just I think they want to be populist, and this is what's populist right now. So.
Yeah, but I don't know. Fuck Bernie. That's all I have to say. Either way, I'm gonna go. For real this time, I'm gonna go. Okay, I'm not.
Okay.
I know I'm high a lot, but this time I'm telling the truth.
This time. Yep.
I might come back. But yeah, bye-bye.
Okay. I am curious. The H-1B stuff. I guess my cat is just going to sit on my fucking keyboard. Oh, nope, he's leaving. Never mind. Okay, do not copy strike me, Tim Pool. I want to hear my based free marketer, Cato Institute genius defend H-1B visas.
Trump's kind of finding himself at a crossroads right now. We have him, he had to build a coalition basically to get elected, but a new Rasmussen poll says about 60% of voters don't want H-1B workers. So first of all, I don't think that most people even really know what H-1B workers are or what the process is like. So why don't we jump into exactly what that is, what type of visas there are for workers, if they're specialty workers or not, and kind of go from there. Does anybody want to kick us off?
Sure. The H-1B visa is just one of the many visas that the U.S. government has for people who are abroad who want to come here to.
Who is this guy? This isn't the first of all, why is this camera angle so fucked? And second of all, why are they letting this guy speak and not the economic expert they brought on?
Specifically, in order to get an H-1B, you need an employer to.
Or is this the economic expert?
file an application on the behalf of the immigrant.
Oh, they fixed it.
You need some multi-department process. You need like an application with the Department of Labor. After that's approved, you need an application with USCIS. If you're a for-profit company, this is most of the U.S. sector, you need to go through a lottery. There's only 85,000 of these visas, unless you're a cap-exempt organization. We can talk about that. And anyway, so because there's so much more demand than supply for these individuals, usually there's like a 20% selection rate, meaning 80% just don't get it. And you need a college degree to get this visa. You need to, at least affirm that you're paying a wage that is similar to those of employees doing the same job with the same experience. Sector, you need to go to a lottery.
The econ guy is not the guy with the Hispanic accent.
Yeah, there's not. Yeah, but I don't know why they're letting him explain shit. But
yeah, well, I mean, he's also it's like a 2v2 or something. I don't know. It's not just only him. It's like he's on a panel kind of.
Oh, this guy is an economics PhD, Columbia economics PhD.
Might as well, yeah. But the Daniel Baer guy is one of the biggest fan of so far. But even he is just like spreading like dumb stuff about like I think he said stuff like, oh, the universities are overrun by woke or some dumb shit.
True.
I don't know. Just stick to immigration, little bro. But I don't know. Either way, I mean, it's not. You're not gonna get a lot of information out of this Tim Pool thing. Might as well check his Twitter. That's where he all the valuable claims he makes. You're gonna find on his Twitter.
Yeah.
Like you're not gonna find a lot of valuable stuff on like Tim Pool talking to MAGA people who just cite the Center for Immigration Studies over and over again.
Yeah.
But yeah. Either way.
In that field, and anyway, this is the main really visa in which people can come to the U.S. for work purposes and then become permanent residents. It's a dual intent visa, meaning you're allowed to do that, and it's a visa in which many important people have come from. So a visa that's been abused through third-party organizations that we can talk about.
Oh, it's certainly being abused. But there's so 70, I think it's 73 to 75% all come from India, right? And about the 12% come from China, if I have that correct.
I can say something about that. It's 73% of the current visa holders are from India, but actually of the new visas, it's only 50.
Okay, wait, which one's Daniel? Which one's David? David Veer is the Cato guy. This guy's this guy, right?
And the reason is that Indians cannot adjust to a green card, so they all remain on H-1Bs, while the Europeans, the Africans, the Latin Americans all leave with the H-1B visa.
Right, because as soon as you have your H-1B.
Also, what's the issue with the I intuitively would guess that the H-1B visa report from EPI is horrible, but what's the issues with it?
Do you have to wait the 3 years, or I'm pretty sure that you have to wait the 3 years and then you can apply for your green card? No, you can apply just while you're here, right?
You can't initiate it yourself. Your employer has to initiate the process for you to even start.
Correct. Yeah.
So it's not really your option. It's kind of their option for when they want to do it. And even if they do start it right away, the process to go through the green card process is going to take probably about 3 years for them to get through it. So even though it's a 3 year and then you can renew it once, you're stuck in that scenario of at least 3 years of being on the H-1B once you get here, regardless.
So the big problem is that Americans are saying, well, this hurts American workers. The people that are coming in on these H-1B visas, they're getting paid lower wages.
Oh wait, I forgot to tell you. I've a friend of mine. Do you know Patrick? You don't, right?
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, whatever. He's like also an econ guy. Very smart guy. By the way, yeah, he linked me this paper and he said it blackpilled him on H-1B visas. From the Institute of Labor Economics. I don't know to what extent they're also like EPI brained, but it seemed okay. I don't remember all the details of it, but here you go. Here's the name of the.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I have this linked. Yeah, I've clicked on it before at least. What does this show?
They say H-1B people do displace native workers, and they don't really affect innovation. I think that's what they said. Let's see. We compare winning and losing firms in lotteries for H-1B visas, matching administrative data on these lotteries to administrative tax data on U.S. firms to approved U.S. patents. Winning one additional H-1B visa crowds out about 1.5 other workers at the firm. Additional H-1Bs have significant and at most modest effect on firm innovation. More general evidence from the universe of U.S. firms and the universe of H-1B visas using alternative estimation strategies is consistent with these results. Firms that hire H-1Bs grow faster and innovate more because they are different in other ways from firms that do not. So might not be a causal thing. It might be selection bias.
Yeah,
So
I
the only
have
thing
this in
I
here because No
really-
Opinion linked it in his article. He said it's possible to find papers that conclude that H-1B workers displaced similar workers, but at least he says they're few and far between. And he says, I don't know if the study does this, but
yeah.
it's it's easy to see like in theory why it could happen, but like basic models ignore things like clustering effects that might actually, I don't know if this paper talks about clustering effects, but like obviously if there's clustering effects that might complicate like the basic model of like crowding out,
Yeah, we cluster. I mean, I'm looking up the word cluster. We cluster standard errors are at the firm level. Additionally, the R&D accredited results tend to be clustered around zero or somewhat negative. Standard errors are clustered by firm. Standard errors are clustered by firm. Standard errors are clustered at the firm. Okay. There's that. Also, this is a different. I care about the net aggregate effect, right?
Yeah,
So it might
yeah.
very well be that hiring an immigrant, maybe because they're more efficient, maybe because of other stuff, crowds out more than one job at the firm. But presumably, if we have efficiency gains, that's going to create jobs elsewhere in the economy. And that's why, I don't really think within firm studies are just going to be the most informative guy. But I don't know. My friend told me he's totally black-pilled after reading the study. And I'm like,
Totally
he probably
black-pilled, really?
yeah, he was. Yeah. But he's like a left-wing guy that is sensible. He would somehow read a lot of Marx and Straffa and all that. Straffa is okay. I just don't like Marx. And but he'll be pretty correct on most of the stuff I talk to him about. So, whatever.
I'm not aware of what argument he gave
But either way,
specifically, but I saw he came out
even if
against
they
it,
disagree,
against
that's
H-1Bs, yeah.
But it's an indicator that they're done. But but either way, can you send me that no opinion thing you talked about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. But yeah, either way, it's also recent. It's from March 22. Okay. Thank you.
Why won't it let me copy shit? Oh yeah, this is a theoretical model or whatever. But
and it's competing for American jobs, and that it's not the best and the brightest, that it's being abused. So what we really want to know is, what are the merits of this? Is that true? Are they competing for American jobs? And how do we solve this dilemma that the people clearly on X are saying?
Well, I don't think it's just that group, right? I mean, you have I would call them the Stone Age conservatives who want to make everything themselves, and because that's what we did in the Stone Age, or because they don't understand economics. But you also have this other group, I would call them the snowflake conservatives, who are just offended at the idea of ethnic and religious and cultural diversity in the United States. So I think there are more than just.
I don't think that's a big part of it. I want to push back on that.
I get that all the time. I get that all the time on X and
I get that from the
Twitter.
left, but that's not how those people actually are.
I do think it's a
really?
fallacy
I don't know.
just call these people racist and bigots.
Oh, whoa! I didn't say they were racist and bigots. I just said they were offended by the presence of people who have ethnic and religious and cultural. This is what they are saying. They're saying, I don't want foreign cultures in my culture. That's what they are.
No, but that's not the whole debate. I mean, I do agree that that's part of what happened on Twitter, and you can see there's organizations like Hindus for America First, or Republican organizations were very concerned about this. But I do think that
he didn't even say that was the whole debate. Why did they all got so triggered at him even suggesting that some conservatives are racist, that now they're that they didn't even let him finish a sentence.
Main concern from average
Get
people
more points.
is that it's an economic concern, and you see that we have polling at the Manhattan Institute.
I don't disagree that it's the main concern, but the thing that touched this whole debate off was a Trump appointee, right, who was Indian, and so that's what launched this whole thing. So the idea that it's purely about policy disagreements or economics even is, I just don't believe that it's totally about those things. But I do think, so there's those two groups, but then you have the American First market conservatives like Daniel, like Musk and Vivek, who want to see the United States be the most economically prosperous.
If it displaces 1.5 workers at the firm level, couldn't it be that they're just as productive as 1.5 native workers would be? It could, yeah, it could be. Yeah, obviously we should care more about the aggregate, and if we're seeing overall productivity gains, is probably a net benefit, even if some workers in the tech sector are crowded out.
Vibrant place on planet Earth who want to bring people here who are going to contribute in a significant way.
Well,
but
I think he did mention it didn't necessarily find that they actually increase innovation or whatever.
Outnumbered, and they feel that they are outnumbered, so they're constantly making concessions.
Oh, they've been beefing about the fiscal impact of immigration for a while. Damn.
To these other groups, and you see it with Elon initially starting out saying really bold.
No way. This Daniel would at least say that H-1B and like high skilled immigrants are a fiscal positive, right? Aren't they? Or does he dispute that like high skilled immigrants are usually fiscal positive? Or
go to my grave defending this, and then he dials it way back and says, well, I really only want the 0.01% of the people who are coming. So they constantly feel like they have to make concessions to these other groups, but I don't think they should be making concessions. They are right on the economics and on the cultural issues, and these groups have proven themselves that they will never be satisfied. If you look at the U.S. skilled legal immigration system, it is the most restrictive in the world. We're rejecting over 70% of the applicants for H-1B visas. If you look at the share of the green card backlog that gets...
I would imagine that's not going to come up here because presumably if you're making $60,000 a year and you only live here for 6 years or whatever, although, I mean, you can't apply for the green card, they said, or your employer can, ask for it. No shot that you have a negative fiscal impact, right? Like
a green card every year, it's only about 10% of those are even accepted. So we already have an insanely restrictive legal immigration system. So I don't think Musk and Vivek should be conceding anything. They should be defending the system and focusing on
expanding it. So you think the system is fine how it is?
Well, I just want to say the reason why Elon Musk...
I think it's terribly restrictive. I think that is the problem.
The reason why Elon Musk backtracked under pressure wasn't because he wanted to make a concession to the traditional right wing. I think it was because he realized that, the connotation of H-1B historically is that it brings in the Einsteins, the geniuses, into these various fields, when in fact it does not. Often it's mediocre, ordinary talent that we already have here in the United States. And these, of course, companies like Tesla and SpaceX have been built off the backs of those low-skilled immigrants, but those are not geniuses. And I think legal immigration in this country, one of the worst cliches in Republican politics is that illegal immigration is bad, legal immigration is by default good. That's just not true. And the mandate of Trump this election was obviously to curtail illegal immigration, but also immigration generally, because I think many Americans, a large majority of Americans in this country, do think after the 4 years of border anarchy and with the legal immigration system, which has many flaws and is prone to exploitation, we need a reset on that. And that's not because they're harboring racial animus toward these groups. It's because America First populism just says we want to prioritize the people that are native here, whose multiple generations that are in this country that built it. That's their legacy. And so I do think it's a kind of a misnomer about the motives of the people who are advocating for illegal immigration. How are we still
hung up on this racism point, bro? Dog, kill me.
Reduction or just a reanalysis of it. And the other thing I'll say is that there was a study in the Center for Immigration Studies that showed that foreign educated workers tend to be less skilled than their American counterparts, which raises the question.
Like educated abroad.
Yes, and the study was based on test results on computational ability, literacy, as well.
Also, we're citing the Center for Immigration Studies nonstop, obviously. But
well as like just a third category. I think
this is 2 pasty economists. This is 2 average Twitter. No, I think Chat told me the Daniel guy is going to disagree with the pro-immigration guy. So I don't know if we'll. If it's just 2 PhDs versus Twitter people,
comprehension,
that'd be funny. That'd be based though.
And it showed that across the board, foreign educated, immigrants as well as U.S. educated immigrants underperformed the Americans, which begs the question: if we are looking at these people as highly skilled, should we be? Because when you compare them to Americans who have similar educational attainment, they're underperforming.
Okay, so what I will say here is that I do agree that this cliche of legal good, illegal bad is a bad distinction. I think what the real reason or the real debate should be what kind of immigration policy do you want? But I do find it concerning that we're focusing on a population of immigrants who is English speaking, makes on average over $118,000
maybe it is
here.
Daniel's in the middle? Wait, what? I thought this is Daniel, right?
Has no crime. I mean, can anybody name a crime from somebody who had an H-1B visa that brought Melania Trump, Elon Musk, Jensen Huang, important CEOs and founders? This is a program with problems that we can solve very easily, by the way. But when we have a population of, say, parents of U.S. citizens that come here on green cards, 150,000, not 85, 150. who come here in their 50s, work 10 years as, say, low-wage jobs, then collect Social Security and Medicare that is bankrupting this country. And yet we're focusing on a population that is tiny, that is relatively higher skilled. I think we should call this a day and just say, we just are going to pick the highest wage offers of the H-1B visa. We're not going to pick all these Indian tech outsourcing firms that exploit these Indians in India, and they tell them, you have to pay me a fee in order to get you on the lottery. And that's what they do. That's what they do.
And the lottery is what makes it prone to abuse. The fact that it's just this pool, and we're going to pluck out of this pool rather than allow employers
I don't think anyone, I don't know anyone who's in support of the lottery, actually. Most people, say that, yeah, we should just we shouldn't just randomly pick them. We should take the highest skilled ones,
compete.
Or just remove the cap altogether and just let as many come in as we want, as long as we fix the issues with maybe there's some companies that are able to exploit the H-1B and bring in not high skilled workers with it, because they're contracting chefs or whatever that are able to get in, but
for the highest salary. Isn't that a way to determine whether these people are in fact brilliant?
Absolutely.
Is by letting the employers compete. And Trump proposed that in 2020, and the Biden administration promptly undid that, which tells you a lot about the Biden administration.
Wait, sorry?
Compete for the highest salary. Isn't that a way to determine whether these people are in fact brilliant?
Absolutely.
Is by letting the employers compete. And Trump proposed that in 2020, and the Biden administration promptly undid that, which tells you a lot about the Biden administration.
We shouldn't have a lottery because we shouldn't have a cap on these workers. I mean, the idea that we should be limiting people who have job offers of $100,000. I mean,
but they don't also. If you
yes, there's a spectrum of people here, but even a single person who's making above average income in the United States is contributing significantly to the prosperity of the country. It's far too restrictive, and you can see that in the lottery. The lottery is, obviously you're picking people randomly. We should just be letting these people come in and contribute to our country. We're basically turning away every year at least $150 billion a year, and the idea that the government is going to know who's going to be the next great person. I mean, you look at the number of CEOs who've risen up through the ranks who were just that ordinary. They were just the ordinary H-1B, the ordinary international student.
True. I must find a way to do information problem memes everywhere. True, though.
I mean, Musk was the ordinary international student, except he overstayed his visa and violated the rules of immigration law in order to start his business. But the idea that the government is going to know, this person's going to be the next important founder of the next great company, it's just ludicrous.
Elon Musk would have passed that academic proficiency test that I mentioned. He would have knocked that out of the park.
I mean, who cares about some standardized test? Look at what the market is saying.
Well, it does matter, though. It does matter, though, because if you just allowed anybody to come to the United States, you have 1 billion people show up at the door.
Why don't we talk about anybody? I mean, we're talking about the H-1B visa. The H-1B visa.
Wait, you're also talking about. I'm going to jump in.
Half of the world would prefer to be an Uber driver on welfare in the United States than living in their country.
Hold on one second. You still have to realize that there are different. So there's different wage categories for how many years of experience, and the first category is zero to 2 years experience, and they can make from, I think it's 39,000 to 50,000, something like that, right? Or 60,000. 39, 59.9 is what the
39.
first.
I thought 60,000 was the minimum even for no experience. Maybe I'm wrong, but.
Year for 0 to 2 years experience. We're talking, and there's that they need to pay these people on these H-1Bs. So you're talking about, we have kids coming out of college and they're freaking out because they can't get jobs and they're taking these horrible entry level positions, but they can't get these entry level positions because they're going to people who are supposed to be skilled.
Me win fixed pie, me win lump of labor. Really, dog, really.
Workers. I don't understand.
When ignoring knowledge clustering as well.
True. I mean, the number of software.
Why should we take anybody?
And also true. The labor market is tight right now. What do you mean? Unemployment super low. 4%, relatively low. And there's more job openings than unemployed people right now.
They're supposed to be highly skilled. Why are we taking anybody with 0 to 2 years experience?
This girl does not believe in the unemployment numbers. Okay, if she's on fucking Tim Pool, I'm willing to bet this girl does not believe anything coming from the BLS.
Entry-level accountants.
Well, I will challenge that, but from another perspective, from the right, and I would say first, what kind of person do you care about, right? When we think about the economics of immigration, who are physicians competing to? Even an entry-level physician. An entry-level physician is not competing with a construction worker or an office worker.
With that too, though. The physicians. My mom used to train people at Jefferson, and they would prioritize these foreign.
Sure, but those physicians are not competing with construction workers. And what happens if you have, say, 10,000 more physicians in the United States? Yes, they're going to compete with American.
Is he going to mention we'll drive skilled labor down a little bit, we're actually going to increase low skilled workers' pay because we're driving demand up for the services without competing with them on the labor market?
They will certainly reduce their salaries, but they are going to demand services from construction workers, from stores, from apartments. Yes. They're going to raise the wages. Yes, they're going to raise the wages of the working class and depress the ones of physicians. And maybe that's a good trade-off.
But no, when you have medical schools saying, okay, we only, like Jefferson just had, right? We only admit this many anesthesia students, say, right? And so you look at their grades. We have a girl from Penn. She has a 4.0. She's doing great. She doesn't get in, but the people from Iran were prioritized, right?
You know that people who are really being prioritized are the DEI stuff.
Okay, so true, that's true. But these people are coming over on specialty visas to even be here to study like that, right? And so now that person who could have, been at Jefferson now has to go to maybe a lesser one, and it affects, where they get placed.
Yeah, this is a bigger problem. Like, we limit the number of residencies, like, the American Medical Association lobby.
I was going to say, this is like an occupational licensing problem. Like, this is a AMA increasing the price of doctors, like the AMA problem. Like,
why are we giving it
high?
We make it way too hard to get into medical school here.
Practically,
work at all.
many of the H-1B recipients are programmers, like cheap,
right,
basic programmers. Okay, so that's the STEM field. Why would we recruit for the STEM field if we don't have a shortage? Is what the advocates of H-1B will say. Do we have a shortage of STEM workers in America? Unequivocally, no. There is no evidence that we have a shortage of STEM workers in America in 2022.
I don't know.
There were, I think it was 17.
We also I like the national security argument. I don't think anyone here on the podcast would make the national security argument. China has 17% of population. We have 4%. China's naturally going to have a higher skill pool than us. We probably want to draw from other nations to have them make fucking cool ass companies here. Think about NVIDIA and think about TSMC. NVIDIA is one of, the most valuable company in the world. It gives us such a huge lead over China in terms of chip design that we won't even let NVIDIA sell all their products to China. They have to make different, worse versions of their graphics cards to sell to China because we don't want them copying their designs or training AI on it, stuff like that. That was a company founded by an immigrant. Jensen is an immigrant. He came over here when he was pretty young. His dad is also an immigrant. And he founded this company here. TSMC, its founder, was also an immigrant, but he moved to fucking Taiwan to make his company, right? Imagine if he made his company here and we were actually making the cool ass semiconductors that we need to make here rather than in Taiwan, which could potentially be invaded by China and fuck our shit up, right? We want these people making companies here. That benefits America both in terms of economics, obviously, and also in terms of national security.
Million STEM graduates, so that means American people who graduated.
This is complicated because you're comparing somebody with a BA in biology as a STEM graduate with somebody with a PhD in computer
You're not
science.
seeing his LinkedIn? What's on his LinkedIn?
They're both STEM
And
graduates.
we have to realize, I'm going to push back there a little bit too, in that we are 36th in the world for STEM majors. That's where we rank, as far as output and quality. We rank that low. I think we're 16th in math, right? So it's not like our students are prioritizing things like I think psychology has moved up to the 5th best major. So there is that issue that
America produces great lawyers.
Yeah. Well, listen.
No shot. I guess that makes sense. He was a founder. I don't know if I mentioned that. He's not just CEO. He was a co-founder. Dishwasher, the CEO of the most valuable company in the world. Dude, based.
Vivek was pushing back on culture, and I kind of have to give it to him. There are the tiger moms, and there are the people that prioritize us, and maybe our parents.
Oh yeah, gonna have to explain that massive gap. 10 years, damn.
Do need to wake up and really start, forcing your kids to actually do their homework like academicians. Math is hard. I want to die for my country. That thing. But
yeah, I also think there's an indictment of academia embedded in that. I used to cover a lot of education for National Review, and I know that's not what this conversation is about. But look, if you're adding DEI as a fundamental building block of the medical training in America, yeah, you're going to have a diminished quality of medicine and medical trainees and graduates. So it's not necessarily the students' fault. Yeah. Engineers too, and you're right that we're not exactly ranked the highest when it comes to this.
And by the way, there are hundreds of counties in this country that have no primary care physician. And so do we say, is it okay to stop a foreign physician who graduated abroad to come and save lives in rural America? I think it would be a great thing to allow those people to save lives.
But they won't go there either. See,
actually, we have a program specifically
I was about to say, we literally have a program that does this, that incentivizes foreign doctors to go to these areas.
Require them to go there.
The problem is, though, is that insurance companies and the way that the insurance companies put their claws into the people in the medical field really hamper how successful they can be. I know because my whole family's in medicine. I'm the only one that's out on that. But so yes and no. We have shortages of dermatologists. The VA can't even get a single dermatologist to actually go work for them. But that's also because of how their pay scheme and how they pay. Anything that's overly regulated is going to do better.
I do see your point. I see your point. So my family has a small cabin in a very rural town in Maine that literally has one major doctor on the peninsula, and he happens to be from the Philippines. And his family, they're very, very close to me. And growing up in this town, I've noticed how the whole town is dependent on this doctor because, frankly, who wants to be a doctor in rural Maine? Very few.
Yeah, I don't remember the full story, but yeah, I think he was offered stuff from the Taiwanese government. I read no opinions thing about it. Immigrant who born in China before moving to the U.S. Worked at working at Texas Instruments, and then later he moved to OTI rejected.
very few people. There's a huge brain drain out of that state all the time, and I've seen the impact of his work and service in a place like that.
Taiwan's dominance in chip fabrication is a big strategic headache for the U.S., as Donald Trump noted, because Taiwan is claimed by the People's Republic of China. It may soon be on the front lines of war, putting not just U.S. chip supply, but world chip supply in danger. But how did Taiwan, in Trump's words, take our business away? The answer is skilled immigration. Taiwan's dominance in chip fabrication is overwhelmingly due to a single company, TSMC. TSMC was built with significant help from the Taiwanese government, but it would not have succeeded if it weren't for the efforts of its visionary founder, Morris Chang. China, moved to Texas, or whatever the fuck. He stayed at TI for 25 years, improving their fabrication. But after being passed over for a promotion... oh, wait, what's the country code for... Wait, hold on. I realized I might have read your message wrong, and I'm trying to figure out if I'm stupid. No, what's the text? Like the... Is it... Oh, TW? Damn, because you said TI, and I was thinking Taiwan, not Texas Instruments. But now I get what you're saying, yes.
Can have more people like that and not have like programmers making $50K a year that are working for hire through third-party companies. I think that's kind of like the solution.
Graphic designers
should look like.
It was, I think Patrick Bet-David was one of the people that was speaking out the most about it. And then when they went and pulled up the H-1B records for him, he's got a graphic designer making about $45,000. I was like, I know so many graphic designers right now that are lining up for jobs that can't wait to get them. And so what are we doing hiring graphic designers to do thumbnails for Patrick?
Average anecdotal enjoyer versus average evidence. What's the thing? Why don't I remember the meme? The enjoyer versus the
vast majority of H-1Bs are in computer jobs. Software developing employment has doubled in the last 10 years. This doubled. That's an insane rate of growth. There's been no decline in wages. If you look at the wages of the workers who were there 10 years ago, they have increased dramatically. You have, yes, lots of new people coming into the field.
I mean, you'd have to measure it relative to the counterfactual of if immigrants never came in, right?
So they're coming in at the entry level wage, but there's no evidence that they're harming anyone. The basic idea, right? Getting back to the basic economics. What is the H-1B in this context? It is unlicensed to work, and a restrictive licensing regime hurts everyone except the special interest being protected. And Daniel's right. Who is the special interest being protected here? It's the top 10% of wage earners in the United States. That's who we're talking about inflating the wages.
Well, no one's talking about $50K a year.
Well, I mean, that's a spectrum. The average the average of this is $118,000 a year.
That's the median, which means half make less.
So yes, I understand that, but the average matters, or the median matters in this context, because if you got rid of the entire program, then you're lowering the wages for all those.
Is that the average for the H-1B visa applicants, or is that how much they're making on average?
That's how much the median person makes. The average is,
Which, by the way, it means, if you look at the data, if you just did wage ranking, because of the percentage that gets selected, the minimum salary that would end up being selected is over 120K. That would be the minimum. The average would be well over 200K.
Yeah.
So this is about a trade-off, David, because we cannot just let in everybody with a job offer.
You could absolutely uncap the H-1B. We didn't have to. We had 190,000. The reason why it's gotten so insane in terms of the lottery is because we've had these restrictions in place, severe restrictions in place for the last 20 years. In 1999, we had a cap of 190,000, so we didn't have this big backlog and these problems in terms of getting the visa. So we could have a much more expansive.
You know how many applications there were, right? There were over 500,000. Mm-hmm. So you think that it would be okay to just
every year,
500,000 more every year?
No, it wouldn't work like that, because the reason why we've created this huge backlog of the number of people who are trying to get it is because of the restrictions we've had for the last decade. So if we didn't have those restrictions, we would have not.
I think that there would actually be cultural consequences. I do think that there would be political consequences. I do think that you would have people competing with medium level jobs that wouldn't be the super high skilled. I'm super in favor of the high skilled part.
You could just have presumably one of them is David, one of them is Daniel. The Cato Institute guy, which I think is Daniel, or no, David. No, this is Daniel. The other one's David. Okay, presumably that guy doesn't support the minimum salary cap anyway, because he's full libertarian, right? But you could uncap it, but have the minimum salary be $100,000 a year or $120,000 a year, and then that would presumably solve this issue that we're gonna let in some low skilled immigrants. Obviously, the Cato guy doesn't think low skilled immigration is bad either, but.
But I don't think that it would be okay to let in, 500,000 programmers making $50,000 a year into the United States.
Yeah, and most Americans who voted for Trump would agree that we're all for brain draining the rest of the world.
Right.
Bring in the prodigies. But when it comes to the middle denominator, no, we have no interest in that, because, as I was mentioning, we have 17 million STEM graduates. Yes, it's a diverse range of majors. Only 8 million STEM jobs filled. That means we have all these extra employees that have STEM degrees and disciplines who could be reactivated and reengaged. The question is, why haven't they been? I would argue.
I don't even know. like, how many people get a degree in gender studies and then don't utilize that degree? Like, I don't know if I would just take like the number of people who get a degree in a field versus like the number of the number of people who, the number of job openings that utilize that degree, and say like, oh, these people could be utilized. Like, presumably there's a lot of people with gender studies degrees that aren't in gender studies but are being utilized in, you know, in places where the degree isn't particularly relevant. It might still have like, it's there's signaling effects, right? That doesn't really indicate to me that like we're underutilizing gender studies degrees, right? Like, it just means that like the market does not value gender studies degrees, doesn't value gender studies as much as it does other things. Like,
it's because wages in STEM have stagnated. Why have they stagnated? Because of the influx of H-1B applicants and recipients.
I don't know if the first part of that is true, that wages in STEM has stagnated, and I definitely don't think she can prove that second one.
There's no incentive to raise their compensation, benefits, and salaries when they can just get cheaper labor abroad.
That's not why they've stagnated. They've stagnated because there's been this huge infusion of new people entering the fields. It's like my public school down the street. The average height of the student fell when they increased the number of classes. You won't believe why. It wasn't because the public school teachers were chopping the kids' feet off. It was because they added an elementary school onto the building. The same thing is happening with the wage distribution in these fields that have, as I mentioned, doubled in
more people are
employment.
graduating college.
So more people are graduating college and going into these fields, which is a sign that the system is working. The wages are encouraging people to go into these fields. For every foreign increase in foreign employment in software development, there's been 2 Americans drawn in to.
But I do think, David, that you're ignoring that there is a trade-off. And certainly when you have more people of a specific skill level, you are going to, in the long run, depress the wages of that skill level, but you're going to increase the wages of other skills levels. So when you say, we don't need more STEM graduates, like, I think you're right. You would increase the average.
It's not even also, there's a trade-off between like the high skill and like low skill worker things, but also like there's a lot of, all the STEM shit in technology sector stuff is like a knowledge-based industry. It's very knowledge-based. Like the reason, and there's clustering effects. Like the reason all the cool companies are set up in Silicon Valley is because all the super smart people live in Silicon Valley. Like, we want super cool people to be here because that makes other people invest in us, right? Like, we want companies to invest here and make new companies here because we have all the smart people. So it's not even like, that dynamic investment effect can actually compensate for any wage is, some level of wage depression that we have, but also that's a big benefit for us. Even if you do decrease their wages to some extent, we're getting more investment here. That brings innovation and productivity gains and new technology, and that benefits everyone. I wonder how they make this calculation. Is getting a math degree and working in finance not being engaged? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think she's an economist or anything. She presumably just like read that off at Twitter or something. I wouldn't take anything she says at face value. But yeah, it's obviously hard to tell like how much is your degree being utilized. Like, if you have a like, what if you have a gender studies degree and you work at what's something that and like, what is gender studies relevant to? Oh man. I don't know. Presumably you could work at like some like, I don't know, literacy think tank or something and write dissertations about gender and gender and literary studies. Like, I don't know. Like, it's obviously hard to draw that line.
The STEM workforce in the U.S., native born, you would decrease the real incomes of people who are not in STEM. And I would rather help
professional
Americans
activists.
who are not
I think that's pretty clearly like utilizing it, right? Like,
college than Americans who went to college. Who, by the way, it's actually a political issue. Like, why are like Republicans complaining about harming Silicon Valley liberal woke people and
supporting jobs? Their children want jobs because they've been like blue collar, working hard. They save their money. They send their kids to college, and then their kids are coming out and they can't find jobs, and they're crying in their cars on TikTok saying, "I can't afford to live." And so they're like, "Hey, this is harming my family. No matter which way you look at it, it's harming their family."
Well, if they're crying on TikTok about how they can't find a job, I guess we have to stop immigration. I guess I'm convinced.
And they don't want it.
There is real displacement. There have been other studies that show for every H-1B recipient that comes into a company that displaces 2 American workers. So there's plenty of studies for every counter study, blah blah blah. But what I'll say, I have something else.
I don't. Who is this girl? There's no. Is she an actual economist, or is she just she's a journalist? I mean, presumably she has some education if she's actually on, this looks like Fox News, right? Yeah. Fox Business. So maybe she is an economist. Staff writer at the National Review. Oops.
About the national security counterpoint. So, all right, a lot of these recipients come from China and India.
Oh, they're talking about national security. Oh, wait, is she? Oh, I thought. She's saying national security is a negative because these people are coming from China. Really? How do I see? Her LinkedIn was somewhere. Hold on. Studied economics. Okay, she is a economics person. Okay. I'm so upset Tim Pool is not on this one because he would be so outclassed by all these people. I'm not verified yet.
Our STEM workforce, which is the highest foreign-born percentage, I think
Hard to
it's
find
ever
any
been. It's like 29% foreign-born
yeah.
STEM. Do we really want our STEM field dependent on foreign labor? As we enter this new era of geopolitics with China as an adversary, especially, I mean, that's a
I mean, I think it's a good concern. What I'll say, China, different issue than India. Sure. But I will say
is it
that
though? Because aren't they kind of aren't they kind of like
no, it's not. I mean,
thinking about.
They're both Asian. They're all the same. It's actually all the same. What? I don't think we have nearly as hostile relations with India as we do with China. Really? Like, India's not aligned, but they're not exactly they're not like a super close ally, but they're nowhere near China. Are you kidding me?
China wants to destroy the United States. The Indian government doesn't want to destroy the United States. Like, it's fundamentally different.
You'd be surprised.
I'm just saying they have been making a turn. From what I've heard, India has been making a turn to China, given some of America's policies.
Isn't Modi best friends with Trump anyway?
Well,
for now, yeah.
I would definitely say
for now.
For national defense, I'm highly suspect about anybody who lives outside the United States working for defense contractors because they are privy to a lot of compartmentalized information that if it does get out or get sold back to China.
Don't you need to be a U.S. citizen to work?
Yeah, but what they do?
There are other things to get around that,
but
right?
For right now, what they're saying is we have these big companies and they make the software. I think one of the largest companies.
Shouldn't we want to steal Chinese engineering? Yeah, I know. When she said national security, I thought she was going to bring up my talking point. Shouldn't we want to have more high skilled workers in China? But I guess we're so concerned that Indians or H-1B Indians are trying to destroy the United States. Really?
Built that does H-1B recipients. It has to do with the people who do the cloud Azure or whatever it is. And so
okay, I don't know. Oh my God, did they talk about H-1B the entire time?
What? The cloud?
Yeah,
Azure. Microsoft Azure.
right. So they're one of the biggest H-1B employers. And what they do, though, they have a lot of contracts with the U.S. government. What they do, though, is they compartmentalize this, right? So they'll start building parts of the code, and then they hand it off, and then it gets specialized through our Department of Defense. However, if you're building the original base to the code, then you know how to get around it, too. Yeah. Not saying that happens as much because, like I said, our own team of U.S. citizens in the Department of Defense really works with it themselves, but still, they're building the foundation for that code.
The Trump Defense Department in 2020 wrote a report about this, and they said that the lack of STEM talent in the United States, specifically with computers, is a direct threat to the self-determination of the United States because if you cannot control the future of artificial intelligence and these other technologies and technological growth, then you are beholden to whoever is developing that. And China is graduating right now twice as many STEM PhDs, specifically in computer science fields, than the United States is. That is, a direct threat to our geopolitics. So of course, it's a benefit to the United States we don't need to hire them directly in the U.S. government. We can just free up a lot of the people who are in the private sector right now who are U.S. citizens to be attracted to these government jobs where they need to be working on the type of defense projects that we need them in. So having a larger labor force in this is absolutely a benefit to our national security, even the Trump defense.
So I will also say there is a lack of vetting that is enough, and I'll give you one story. So I had one Chinese student one time ask me for advice to get a job or something. She sent me her resume and wanted to meet up, and I see the resume. What was the top experience thing? Organizer for the Chinese Communist Party. Are you kidding me? I'm not going to help her. She volunteered the information, and I'm just thinking, what is the State Department doing when they're granting visas? That you do somebody who proud to be an organizer for the CCP. So I do think, I don't want communists, I don't want adversaries, but I do think that the brain drain is a trade-off. So yes, you do risk something with that. U.S. citizens are also bribed to give information to foreign countries, by the way. This isn't just like an immigration problem. This happens all the time.
That's true as well, yeah.
But there is a trade-off because you do not want to be dependent on China for chips. You don't even want to be dependent on Taiwan for chips, right? And this whole issue that we have foreign policy is because we can't build it here. And
well, part of that's their neon too. I mean, Ukraine and Taiwan are the biggest producers of neon. So
no, but Taiwan has TSMC. We import all our high quality chips from Taiwan.
I don't know.
And the solution that the Biden administration did was let's just give hundreds of billions to these companies with DEI conditions, by the way, and all these stupid things. And then
extra
they can't
based,
even
double based DI based.
open because they don't have the Taiwanese.
Most of the shit did not have DI. First of all, for whether or not it's DEI, it's not changed whether it's a net benefit. It's probably still a net benefit, even if it does have some level of DEI. Also, my understanding is that most of it is tax incentive financing stuff, and they can get that regardless of whether the DEI's fucking stupid ass standards are met. Okay,
high skilled workers. Well, we should let them in, brain drain those countries, and then we will actually be
when
independent.
people are far
Right,
more
I'm
of
not
a
just so
threat.
sure I trust the government to screen.
They're reposting code on Xiaohongshu. Yeah, I know. Libertarians bring this up a lot. What do you think is more a threat to the U.S.? These hardworking Indian immigrants, or pro-Hamas protesters on college campuses, like the blue hair, woke, pro-Hamas, like the people willingly downloading Xiaohongshu and
These applicants, I really don't. I mean, I think.
But then we can't even trust them to screen the Americans who are also sold.
That's true too. That's true too. But at least they're supposed to be here, right? That's part of the problems that we're saying. And I see that debate with immigration all the time is that they'll say, okay, well, the immigrants that are coming over here, they don't commit that much crime. Well, anything that any crime that they commit is crime that shouldn't have been here in the first place. I'm talking about legal immigrants, right?
So true. Me, when I don't understand the relative crime effects, it's if immigrants actually, well, I mean, first of all, you should talk about the trade-off, right? Maybe they commit crime, but also they deliver all these economic benefits. So maybe that's a worthwhile trade-off if they don't actually commit that much crime. But actually, if they do commit less crime than native-borns, which there seems to be evident, I mean, surely that's got to be true for H-1B visas. I would bet my life on that. They actually decrease the relative crime rate because you increase the population, decreasing the proclivity to do crime or whatever. But my cat is begging me for food. I'll be back in a second.
And they seem to forget that. They cause nominal crime. Well, it should be none. They shouldn't be here. So I don't know if the crime is that great of an argument when it comes to this. I don't think that people coming in that are making.
Well, and especially legal immigrants.
Yeah,
absolutely.
They're not trying to get in.
I can't even find an anecdote of an H-1B immigrant who committed a.
I'm sure there's.
I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is.
Well, they're often in white collar. It's the white collar world that they're occupying. So I'm sure the crimes would be
white collar crime,
right? Or something that has to do with surveillance or intelligence.
Vaccination.
Yeah, it's not going to be a migrant gang attack in New York City. It's going to be of a different nature.
Also, these people are exploited, right? And so back to for those who want these people to come in mass, right? Aren't these people exploited through these companies that will do mass? What are they? They'll go to India and they'll say, hey, we're going to get you contracts. I'll contract you out. We'll sponsor your H-1B. Then
That's my question.
What are they called? Body shops, right?
Mm-hmm.
You never heard of body shops?
I mean, I hear that as a derogatory term,
no.
not as something that's...
no, but the Indian contracting firms that charge Indians in India to get into the lottery, they get them here, they get paid, say, $50K a year.
So, can I just ask, what exactly is the process for an H-1B visa holder to get to the United States to start working for a company? And what part of that process needs to be reformed?
Yes. So first step, the company needs to want to have somebody, right? And then they apply with the Department of Labor for what's called labor conditions application. They have to certify that they're paying the prevailing wage for the occupation, the experience, all of that. After that's approved, that's usually quick. They apply with USCIS. Even though, and this is where the whole misinformation happened on Twitter, everybody was using the LCAs, the labor applications. Right? When
God, I remember on the layoff things, I remember fighting with Isaac about that in our DMs. It was have you heard about companies that, lay off all these people and then, hire immigrants? And it's one, I haven't seen stuff that suggests it's actually a large-scale issue. But, two, based? Based? What do you mean? Based? I love mass layoffs. I am evil. I am a neoliberal and will defend everything that is evil and hate everything that is good, okay? They're not talking about exploitation. Do they ever ask the Indian workers? I mean, I think there probably is an issue with the visas not being instantly transferable. So it's, but I mean, obviously most Indian, I mean, first of all, the only thing worse than being exploited by capitalism is not being exploited by capitalism, guys. You're providing the Indian a job opportunity that he wouldn't have had otherwise. Do you want him stuck in India with a lower productivity, lower paying job where he's arguably exploited more? Like,
approved LCA doesn't mean you have an approved H-1B. It just means you are approved to apply for an H-1B, and then USCIS, the immigration agency, can approve or reject your application. They say, no, this wage is too low, or this wage is not good, the location is not approved.
Is there a background check?
Yeah,
There's biometrics and all that.
Biometrics too?
This is so far without a visa yet. Like, this is, the labor conditions is not for a specific person yet. Then you do the actual application with immigration for the person. If that's approved, and they're abroad, they go to a consulate. If they're already here, say international student, that's very common, they just change status. And they were already vetted before they came here as international students.
Yeah.
So, even though I argued that the vetting process is not good enough for like China or whatever. And then they can start working after that's approved if they get selected in the lottery. And it's a lottery subject application.
Okay, so out of like 500,000 applicants, how many?
85,000.
85,000.
Are selected.
Are selected.
But what's kind of tricky about that number is like right now I think we have around 500,000 people that are here on H-1B this year. Like they're given out because even though you have the 65,000 of high school graduates and then the 20,000 of master's degrees,
that's right.
That's what the new ones that get approved every year. But remember, they can be here 3 to 6 years,
and then they're waiting for their green card,
and it doesn't count towards the cap, right?
That's
So
right.
like if they're the reason we have so many is because that's only for the new year, but there's 500,000 because those people don't, like the people that are getting theirs renewed doesn't count towards the cap of this new year. So right now there's about 500, and I think it's 580,000 people here on H-1B right now in this country, working in this country. So it's a 500,000.
The problem with the green card stuff is that because it's taking so long to sponsor somebody for a permanent employment-based green card, what the companies are doing is that I'm just going to sponsor you for an H-1B, and I'm immediately beginning the green card process. If the green card process didn't take 3 years, there would be half the number of H-1B applications. It's really just a band-aid so that people can begin working before they get their green card.
You asked about reforms. I think the most compelling proposals so far have been to get rid of the lottery and make it based on salary and what employers are willing to offer up. That way, the best and the brightest, we have a greater chance of recruiting them rather than this giant pool where they're plucked at random, essentially. Mark Krikorian laid out an interesting compromise in Compact magazine, which ideally would appease both factions of this conflict, the tech right and moguls like Elon Musk and all of the other Silicon Valley people, and then the MAGA populace, which is to end a good chunk of the chain migration that we have, which is essentially, if your relative is here, that makes it easy for their relatives to come over to the United States, as well as visa lotteries, which is different from what I understand.
Let's have a compromise between the people who have never taken an economics class in their life and people who are PhD, like people who at least understand like the fixed pi fallacy. Okay, like really, like no. Never. No.
Diversity visa lottery is literally called diversity. We have DEI in immigration for decades, and people weren't thinking about that.
Right. So we have that, and he's proposing that we cut into that as well and replace a number of those spots with high-skilled immigrants. So that way we reduce the overall level of legal immigration while increasing the skill level of the immigrants that we are taking in.
Look, the biggest problem with the H-1B is how restrictive it is for the worker. So when they get here, it's very bureaucratic for them to be able to go to another job. They can, many of them do change jobs, but it's very bureaucratic and limits their options. So what that does in the free market, you should be directed to the highest productivity use of your time. Whatever you think is going to be the most productive use of your activity, you should be directed to that by the wage in the market. But that doesn't happen as well as it could in the H-1B world because of the restrictions, the fact that every employer, in order to hire you, has to go through this government bureaucracy every time and pay, $15,000 a pop to be able to hire you. It really limits the options and the availability. It also prevents you from going out and starting your own company, which is a very important contribution. So if we really wanted to change the H-1B, we'd free the H-1B population who's here by giving them green cards, ideally. But if not, just to say, look, you can work however you want, whatever company you want, start your own business. That would unleash their productive capacities more than any other reform. And look, coming up with these different schemes to limit it further and really only take this top slice of people. I mean, that's turning away hundreds of billions of dollars in economic growth and benefit to U.S. consumers and benefit to everyone who's not, making over $100,000 a year. So it's a real blow to the economy, and the government doesn't know who's going to become the next CEO of Microsoft or Google or Twitter.
Number of people.
I just think
why not? Why can we not let in an unlimited number of college graduates in STEM who are going to make $100,000 a year?
But that's not what you're saying.
Yes,
you're
it is
saying
what I'm saying.
uncap the H-1B visa, in which half of the people make less than $100,000.
Okay, that's their starting salary. Over the course of their career, they will be making a lot more than that.
You mentioned productivity. There was a study that found that for the firms that won the H-1B visa lottery, their innovation and productivity was marginally increased. So it's not actually leading to this, uncharted, economic prowess for the companies that get these H-1B recipients. It's really insignificant statistically. So, maybe at the large scale, sure, GDP will increase, but if
you're able to increase innovation by 1% a year, that compounds, and that's huge.
I want to touch on something.
Yeah, there's that, and also even if it has no effect on productivity, the businesses are still able to expand easier and all the other benefits. Also the statistically insignificant. I don't know. If the study, my understanding if a study says it found something, that relationship is statistically significant, right? Otherwise, it would say we found no statistically significant relationship. Like it has to find some statistically significant relationship in order for them to like claim that they found it, right? Like, isn't that usually what they do? But also, like, yeah.
That you just said real quick, and you said that it was hard for H-1B visa holders to like start their own business or do something.
Even if the effect was one study amazing, yeah, but like even if the effect was like 0 on productivity, like there's quite a few other benefits that we're probably getting that, like, if we're not decreasing productivity, it's probably still overall net gain, like
that. You had Patrick Bet-David the other day arguing that, or saying that statistically, $50 billion startups,
yes,
the people that have the most
also like you'd probably increase productivity like in aggregate. Tim Pool isn't even in this. They got real economists for this one. What was I going to say? Oh, because of like the clustering effects, you're probably, increasing investment in the U.S., increasing investment in U.S. tech companies, and that probably actually isn't it's like productivity increasing in aggregate, even if on the firm level there's no increase in innovation or whatever. If it isn't statistically significant, it is statistically not different from 0. Okay, yeah.
Our startups, 55% are foreign born, right? And so, but they're not coming over on the H-1B. Right?
They are. They start their.
Well, you just said it was difficult. It's almost impossible for them to start a business, right? That's what you said.
Do it after they transition.
After they get off the H-1B.
But there's
so
also
important for that. That's what I'm talking about. The H-1B is too restrictive. We should be accelerating their ability to start.
Aren't they on though the investor visas, right? Because there are foreign investor visas. I believe it's what
the EB-5. Right. There's also the treaty trader, the E-visas. Which, by the way, the EB-5 is limited, which I think it's kind of silly, right? Why do you limit to 9,000 people a year the number of multimillionaire investors who create at least 10 jobs?
I agree. I think that qualifies as Einstein category. Same with O1. Those are right.
I know some people personally that are on O1, and I'm like, you're not that extraordinary.
No, the issue with the O1, and this is why I prefer the wage ranking on the H-1B. The issue with the O1 is that you're asking the government to determine what's extraordinary, and that sometimes leads to rejecting good applications and approving bad applications, right? It's government officials.
It's subjective to bureaucrats.
It's very subjective. Yep. It's good to have that option.
Can we privatize that? Can we privatize the selection of applicants?
You kind of.
Yeah, I mean, like, just don't have restrictions?
Do already. One of the criteria for the O1 is national or international acclaim. So you have to have a name out there. So you kind of have to go out there and like get your name placed in publications and try to do interviews.
There's a lot of writers that write for publications.
And it's all kind of, I mean, it's, when you talk about, kind of scammy things, it's like, I mean, okay, that's whatever. That's not like the wage is an objective thing. That is how much you are producing. But it's not perfect because if you're making a bet on yourself, if you go into a startup and they give you 10% equity because you think this is going to be the next great product or innovation, then the fact that you have a low wage doesn't mean anything. That doesn't tell you really from your perspective, you're betting on yourself. You're betting on that company to then become something very huge in the market that will make up for the fact that you have a low starting wage. So the wage ranking isn't perfect, but it's certainly better than kind of looking at whether your name got in the newspaper or something like that.
I don't know. I just feel like people aren't going to be happy with extra immigrants coming over here and taking what they see as their jobs. I just don't ever see the MAGA base being okay with that. And so how's Trump going to square that?
I mean, I also don't see like racist people, switching over to not being racist, but like, who cares? Like,
when he went back and said he limited in 2016, 2020, 2020, and he said, it takes jobs from Americans and it drives their wages down, and we don't want it. And now he's like, oh, I use it all the time.
Why won't you answer from Tim Pool? What do you mean? I said Tim Pool isn't even. No, I'm not. I don't follow Tim Pool stuff. He's not even in this episode. They got real economists and not a dumbass for it.
But he limited it in the middle of the pandemic when unemployment was the highest it's been since the Great Depression. So, I mean, like, I'm not a Trump defender on this, but I mean, you got to have some context around this. In 2019, in his State of the Union address, he said, I want to have the highest legal immigration, merit-based legal immigration
he's been
ever.
All over the place on it.
So he is all over the place, but he's not like consistently opposed to immigration. Though I think his advisors and a lot of people in his circle consistently are and kind of push him in that direction more than his natural instincts would go.
I wanted to read to you from the Manhattan Institute polling that we did in 2023 during the Republican primary. This was only of likely Republican primary voters in Iowa, in New Hampshire, in South Carolina, and in Nevada. And we asked them about immigration, about legal, high-skilled immigration specifically. And we asked them, would you make it easier, not change it, or harder for immigrants who are professionals with advanced degrees in science, math, technology, and engineering to come to the U.S.?
What do they mean by advanced degrees? Let's be clear. Is it just
master's
is fine? Okay, fine.
So, yeah. 43% said easier, only 10% said harder. 41% said no change. That is the most restrictionist, right, subset of the population. Among the overall population of Americans, or all Republicans, is well over 70% want to make it easier for people who have advanced degrees in STEM to come to the U.S. I think it's an easy sell. The hard sell is that we have over 2 million people coming illegally to the United States every year through the border. You have 500,000 people coming here through chain migration who have very little English proficiency, and that should be the conversation on immigration, not unlimited the high skilled part, I think.
I think those respondents that were under the impression that these are truly exceptional candidates, and as I already stated, the foreign educated immigrants,
well, they're just professionals with
advanced degrees from abroad.
Sure.
Is that what you're saying?
Trump personally ended the war in Gaza, saving trillions. Yeah, we went over to ceasefire stuff a little bit earlier. Yeah.
They're just professionals with master's degrees and PhDs, right?
Okay, well, they're lesser skilled in a number of...
Than who? Than the average American? Certainly not.
That's what the data shows. That
no, they're lesser skilled, you're saying, than people with the same degree who are born in the States. Right. Which makes all the sense, because English is not a native language.
No, it was adjusted for English literacy. Even adjusted for the language barrier, they are still less skilled.
Sure, but if there's more skill than the average person, they're still, increasing the average skill of the U.S., right?
You're comparing STEM graduates of U.S. universities to STEM graduates who had their graduation abroad.
Right.
So you're not comparing just to the average American. The average American doesn't
even
go to college. The average American doesn't even go to college.
I'm saying of equal educational attainment adjusted for the English language barrier, they are less skilled.
By the way, remember, the U.S. graduates are also children of immigrants, many of whom are the children of high-skilled immigrants. I think I saw something about the math Olympiads, or like one of these high school competitions, like half of the winners are the children of H-1B visa holders.
Yeah.
Because remember, who are these high-skilled immigrants? Their marriage rate is super high. They have no children out of wedlock. They are highly educated. And the result is that their children born in America are like superstars. And that's also a piece of this puzzle that we're not talking enough. What is the long-term impact of having a population that has very conservative cultural values, right? In marriage, in education, in pushing people to succeed. I think that's a good thing.
I understand that point, but if we're going to talk about culture, a key indicator of assimilation is, I believe, is it intermarriage?
Intermarriage, yes.
Okay, so
Okay,
I think
don't know. It's literally... I don't care to listen to fucking... Yeah, I thought they would maybe have more chapters and it just glitched out. I don't really care to listen to full as hour, 10 minutes about random
Indians.
cultural
I
arguments.
can explain. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is dropping among Asians in general. And that is because Asians, until recently were a very tiny percent of the population. So it was hard to marry among Asians because it was hard to find people of your same ethnic background. Now it's easier. So mechanically it's falling. But
she's saying it's dropping, meaning they're not doing that anymore, right?
Right. They're not doing it. And I'm saying that's expected because the share of Asians of America is growing.
In absolute terms, there is more intermarriage. It's in relative.
Yeah. They're still marrying outside of their race more than the average person, especially people with advanced degrees. I'm not sure specifically.
Okay. I don't really care to listen to the immigrants marrying each other argument. But yeah, based. I mean, they didn't disagree that much. The Daniel guy and David guy. One of them just wants to fully uncap it, and the other one didn't like that idea. I'd be fine with uncapping the visa as long as you had the minimum salary be, 100, higher or whatever, high enough to prevent the quote unquote low skill people from coming in or whatever. Not that I'm generally fine with low skill immigration as well. But will you marry outside of your race to an immigrant? Will you be the green card ticket husband? That might listen, boys. If that's the only way it happens, then maybe I'll do it. But yeah, we went over the ceasefire stuff a little bit earlier. Localist. Is America just a giant worker plantation to you? Yes. Accurate. Yes. I love GDP. Yes. Make it more. Line go up. Yes. That's all I care about, localists. That's all I care about. How many times do I have to tell you? All I care about is total factor productivity and land, labor, and capital. Yes. I have no fucking clue what Trump is going to do about assuming the ceasefire holds or whatever. What Trump's going to do about the post-war Gaza thing? Because I think Biden said he wants to, more negotiations with the PA, and he has been negotiating with the PA to have them have some level of control. I have no fucking clue because presumably Netanyahu doesn't want a unified Palestinian government, right? I'm pretty sure he said as much in the past. Labor, capital, entrepreneurship. Yeah. Well, TFP is just another way of saying entrepreneurship, right? Total factor productivity. I look really handsome today. I don't know. I remember Biden. It was leaked that like Biden was working with the PA to end their martyr fund. I don't know if that ever got anywhere though. I don't think it did. Because yeah, they've been wanting. Oh, this was all the way back in November though, but. I'm a perfect speller. Yeah, I don't think it's ever got anywhere. U.S. says Palestinians are close to changing pay for slave program. But I don't know, we'll see. There was that I think it was a Washington Post article. It's like 10 worst things Biden did in 2024. The first one was slow walking aid to Israel or whatever. He withheld critical weapons from Israel, bending the pressure from its left-wing base. Biden blocked delivery of 2,000-pound MK-84 bombs that Congress had approved, and slow-rolled others, including 500-pound MK-2 bombs and other weapons. These delays, Biden's president of Israel did not carry out the offensive with Rafah, where the Israel Defense IDF found and killed Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, helped drag out the war. I'm not actually the mark... yeah, it is, yeah. When did he block this? Wasn't it? Oh, it was over the Rafah stuff, right? Which, like, Israel did evacuate Rafah partially because of this, right? Like, I don't, like, that's my understanding, right? Is that our red line wasn't, like, just not invade Rafah no matter what. The red line was don't invade Rafah without a safe plan to evacuate civilians. And I think they didn't invade Rafah for like a week or two while they were evacuating civilians. Yeah, this was over. Yeah. But like, I'm going to look up Israel, Rafah evacuation. Like they... It's another form of Israeli torture. Like they evacuated people out of Rafah. I think they waited like a week or two to invade Rafah until the evacuations were done. Biden administration plans to ban manufacturing non-trans inclusion bathroom sites, citing the Commerce and Equal Protections Clause based. We should only have bathrooms for trans people, and everyone else should just be forced to hold it. And like we did, like why would we make trans people feel uncomfortable in bathrooms? Like just have them only for trans people, and like everyone else going to go at home. That's the true base position. I think, yeah, the another one, the ICC. He failed to punish the ICC. Prosecutor Karim Khan not only indicted the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, he threatened to prosecute members of Congress who pushed back on the ICC's illegitimate actions. Yet, unlike Trump, who was president who imposed sanctions on ICC for its investigations, Biden imposed no cost on the bodies, opposing sanctions in Congress and adding that of his own. I don't know what he means by illegitimate actions. I think the ICC had legal standing to do this. I like, you can disagree with the facts of the matter, but I'm fairly certain they had legal standing to do it. But yeah. Also, really, this is the third worst thing he did. The fucking garbage quote. Like, really? This is, really? 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 because people get their own water fountains. Hopefully there's no such thing as trans person. There's no such thing. Locals, you realize how like insanely like idiotic and like childish you sound when you repeat the same thing 500 times. You have literally said the same phrase. There's no such thing as boy girl or boy. There's only boys and girl. Like 5. You said that like at least 5 separate times. Like you just sound like an actual fucking like dumbass child. Like I don't know what to like. You're not saying anything meaningful. Yeah, I did have a thing for this. Before launching an offensive in Rafah, Israel plans to spend 2 to 3 weeks evacuating civilians to safe areas in Khan Yunis, setting up shelters with tents, food, and medical supplies. In coordination with the U.S., Egypt, and Arab states, 4 Hamas brigades are stationed in Rafah. Israel believes many of the 129 remaining hostages/hostage bodies are located in Rafah. Prior to launching an offensive in Rafah, IDF is expanding the designated humanitarian zone. But like part of this was because we delayed those weapons. Shouldn't we just not care? We don't recognize the ICC. Yeah, but I mean, what do you mean not care? Like we don't care in the sense that like. I mean, we're not going to arrest Netanyahu if he comes here, right? Like, we have no obligation to listen to the ICC because we don't recognize them, right? So, there's that. But I think, like, the issue is we do support the ICC when they do things we like. Like, when they you know, put out a warrant for Putin or whatever, you know, the US was, like, all praising the ICC and everything. Like, yeah. It's just, even though like they use the same like legal basis, because Russia also doesn't recognize the ICC, but Ukraine does, and like Ukraine, so long as Ukraine does, like any crime Russia commits in their territory, like it still counts. They can still prosecute it. Same thing. So Israel doesn't recognize the ICC, but the Palestinian Authority does. And since the Palestinian Authority doesn't technically control, but still claims Gaza as their territory, like any crimes committed in Gaza still falls under the purview of the Palestinian Authority or whatever, which is not, the Palestinian Authority isn't a state, but for purposes of the ICC, it potentially has reached the status of state. It's confusing. It doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense. And it's a whole issue of, you know, is it an international armed conflict, or is it a non-international armed conflict, or is there an international armed conflict between Israel and Iran, and a non-international armed conflict between Israel and Hamas, which exists simultaneously, or is everything just a non-international? Yeah, who knows? And this, what articles of Additional Protocol 2 are customary in international law, and is the conflict even protected under Additional Protocol 2? And, I mean, Common Article 3 definitely applies, but... So who knows? Who knows? Who knows? They can acknowledge whatever nonsense they want as long as they aren't forcing it on normal people. How are we forcing transness on normal people? What do you mean? Like I guess we have like some anti-discrimination things, so like you can't fire someone just because they're trans or whatever, but is this really like the biggest... Is that really like forcing it on other people? Like what's the... I know I know. I'm also reading you guys' messages and responding to both of you. Don't worry, like... don't need the fucking... That still works, right? Oops. Yes. Goodwin's Substack is better than his, much better than his NYT opinion pieces. I mean, I don't notice that big of a difference between them. Donald Trump won in November because many voters believed that he would bring down grocery prices. Republicans apparently still think he will, even though he himself admitted after the election, of course, that it would be very hard. Here's a clear picture via briefing book showing that while Democrats, like most economists, expect inflation to rise under Trump, Republicans believe it will somehow stop dead in its tracks. Incredible. But what will he actually do? Even though he will take office in a few days, we have almost no idea. We need a localist relation so we can be a protected class. Okay, despite Trump's promises to bring prices down, something he later admitted would be very hard. We still don't really know what exactly he'll do in office. Or he'll do when he takes office in just a few days. I do want to have this chart. Similarly. Is a guy with gender dysphoria a girl? They can be. They doesn't necessarily. I want to say they necessarily are, but that is one aspect of it. So they should be able to choose? Well, I don't think people like choose if they have gender dysphoria, but like if your gender dysphoria is severe enough such that like your like brain is like more aligned with the feminine sex, and like you probably Donald Wall Street Journal apparently made a case for 20% tariff. Oh wait, isn't this the? Oh no, it's more recent. Actually, when did this Krugman thing come out? This might actually be replying in part to this. I've been blocked. Wait, do I have... Oh, no, the paywall's blocked, don't worry. Tariffs as a tool, an international lending to weaken the dollar as another that could address the long-standing global tension. The U.S.'s economic and military support for other countries has contributed to overvalued dollar, wide trade deficit, and hollowed-out industrial base. Sweeping tariffs that shift away from strong dollar policy can have some of the broadest ramifications of any. By the way, Trump, like, I mention this a lot, but Trump wants the dollar to still be the world reserve currency. He literally, like, he constantly tweets, posts on Truth Social about BRICS. If BRICS tries to replace the dollar, we're gonna tariff them so hard. And then, like, in the same sentence will say, by the way, I want America to be the manufacturing powerhouse of the world. And it's like, okay, buddy, how do you understand that in order to do that, you probably need a weaker dollar, buddy? But okay. Look, I'm sure this article, talks about him. God, you know what? I forgot. I need to read Pop Internationalism at some point. What the fuck? What is this all? I saw this on Twitter too. What's the new dream shit?
Horror, man. Person as a human to learn from it, grow from it, or even know what it is, because there's in my mind, I'm like, I don't even know that this happened. I don't even know that this happened.
How do you not know if you called a woman a whore or not, man? What do you mean you have no idea if this happened? I have no idea if this happens. What do you mean?
Okay, Tommy, I mean, fucking...
What the hell, man?
Person as a human to...
I'm gonna play this video of a bunny taking a shower on loop. Oops. What the fuck? Ooh. Why'd the UI go away? I gotta DM this to someone. Oh, we're back in a second. Ah. Define girl, female, male genders for you, and cross-sex self-identification is not female, they're still male. I don't think anyone's claiming that they aren't male, right? It's just that we would use definitions of like what it means to be a woman versus what it means to be like female. Like we'd probably have like a, you know, like a more like set characteristic definition of woman than like a strict like biological definition of woman. I don't see why we wouldn't necessarily have to have a strict biological definition of woman when it's obviously woman is more socially constructed than female. Like That's not because the Trump team is given to plans closely held, nor is it because they're major fractional flights. All evidence suggests instead that Trump's economic team doesn't have any plans or even concepts of plans. All it has is some half-formulated thoughts on how to cater to Trump's presidencies without doing massive economic damage. Consider this report from Bloomberg. Members of President-elect Donald Trump's incoming economic team are discussing slowly ramping up tariffs month by month, a gradual approach aimed at boosting negotiating leverage while helping avoid a spike in inflation, according to people familiar with the matter. One idea involved a schedule of gradual tariffs increasing by about 2 to 5% a month and would rely on executive authorities under the International Emergency Economics Powers Act, the people said. The proposal in its early stages has not yet been presented to Trump. The people said a sign that a monthly stepped approach is in the early deliberation process. If you spend even a minute thinking about this proposal, you realize that it makes no sense. Phasing in, say, 25% tariffs over 8 months would do almost nothing to mitigate their inflationary impact. Prices would almost surely shoot up as soon as the plan was announced. It would, in addition, induce a mad stampede to get imports before full tariffs go into effect, a sort of supply chain version of the Oklahoma land rush pictured at the top of this post. Oh. It's not a strict definition, just a definition. Okay. Well, it seems like you're... Well, what's your definition of male? Concepts of plan. Seemingly, Trump's economic team doesn't really have plans, but just half-formulated thoughts about how to cater to Trump's presidencies without doing major damage to the economy. I want to post Keynesian MAGA lines in econ that exist to Bernie Sanders. What do you mean? Bernie Sanders is doing the same thing on the H-1B thing. What do you? Actually, I don't know. Is Bernie Sanders really post Keynesian? He's just like a populist, like dumb. Yeah, I don't know. And the credit card interest rate cap thing. Bernie Sanders is in support of that too. It would be pretty funny. He's using heterodox right wing once in a moment. Yeah, Bernie Sanders literally came out and said, "I will work with Trump on the capping credit card interest rates." I don't know if I would. I mean, Bernie is a politician. He's obviously not like an economist, so I'm not like. I guess he has. I don't know who's on Bernie's economic team. I know Stephanie Kelton was on it at one point, but that's all I know about it. What really is post Keynesian? That shit barely exists. I don't know what you mean by barely exist. Post Keynesian is heterodox school economics, drawing largely from the work of Keynes. You're welcome. Perfect definition. Very active online. Well, yeah, like, I don't know. I read, when I was at the DMV, I read like the first few pages of that the introduction to post-Keynesian economics, and it was, I mean, I didn't talk about much. It was just like, oh, you know, like, we heterodox post-Keynesians have like different, like, fundamental, I forget what they call them. Not values. Fundamental. Fuck. What are they called? Like axioms, I guess. I don't think you use the words axioms, but. Assumptions. I don't think it was assumption. I think it was. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Notes. introduction to post-Keynesian economics. Remember we talked about, I forget, because I didn't like take notes on it. I was just reading it when I was super tired. Like the characteristic, okay. It was like realism versus the like neoclassical fucking whatever the fuck. Neoclassicals often refer to the principles that constrain maximalization as their underlying theme. It's no doubt a central component of the approach. Until recently, we could even claim that the principle of diminishing returns, so enshrined in microeconomic teaching, was a central element of neoclassical economics, yet the neoclassical model of endogenous growth assumed a way to decreasing returns. If we wish to compare the neoclassical schools to heterodox schools, we need a more global approach. Presuppositions. These are essential elements of a given school of thought which cannot be formalized or modeled. And in effect, some predate the various hypotheses and theories that we derive from them. Some methodologists claim that presuppositions are the sum of metaphysical beliefs that constitute a paradigm. In the next session, we try to identify these so-called presuppositions. Yeah, realism versus instrumentalism. Oh, and the organism versus individualism again. I remember the institutions, whether institutions are just, you know, like the sum of their individuals or like have their own, you know, goals and effects of their own. Okay, anyway. Take, for example, Bloomberg's reporting. Obviously, this plan is still absurd. We do nothing to mitigate the overall inflationary impact. Cause prices to shoot up as soon as they were announced. Some people would rush to get imports before tariffs come into full effect. So what's going on here? I don't think it's your stupidity. What's happening instead is Trump's economic advisors realize tariffs would increase the cost of living, but they don't dare say that. Whether their boss is still posting stuff like this. For far too long, we've relied on, the External Revenue Service, taxing our people using the Internal Revenue Service through soft and pathetically weak trade agreements. The American economy has delivered growth and prosperity to the world while taxing ourselves. It is time for that to change. I am today announcing that I will create the External Revenue Service to collect their tariffs, duties, and all revenue that come from foreign sources. We will begin charging those who that make money off us with trade, and they will start paying finally their fair share. January 20th, 2025 will be the birth of the External Revenue Service. Make America great again. So Trump's economic advisors are thrashing around in an effort to cater to Trump's tariff obsession while somehow delaying the delaying or finessing the consequences. I use scarce quotes. I use scare quotes around advisors because there's no reason to believe Trump will pay attention to advice that contradicts his prejudices. External road. Yeah, I know. It's so funny. It's so funny, man. It's so funny. Oh, fuck. I'm gone. What the hell? Big tariff got me. No, the ERS is coming for me. I didn't pay my... I didn't pay my duties. I didn't pay the tariffs. Because I used my phone for fucking GPS today. Damn. Okay, it's charging. Give it a second. Gone, fallen, real. Are you boy, girl, or girl, boy? Good question. Locally, what you tell me? What do you mean? You're the one always telling me I'm trans. What? Seems Trump's advisors are simply trying to find a way. I'm boy girl. Okay. To cater to Trump. Whilst delaying the consequences of their bad policy. What did you debate Fabian on and when? How do you even know I'm debating him? What? In like, oh shit, in 20 minutes we have a debate on, we have a debate on Biden removing the sanctions on Cuba. Me and Fabian are actually on the same side in this one, although I don't have a high conviction take. I just, I'm like moderately for it, but I don't really care that much about it. Pentuple's on it though. I get to confront him because he banned me in his chat. There are post-Marx. I'm pretty sure people do describe themselves as post-Marxist, right? And I know that. So when Lincoln famously assembled a team of rivals, Trump is assembling a team of yes men. Consider Kevin Hassett, who will soon head the National Economic Council. Effectively becoming the government's top economist. He served in the first Trump administration. His most memorable contribution was a model, actually just a crude exercise in curve fitting, predicting COVID will quickly fade away with no deaths after mid-May 2020 based. Clearly, Hassett saw his job as being to tell Trump whatever he wanted to hear. There's no reason to expect him to behave differently this time. Stephen Myron, who Trump tapped to lead the Council of Economic Advisors, is arguably a more interesting case. Back in November, he wrote a user's guide to reconstructing the global trade system, which might qualify as a manifesto if it were intelligible. My sense, however, is that reporters like the Wall Street Journal's Ganip, writing about the document, have struggled to make sense of what Myron is saying. Reporters like the Wall Street Journals have struggled to make sense of what Myron's saying. I do, however, don't find Myron puzzling at all, thanks to my long experience as, among other things, economics professor at MIT, Princeton, and Columbia University, New York. Is that what that is? You see, I just read it as to see what I further. I'm not gonna lie. You see, I recognize the genre most years. Most one student tries to BS his way through the term paper by producing something with a bunch of learned-sounding references and some gratuitous equations, hoping that you will notice the absence of any coherent argument. And when I say lack of any coherent argument, I don't mean that I disagree. I mean that the document itself simply doesn't hang together. Part 3 makes a case for tariffs by arguing that they won't be inflationary because they'll lead to a stronger dollar, reducing import prices. Part 4 then calls for an all-out effort to weaken the dollar, using emergency powers if necessary. Yeah. City University? Yeah, okay. There's no reason to believe Trump would listen to any advice that goes against his prejudices. And his advisors know that. Non-fund sales funnel. Twitch exists as a non-fund sales funnel. All of Twitch users eventually end up at me. Trump, therefore, seems to be assembling a team of yes men. White Paul Goodwin, an acclaimed professor and not localist party, the this world is unfair. True. Come on outside, for example. Student head the National Economic Council. He wasn't Trump's first. The 2014 BOA paper in Richard Weiner studies always said it's simply not a fun debate. Why do I remember the... Oh, the Richard Werner guy is the credit creation theory guy. Oh yeah, the 2014. Wait, did I miss a credit creation theory thing? The BOE paper is the Bank of England paper. I remember. I use Paul Krugman word vomit writings as toilet paper. Real. Oh no, we're back to the credit creation debates. Oh no, we're back to endogenous money growth. Oh no. No, like, let me go. Take me out. Let me leave. No. No. It wasn't Trump's first administration, or his most notable contribution. Where's swag? Get swag in here. What's that? Model. Predicting that COVID would fade away quickly with no deaths after May 2020. That's because how the South should have won and saved America. Real. Why would I suppose to NGDP graph? I mean, if NGDP, like, does that what do you think that NGDP graph shows? Like, does it not suggest that the Fed kind of controls NGDP? Okay. Through Meyer, was chosen to lead the Council of Economic Advisors. November, he wrote a user's guide to the global trade system, which might qualify as a manifesto if it were intelligible. I think that's this link to the thing that you linked me, right? Yeah. Universal tariffs. Writing, however, fails to make any actual argument and is akin to a student tries to be this way through term-based requirement of producing something with a bunch of learned sounding references and some gratuitous equations. For example, Part 3 makes the case for tariffs by when they won't be inflationary because they lead to a strong dollar, reducing input prices. Part 4 then calls for an all-out effort to weaken the dollar by using emergency powers if necessary. Myron's plan for weakening the dollar involves pressuring foreign governments to stop accumulating dollar reserves, in effect diminishing the role as the dollar as a reserve currency. That wouldn't work, but never mind. Let's hope nobody tells Trump, who has threatened to impose punitive tariffs on any country that dares move away from the dollar. Myron's plans for weakening the dollar involves pressuring foreign governments to stop accumulating dollar reserves. That conflicts Trump's promise to impose punitive tariffs on any country that moves away from the dollar. This is a link to the Truth Social thing. Oh, well, I mean, it links to this, which has the Truth Social thing in here. Okay, I'm probably spending too much time on Myron, who's unlikely to have a real political influence, but who will. This brings me back to my starting point. The incoming administration doesn't seem to have any economic plan, but the ultimate reason for the absence, for that absence is fear. Everyone's afraid to say anything that might be taken as implicit contradiction or criticism of Trump's rantings. So what will actually happen during its first term? Aside from a limited trade war with China, Trump did very little as a practical matter. Mitch McConnell was in charge of economic policy. This time around, who knows? Maybe the administration will just drift, talking big but not doing much, and maybe Trump will actually try to sell the second coming William McKinley. There is, however, a real possibility that it'll do crazy stuff, and the bond market seems to be noticing. Oh no, and praise to California. Yeah, this is what dude, I can't believe when I was on that panel last week or whatever about, or was it even last week? I don't know. The days are blurry. Grid was like, California receives the most in aid out of every state. It's like, motherfucker, 1, highest population out of any state. 2, highest GDP out of any state, right? Or is it second most? It might be. I'm assuming it's the most. It might be second to Texas, but oh no, it's quite a bit higher than Texas actually. So highest GDP, highest population, highest GDP, and guess what? They also pay more taxes in it, or not literally more than anyone, but these orange states are the ones that pay more in taxes, right? Blue states receive more than it gives. Orange, the reverse. Yeah. California paid a lot more than it got back, $83 billion in total. So the Washington state and much of the Northeast, most red states were in reverse position, getting much more from DC than they paid in return. And yes, it's ironic that states were so dependent on transfers from other states. If West Virginia were a country, it would in effect be receiving foreign aid equal to more than 20% of GDP. Vote overwhelming for politicians who try to eviscerate the programs they depend on. Yeah. I like paying taxes. I love paying No, wait. I only like paying money to the external revenue service. I forget which one is. I can either leave all of them on. But we're about to start. Quintuples in VC, guys. Should I?
Cole Wood, a meth dealer. LaShundra Tenniel Wilson of Kansas for bank larceny. Stole $11,000. No big deal. Wait, she had 5 years probation. She's already out. A lot of these people are already out. What the fuck? They're getting pardons. They're already out. So the pardon is for what? So they can get a job or something? Like 2 years probation. Hey.
Well.
What's up?
What's everybody doing today?
Doing good.
Good.
Doing good.
Living the dream, huh? Living the dream.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Happy to be back.
Yeah, I bet.
You didn't take any time off. You kept going the whole time, didn't you?
I mean, I've had this month has been kind of weird. I've been streaming less, but I've been more organized. I've done 3-hour streams and shit here and there most days, but I haven't been able to do my usual where I'm doing 6 to 8 hours every day kind of thing because this is my busiest season.
Word. So what's the plan for tonight? Just this Cuba thing?
The Cuba thing? Maybe if it's DOA, then we might. I might switch over to fucking something else. But
I'm looking at these Biden pardons, and a lot of them are from 20 years ago, 3 years probation. These would have been over, I guess, just pardons for people that are
I think it probably gets rid of their
I've
record.
been an upstanding citizen. I just have this on my record.
Yeah.
Some of them are kind of weird though.
Yeah,
distribution of cocaine.
Some of them are pretty weird. Which ones specifically pardoned, and then there's obviously this little Medal of Freedom Award thing that was kind of sus. I mean, he was sus if you're a Republican, that's for sure.
I was also laughing because it looks like every state got one. It's like they all went to Biden and were like you all get one. Pick your pardon carefully. You got one from Colorado, Utah, Montana. I don't see any repeats, but I'm just glancing at it. There probably are. Alabama, maybe.
You get some cousin fuckers in Alabama.
Pardon for cousin fucking.
Based.
What?
Unironically based.
We're talking about
How did I
Bitcoin
drop
stuff
into
in
it? No, I thought you
Pardon
were
someone
gonna
for
be here.
cousin fucking.
I decided to come for certain reasons.
True.
Bro, Pentuple, what the fuck is this virtual audio cable that makes your image, or like not virtual audio cable, screen recording? What the fuck? I can't think.
Yeah,
of
you're using OBS virtual camera, Pentuple, and you have your
Virtual cam,
entire.
thank
You have your entire scene selected. You can just select your camera, or you can select. Oh wait, does he have me muted still? Yeah, of course he has me muted still. Let's go!
I got my plastic cement. Oh, buddy, the Warhammer journey starts tonight.
Nice.
Yeah, we're gonna get the models going now. I've also found a local painter to paint my fucking flagship models. So like whenever I get like that Primarchs and this Void Dragon and shit, I'm gonna have this bitch paint it so I can get like some golden demons and be like, yeah, I painted that. You know, because what the NDA is for. So you can lie. I don't know if y'all caught that part.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't catch what was going on. I apologize.
Yeah, it's all right. It was just me explaining how to lie. Get away with it
I would love to get into 40K. I just don't have that kind of money.
So I'll tell you what I've done is I started with like the lore, right? Because it's pretty easy to buy books, or like you get like an Audible subscription and listen to like a book
I'm
once a
getting
month.
into that. Like I'm listening to like podcasts and like I just bought like a bunch of Horus Heresy books. But to like play the game, like
Yeah,
fuck
so like this is like half an army, and because I guess they release these at the end of the year, right? These little like battle whatever things. This is like $250, right? And then the codex was $50, so now we're at $300, and then I'm probably at another $100 with all the stuff just to get started, like the cement and the like, you know, fucking the little graspies and all the shit, like and I haven't even gotten to, and I guess the paints, they're coming in, right? Like they'll be here soon. But it's like, yeah, it's $400 to even get like half an army started. But like they have like cheaper options like kill teams, which I guess you only need like 5. I don't really know how it works.
Oh, I've been told to tell you from Casimir that he is keeping to his agreement to not hate on you for an additional 5 months.
Oh, me?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know if you knew about that or not. But
I don't
was like,
know.
Whatever.
I'll tell you,
say it.
if you want to cover drama before, I think that y'all will laugh. Like y'all think that y'all have some internet beef. Let me tell you about some internet beef. I have people who called two of the companies that I own to try to verify that I work there and I own them, or I'm partial owner. And then I had someone try to call my family trust to ask about like if I actually owned any part of my ranch or whatever, because I guess it's like the LLC. So I'm like, okay, these guys did some deep diving to find that information. And then certain people have asked my IRL female friends what I'm like in person, trying to get dirt on me. And someone went to Modi to try to get dirt on me. And I was like, damn.
Yeah, Connor, don't you have a job?
Yeah, you little bitches.
I was gonna say.
I was like, y'all got way too much time. That's something like a woman would do, which means that I was right. You're a lefty. Soy.
It's fucking funny, dude.
Yeah, and what's even funnier?
It's not funny. It's like it's kind of terrifying. You know what I mean?
Well, it gets really
it's
funny
kinda
because it gets really funny because there's this girl. She's a friend of mine. She used to be stripping. Now she's like a caregiver. I don't really know why. But the point of the story is Modi one time goes, nobody can find my porn video. And so she like gives like a basic like 10-second description, and she goes about 2 minutes later. She's like, in 10 years, nobody's found it. I've given way more. She finds it, and so I was like, all right. I was like, all right, y'all want to play this game? I got the CIA on my side right here. We're gonna stick her on y'all. We'll see who wins this battle. It's gonna be me. You know, she should have been a private eye, but she should have been. But
I feel like 2 minutes is like I feel like either they already knew that and had that prepared, or like
we were all doing like a slosh cast when it happened. So I think that she just
That's
knows how to
wild.
use. It's like that. What it's like. I guess it's kind of like what do they have for like libraries? What is it, Boolean logic or whatever? They have that for like PCs. You could like do search terms and like do underscores and like parentheses. I don't know how to do all that shit. Like I'm sure I did know at one point. You know, when I was taking my like 9th grade.
Like I recently saw that like the same shit that you can do in Google searches, apparently you can do in fucking YouTube searches, and like I just like never knew that. Like the little like parentheses, asterisks, fucking like the little commands you can do to like get rid of terms and things like that. Apparently you can do that in YouTube, and I was just like, dude, like I need to learn these. Like I had no idea. Like that's gonna make it so much easier to find like a YouTube video or something.
It's crazy how like accurate that search can make it. I guess we'll wait for. Oh, Pentemple to get his thing. Are we missing someone? No, right? Okay. I can't even keep track of my own panels anymore. All right, Pentemple. Hey, by the way, we were talking to you, but I think you had.
Oh my bad, I was deafened.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Well, he still has me muted.
Yeah, you still got non-VOD muted. He was trying to explain to you how you could do the virtual cam, and only just.
This guy will never engage with me. He will never engage with me.
Oh,
Because you have
with
all
what, Elgato or something? I have an Elgato.
Oh, okay. Well, I can tell you how to do the Elgato. That's easy. All right. So what you do is you screen cap that shit on your OBS or Streamlabs, and then you just put your camera in here, and then you just make a second box for your face.
Notice how he didn't unmute me? Because he'll never engage with me, ever.
Obviously, you guys can see that.
Yeah. I can see myself.
I don't know what you're telling me to do, though.
Now there's 4.
What if I do this?
There you go.
That works.
There you
Yeah.
That'll work.
All right.
Damn, I look sexy and small and in big. Picture in picture.
There we go.
All right. Yeah. So welcome to a. Hold on. Let me unmute my fucking stream. Oh, we're already unmuted. Fantastic. Y'all get to hear all the background stuff, guys. Fantastic. Yeah, I was being persecuted, Corley. All right. On that note, welcome to Give Me a Break, a special edition. I was going to name an emergency meeting, but I'm not Andrew Tate, and I actually get pussy sometimes. So we're going to stick with the normal name, and we're going to move on without having to pay for it. That may be the key information they include in that statement. Moving on, we are here to talk about the Biden delisting of Cuba for sanctions. I guess his decision making was due to the recent riots and protests in Cuba, and they're saying they're dying, and he betrayed all of us Hispanics here in America by doing this. And we have a great, fantastic group of panelists here to talk about it. Let's go start with Average Debate Enjoyer. Tell us who you are, where you're at, and then what your thoughts are.
Tyler, Average Debate Enjoyer, Twitter, YouTube. Like a lot of things with the Biden administration, we're withdrawing troops from Afghanistan, bringing in people to come fill the void of those who left the workforce from COVID, and now this, and several other things. I like a lot of the intent of the Biden administration. The execution tends to be either poorly done or finding some stupid means of doing it, or in this case, on the last few minutes right out the door when you know it's going to get reversed. It's all just kind of bad tactical maneuvers for policy I kind of like.
All right. Fantastic. Also, fair warning, I might be a little more involved in this panel than normal on the moderating side. We all have a similar kind of views. Baby Liberty.
Yeah, so I'm actually kind of similar to Tyler here. Not in that I think I like fucking Biden's intent
I knew it
about anything, but so obviously Cuba sucks. Cuba's a horrible fucking piece of shit country. It's one of those shithole countries that Trump loved to talk about. And Cuba has a lot of crimes that they haven't answered for. That being said, I kind of take a weird approach here when it comes to sanctions, and it's a very selfish and weird approach here, which is one of the things that I hate when I'm debating communists all of the fucking time is that every single economic failure of Cuba is the fault of sanctions and then fault of embargoes. And there's a part of me that really just wants to let Cuba not face that so that we can point and be like, hey, Your people are starving now, like when they weren't before, and the hospitals that you show in pictures are only for government employees because the rest of your people get no health care, and people make like $2 a week in funds and they can't afford to eat with that, and that's not our fault, that's communism's fault. The idea that we're going to like get rid of saying that they're a sponsor of state terror is like just like, I think it's an additional slap in the face, right? Like they are a communist nation. They do engage in this behavior, and it's not a necessary element to this, right? And on top of that, doing it right at the end of a few days before the presidency really pulls out any meaning behind this, other than this is a slap in the face at Trump, and I don't believe any of this. So it seems childish and petty. But if we can normalize trade with communist nations, I don't want to buy any of their shit, but I also don't want them to continuously blame, capitalism for the failures of fucking Cuba. So we'll be interested to see how we go into it.
Thank you so much. Non-fun.
Cannot believe I will say this, but I mostly agree with Fabian. I do hate that when I argue with socialists, okay, they can blame the sanctions for everything. But generally, I don't know if it was ever fair to put Cuba on the state sponsor of terrorism list. I don't think there's significant evidence of them doing that. When it comes to like the overall like sanctions relief, like I'm in favor of trying to normalize shit with Cuba. I don't think our current strategy is working very well. And importantly, I mean, this was done to basically reward Cuba for starting to release prisoners that they arrested back in 2021 during their like anti-government protest shit. Some prisoners have already been released. So I would lean slightly towards supporting it. I would also like to note for the audience, Pentuple, I believe, still has me muted. Oh, wait, he unmuted me. This guy will never seriously engage with me, though. Just so the audience is aware. Anyway.
I wonder why he had you muted.
He hates me.
I didn't even realize it for a little bit, but
Sure.
Is that my cue? I don't have much on this anyway to start, but I did pull it up, the link from Admiral Gibbs that he sent me, and this is the Why It Matters section. I'm not super deep on the lore with Cuba. I'm not super like iffy either way. I don't know. Well, they're already on these lists. I presume there are reasons they got on them. I'd be interested in that, but it says why it matters. Biden's order will be undone almost as soon as Donald Trump replaces him on Monday, so it will have little practical effect. But Florida Democrats fear Biden's move gives Trump a chance to frame their party as beholden to socialists. I just thought that was kind of funny because it's like, I think they're already kind of strongly associated with socialism, given that there's like a Democratic Socialism party that exists at every DNC committee. So I thought that was funny. But I don't have like super strong feelings either way. I could be convinced either way as far as like the sanctions on Cuba, but I don't know why they were on the terrorism sponsor list in 2025. So, but I'll say the biggest issue I would take with this, just to wrap this up, is why we would do a move like this that's clearly going to get overturned. Like I understand doing stuff on the way out, like I get the pardons and like doing that kind of stuff on the way out, but when it's just clearly not going to stick around, I don't see what the point in this politics is. So it's just annoying, but also just typical.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of figured from the way we were talking about this that a couple of y'all might be whatever, and I was hoping Pentuple would come with a harder pro-Trump stance, but that's okay. I'll do it. If he won't, I know he'll side with me halfway through. So I'll give the pro of the whatever why Biden did this. I don't know if you've been to a strip club in Texas before, and I can't speak for strip clubs everywhere, but there's a reason why when you go to a strip club, you see a bunch of Cuban chicks there, and it's because the cartel sex traffickers over there, and they run the chicks at all the strip clubs. Because I don't know how your strip clubs work, but women go in there, they pay their fee, and then they stay there all day. And if they do here is the cartels will pay their fee for them. They'll go in there, stay all day, and then they try to pick up people for afterwards, because then they basically are hookers outside of the strip club. And so that would be the pro. The only pro I can think of is the reduced sex trafficking of Cuban women, and because the only way out of that lifestyle for them is actually to marry. I don't know how to say this without sounding racist, but a white guy or somebody American to get papers, and that's the only way they get away from the cartels, in my experience here in Texas, at least from my anecdotal. Now, that being said, this is a terrible move by Biden. He made all the Cubans in Florida mad. He's made basically all the Hispanics here, at least as far as I'm aware of, all are pretty pissed because the Castros are evil. They're one of the most evil dictatorships of all time. That's why they are on the terrorism watch list. Whether or not it's because Trump put them there or somebody else put them there, they've been a problem from day one. They're a founding member of like BRICS, basically. They're part of the evil empire. We shouldn't be letting up on them. This is maybe the only example where sanctions work. Yeah, they didn't get forced the Castros out, but it definitely made them so miserable and so economically destitute that they couldn't do shit. Unlike North Korea, who's been able to do everything despite the sanctions. So this is a totally different one-to-one scenario where we can compare North Korea to Cuba. We can see sanctions working versus sanctions not working. I don't know. I'm pretty anti against this move, and I think it's a spit in the face. I think he did it because he's mad at Hispanics. I think the Democrats in general are mad at Hispanics for flipping sides, and now they're giving us a big finger, even though they know that Trump's going to reverse it on fucking Monday, whatever. It's so.
Can I just ask, like, the media, yourself, and a lot of others seem to just assume flatly that Trump is absolutely going to reverse this. I mean, Trump doesn't need to go for re-election, first of all, right? Trump, I hate Biden, right? But I also don't want to assume that this isn't something that was discussed in the transition. Right, like it very well, like when you're this close to the end, like this very well could have been worked out.
We have evidence that it's because he'll do it, like because Obama did something similar, and Trump, first thing almost was let's revoke it.
Right, but I mean, but again, that was. I think we can all agree Trump's first presidency, Trump is a very different Trump than Trump now.
Yeah, he's
right.
less
It's been
petty.
8 years. He's right. Well, I mean, there's just a lot of difference. I mean, I'm okay with thinking that that's a high possibility, but I'm not okay with like breaking news where we don't actually know what's going on, assuming just flat out that like it is going to get overturned. It wouldn't surprise me if he did, right?
Wait, that's
I'm
my
just-
opinion.
I was just saying.
I think he's going to overturn it.
Yeah. Also, in terms of the state sponsors of terrorism, we can talk about the history of the Communist Party in Cuba, et cetera, and like why they were previously terrorists. And we can talk about the fact that, up until very recently, there has been a Castro in charge the entire time, and that this guy, was, the current president is obviously, in that same vein, in that same party, worked with Castro, for decades. But even still, like, they're still harboring terrorists. Like, they're still refused to extradite and hold and keep safe, individuals that are like Weather Underground and like other people, right? So, even if you want to say, oh, well, there's no evidence that they're currently funding, communist, revolutionaries in other countries in South America, which I would say would be a bold claim, right? But even if you believe that they're not currently funding those, we know that they are refusing to extradite and holding terrorists in their country. So I don't like the symbolic move of removing them from the terrorist, state sponsors of terrorist lists. It has economic and, impacts and things of that nature. But I think that is probably more infuriating than like sanctions or embargoes. Like, policies on trade and stuff isn't something a lot of people get passionate about. But I think when there are people in Florida and people in the southern United States that, whose family members, spent decades in prison for, owning property and were, beaten and tortured. And then that same regime essentially is in charge, under a new name. And like, I think that's far more a slap in the face than anything.
Well,
I mean, you're not gonna like catch me defending the Cuban regime, but how many terrorists are they refusing to release? Is this really something worthy of the same designation we give Iran? Even Russia isn't even on this list, and Russia's Russia.
Well, part of it's also because of what they're doing in Venezuela. Like, I mean, like Cuba's sending troops down to be basically the muscle for what is his name, Maduro. They're sending troops in to Mexico as advisors to assist in getting rid of the cartels. Yeah, well, I'm sure that's how that's working out, right? But like, these are people that are willing to send in death squads to different countries and like keep basically the democratic process down, I think that might be a partial reason why they're considered a terrorist group, like a terrorist state, compared to like just not turning over certain people. I mean, it's not like they're just like one thing or another. They're kind of like North Korea. They have a very good intelligence agency. They sponsor terrorism. They send death squads out.
Also, there's a big difference between adding a country to a list and then saying we're going to remove a country from a list, right? Like, because when you remove a country from that designation, you are sending a message that country has cleaned up what they're doing, right? Like, you're saying that this country isn't what that was, right? But the communists are still in charge. They still are having some terrorists that they're protecting. They're still involved in South American politics and in funding or in helping and aiding other kind of like communist revolutionary forces, etc. And so it's like, it's not quite like, I can understand that they're not at the level of Iran, right? Like, I can agree to that. They don't have the resources that Iran has. But I read, but like, it's not like they're now a liberal democracy, right? And like, we should, and we ought fucking, you know what I mean? Like, rescind this because, the regime is gone and, and they have like, they have changed their ways and they're different now, right? Like, they just lack the power that they once had, and they're still engaged in similar behavior.
A, we did it to reward them for releasing prisoners. In B, I guess I'm just like, there are plenty of brutal dictatorships that we don't put on this list. What was the justification for putting them on the list in the first place? Do we know? I don't know.
That's what I was about to get to. Is this isn't
a fuck ton for putting them on the list.
Hold on, this isn't the altogether everything Cuba's ever done. This is just the Trump era sanctions that Biden took away. So this
I think,
isn't like,
yeah.
And it was because of a prisoner swap. It was done in negotiations with a prisoner swap. Yeah, and the Vatican, I guess, was the negotiator as well.
Yeah, I saw some of that earlier.
But if you want to talk about adding them to the list, right? Like there's a ton of shit that Cuba has done, especially in like the 1980s. Now, that isn't to say America and fucking Reagan didn't do a bunch of fucked up shit in South America either, right? But that's neither here nor there. If we're asking, is it legitimate to say that throughout history Cuba has been a state sponsor of terrorism? Like, that, I don't even really think that's a questionable thing, unless you're like a hardcore tanky that just like wants to lie, right? Like, they have absolutely.
Well, I agree. Like in
revolutionary groups with funds to try and overthrow democratically elected leaders because they want communist revolutionaries, like
I agree. Like
South America, like that has happened.
In the 90s and 70s and Cold War era shit, I'm sure this happened. I don't. How much of this stuff is really happening recently? It seems like they have chilled down a little bit.
I was thinking, can we trust Cuba to not like harbor terrorists or like people that we're not like engaging with in globally very friendly? You know what I mean? Like they're the piece of land that's close to our country. If we need to be certain that they wouldn't, side with the enemy, basically, I guess.
Well,
but
I mean, this is a situation of the regime.
Can I ask the Trump people something real quick?
To the list in his on his way out, like almost at the same exact time. So I just would point out, Biden could have reversed this and been like this, Trump did this on his way out, but he chose to do it at the same time. Well, like I do think Trump will probably overturn it if he doesn't like it, but if he just decides to keep it, maybe there is conversation that happened during the transition, and this is like not the biggest deal. It's not.
He chose to do it now because they released prisoners.
There's a very low probability that people are talking about in my chat. I don't buy it, but it is possible, right? That Biden just really fucking hates the DNC and wants a last fuck you.
Hold on,
and then Trump overturns it.
No. That's my point. Don't go there yet. I was waiting.
I'm just saying it is possible.
I got that all written down.
I don't think we have to do all this like fancy, like nice movement stuff for Cuba though. If we want to get prisoners out, we could be like, give us our fucking prisoners or we'll like fuck you up. Like, it's like a kid. Like, we're America, they're Cuba. Like, we could ruin Cuba if we wanted.
So if you guys haven't been following, there's been a lot of scuffles between Harris and Biden. Pelosi, she went on an interview. She talked about how Biden kind of spiked the football on his way out. There's that Asian lady that goes on any show that'll listen to her that works up in the DNC. She was taking donations for Harris, said the Harris campaign lied to him and whatnot. She was saying the same thing, that Biden spiked the football on his way out and basically said F you to everybody by suggesting Harris on his way out the door and things of that nature. There's a bunch of insider anonymous reporting about people not like them not getting along, not talking, not looking at each other in events and shit like that. Whereas they're talking to Trump and each other and shit like that. Like Harris is being snubbed by Biden.
Like you saw, like Jimmy Carter's, you saw like Jimmy Carter's funeral, where like Bush, Biden, Obama, and Trump are all like buddy laughing at like the American public that like are dumb enough to think that there's any substantive difference between all these people. And then there's fucking Kamala Harris like off to the side, like side eyeing and shit, and like it's like the boys are back, and then Kamala Harris is just kind of relegated to the side, like shut up, bitch, like you're over there.
Hillary just got there.
I saw this today was that well, to add to maybe fire to your theory here was that Joe Biden quote gave an interview and she said, I've been Pelosi's friends for like 50 years or 30 years or something, and I feel betrayed. Fuck that bitch. Like long story. I'm paraphrasing obviously, but she fucking she went off on him.
Can quote
and,
you.
Yeah.
Fuck that
yeah.
bitch.
Yeah. Fuck that bitch. Yeah. End quote. But yeah, I mean, like, if this is really a sentiment from Biden, like, how real do y'all think it is that maybe they're over here on the warpath just to say fuck the DNC, but like let it burn? Like, do you think that's even actually an actual possibility for Biden? Because this
I think
seems
it's a
like
possibility.
a very
I just don't think it's the most
That's
likely.
very unlikely.
Well, I mean, because he's old.
I don't think he's thinking that high. I think it's more of just like, these people forced me out, threatened me with the 25th Amendment, according to Seymour Hersh's reporting. Like, fuck them. I'm gonna spike the football as hard as I can.
Did you watch his farewell speech an hour ago?
No, I didn't check that. I've been watching Marco Rubio in the Senate today.
He said like all the classic, like boring, dumb, talking point stuff. But I do think like, I don't know, like people think like, oh, he said the garbage thing to like help Trump. I do think he could have done more to help Kamala, and maybe you could argue that he didn't help her enough. But I don't know that he's like gone the other way to actually try to hurt the Democrats. But at the same time, the Democrats shot themselves in the foot by picking someone who was so clearly incapable of like keeping it together for more than like, I don't know, however long those drugs wear off. But
do we not think it's possible that like Biden just wanted to do this because he apparently likes helping prisoners?
That's
I mean,
the most likely. Unfortunately, we're just having a little fun with the speculation, but you're probably right.
Did any of you guys know that we had 553 prisoners in Cuba?
No, it wasn't U.S. people. It was just people arrested for the 2021 protest, and they said that they would release people arrested on like political charges.
Cuban J6ers.
Yeah, exactly, the Cuban J6ers. Yeah, but it wasn't even. They were like, my understanding is they were just protesting. It wasn't even like violent. So.
Well, so I actually have two minds. Either A, this is A, it's to burn the Democratic Party really bad. Like, this is a very weird political move to me. Like, because one, I don't see why you would do this. Like, because I guess like Fabian, you said, we don't really know what Trump will do. But as far as reading the tea leaves has gone, it's really, I gotta say, it's getting so scary how accurate I have been every time about like Trump. Like, people were like talking about the no war thing. I never even said the no war thing. I've been talking about expansionism, and all of a sudden Trump's even here echoing the line, 51st state, Greenland, Panama. And I'm like, hey, these are all things I'm for. And it's like, okay, cool. I kind of think this is the thing where he will like, be like, look at what Biden did. And like, it really does like line them up with the socialists. Like, because A, Venezuela, Cuba's besties with Venezuela, Maduro. That's like their go-to guy. And B, we know they have death squads there. And C, like, I don't know. It just feels like he's setting it up to be another dunk for Trump almost. Like, why did Biden do this unless it's to fuck the Democrats over? Like, or did he actually think this is a real move? I can't understand the logic.
I mean, if you think if Biden thinks this is a good thing and he thinks Trump's going to undo it, then like you're forcing Trump's hand and like doing a bad thing, right? Like, I don't know if Biden thought this would be a PR win, or if he just genuinely wants to like help the prisoners out or whatever. But like, if he does think it would be a PR win, he probably thinks it'd be a PR lose for Trump if Trump undid it.
Yeah, why didn't he just undo it at the beginning of his presidency?
Because Cuba wasn't releasing prisoners. Cuba wasn't releasing prisoners.
I could see like certain things getting like, if I was to guess what Trump was going to do, right? Putting on my thinking cap. In my mind, I think that at least some of these actions are just kind of crazy, right? Like, reducing some sanctions is one thing, right? Repealing the act that allows people in America to sue companies that are American companies that have assets in America for the utilization of like stolen property that was seized during the revolution is genuinely like a slap in the face to liberty and to people that were harmed, right? So like if Trump doesn't repeal that, then foreign investors, being us, right, can go into Cuba and can utilize stolen property, and there will be Cuban citizens that immigrated to America, and other companies will be using their property that was stolen from them, and those companies don't have to pay those people living in America. They get to just utilize with Cuba this stolen property and like get rich, I guess, or like you like get rich as like a foreign investor. Like to me that's wild. Like it's not a super I don't know how many people that would actually affect, right? Like how big that is, but symbolically it's really big. And so I just don't understand, like symbolically it is saying if you're someone that escaped Cuba and your family was a property owner during the revolution and you had all your property and your businesses stolen, and now you're here and you had to start over again, right? We're going to let American companies come in, use your stolen property, and you can't say any and they get to get rich off of the property that was stolen off of you, and we're not going to do anything about it. Just keep being a middle class poor wagey, you dumb fuck. Like I don't think it's significant in terms of like economic impact. Like I just don't think, I mean maybe I'm wrong, but I don't have the data to support this, but it just doesn't seem like something that has a huge positive impact on Cuba or America economically to get rid of that. It sounds like just a big fuck you to anyone that's Cuban, that is a capitalist, that whose family was destroyed by these communists and like the current regime that's still in charge. So, it's very strange.
There's no way this law is used that often.
Yeah, but what he's talking about can be addressed.
That's what I'm saying. It's purely symbolic. It's like, why would you do that?
We would have to bring Cuba into the fold and then start a civil process of reimbursing people from Cuba's purse for the goods that they lost. If it's a bigger company, like with Venezuela, when they took over oil companies, we know the monetary cost of that. They should have to reimburse it to that company. And if we can, it's going to be hard to prove for a lot of people because they just left all their possessions behind. But so yeah, I'm all for dropping this, bringing them into the fold. What I'm worried about is the incentive structure of this bill. Like, if you just take a look at the steps that happened, Cuba jailed a bunch of its own people. And what did the U.S. do? Reward them with a better fucking trade deal in order to get them to release their own citizens. The incentive structure it builds is be a dictator, and the U.S. is going to give you free shit. And that's the part I don't like.
Well, only if you do something good, only if you release them, like...
Well, that's why jail them in the first place?
Right, but they had to do the bad
Well, I
thing in the
agree.
first place,
Cuba's
right?
a dictatorship. They shouldn't jail them in the first place. But I also think it's fine to set up incentives for dictators to be less bad. Like that's probably a net benefit. Like,
absolutely, it's just.
Well, this comes down to the philosophy. Do you negotiate with terrorists? You would negotiate with terrorists.
I mean,
Well, they're not terrorists
in some
anymore
cases,
because we
I'm
took them off
sure.
the state-sponsored terrorists.
True.
Okay.
Accurate.
Hold on, Pitch-Up. All right, so we're gonna do that. Then we're gonna have to. Then we have to debate the second big thing that happened today, because Biden's claiming victory for the ceasefire. So is Trump, and Trump is claiming that what's his name? Wolfkin? Is that his name? Wolfkin went to Hamas and Israel and negotiated peace. Well, Hamas is a terrorist organization, so like we can't play. We got to be consistency check here. I would argue that would be worse to go to Hamas and deal with them than it would be to deal with the Cubans. Wouldn't you agree, Pentapple?
Yeah, I mean, Hamas is worse than Cuba.
Yeah. So, in that case, that's a little bit of the pot calling the kettle black there, right? I don't know,
I wasn't taking a position. I was just saying that's sort of like the debate that was being had between Tyler and Nonfon. It was like, do you encourage Cuba by saying, okay, anytime you just lock up your own people, we'll come and give you a little package deal of whatever you need from us? Like, there is an issue with that approach. I'm not saying there's never a time where you can be like, hey, we want to negotiate the release of people, but you certainly do have to address this incentive structure, which is a point Tyler made. I'm just echoing his point. I'm not even adding anything here.
I mean, well, okay. One, do you think Trump shouldn't claim credit for the?
Why do you like terrorists and Hamas, Tyler?
First off, Pentuple is my East Side boy. Thanks for having my back, dog. Secondly, the reason why I would prefer Hamas over Cuba is because we've been trying to work with Cuba for decades, and they're on our fucking doorstep, and we still haven't found a way to do that. But with Hamas, they're currently just engaged, as of today, in a ceasefire deal with Israel. They're going to be returning 35, 36, I think it is, somewhere in the 30s of hostages. And if the ceasefire holds up for 2 weeks after that, hostages include dead bodies in this case, because they have 140. 4 of them are U.S. citizens that we know are still alive. Did you know U.S. citizens are still being held by Hamas? They don't get mentioned it up much at all. So, like, that's, again, speaking to the incentive structure of we got
speaking of the incentive.
U.S. citizens, and instead of going after Hamas, we fucking targeted Israel and said, don't go into Rafah, settle the fuck down, stop being this way, we're gonna not send you bombs anymore.
Well, what's the incentive structure if we don't do anything and just keep these like sanctions on Cuba? That doesn't seem to work for the last like 60 years.
To be fair,
like
Hamas never put nukes in their country that next to the United States. Yeah. This is the same regime that was part of the Cuban Missile Crisis. So, like, I don't know. Like, on one hand, I think Hamas is worse. On the other hand, I also think Cuba's worse.
What
like,
about ISIS?
Yeah, ISIS.
Is Hamas like ISIS?
Here's what I was going to say. This is an interesting analogy because we put the PLA, basically, by making this deal, the PLA is now in charge. I've seen the PLA is sending their little hunting squads out into, Gaza to go hunt down the remaining members of Hamas and try, like, there's a couple other groups. And I'm like, so we basically took the Mexican cartel, because the PLA is basically a cartel, and gave them power over basically Al-Qaeda, an Al-Qaeda equivalent. I don't know that this is like a better solution that we've done over there, but either way, they're not like what was scary about ISIS is they're like a quasi-government about to become like a legitimized government. Cuba's already a legitimate government. They have access to resources these other like groups don't. Like that's the inherent danger about Cuba that I think that is different compared to like Hamas and ISIS and
is Hamas more like Cuba or more like ISIS?
More like ISIS.
Yeah, more like ISIS. PLA is more like the cartels. I don't know. They're the ones kind of now.
Wait, what do you, PLA? Do you mean PLO? I think it's PLO, right? Or PA?
Palestinian Liberation Army?
There's the Palestinian Liberation Organization, and in that is the PA, the Palestinian Authority, and that's what actually controls the West Bank.
Yeah, the PA, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the PA being in charge of Gaza is a lot better than Hamas being in charge of Gaza. At least the PA cooperates with Israel on security matters. But I mean, what? Sorry.
Yeah, they cooperate more. Wait, what did you say, Tyler?
Sure.
They were responsible for the first and second intifada, so that wouldn't say that.
Yeah, but I mean, even since then they've gotten better, right? But I mean, I don't like the PLO much either. But I guess I just like I don't think our current strategy has worked. I'm not like opposed to like quote unquote negotiating with terrorists, so long as we only do so when they do like good things, such as releasing prisoners. I mean, I think Biden tried to do this with Venezuela as well. Biden said, we'll give you relief on like oil sanctions if you have competitive elections. And then Venezuela didn't have competitive elections. And guess what? We put the oil sanctions back up. Like, I'm fine with like trying out this strategy on other like.
So it's a little bit, I think there's an element of nuance that you have to talk about when we're talking about prisoner exchange and release, right? The problem that I see here is very similar to like the Brittany Griner issue, right? Another blunder by the Biden administration, right? Which is if you do a prisoner exchange or give them something for the release of prisoners, whatever that country is, you cannot have the prisoner, you cannot be on the losing end in terms of the value of the assets, and you cannot be in such a situation where the primary cause, or at least the only cause, especially, of you giving them something is giving up prisoners, right? So, when we look at like Brittany Griner, right? Like we gave them a terrorist, and they gave us a WNBA player.
Best trade in history.
And so like that was arrested for like bringing a little bit of weed in an airport, right? That creates a corrupt incentive structure because it says, oh, if you if you arrest one of our if you arrest the guy that goes into Africa to be a sponsor of terrorism and sell weapons to people, the Merchant of Death was his nickname, right? We can just arrest a random bitch at the airport and you'll give us our terrorists back. Similarly with this, you can't have them just release prisoners that they themselves captured and be like, good job, guys, you did a good thing, so we'll do economic sanctions. No, hey, we're glad you did that, so we're willing to come and talk with you now because you did a good thing, so we'll get rid of some sanctions, but you got to pull your fucking forces out of Venezuela, and you got to, and the CIA is already looked at your fucking accounts, and here's where you're funding. That's what I'm saying. That's
so.
Why
are you in favor? Why are you tacitly in favor of this then? The delisting. I know. Okay, if it's because
I'm not tacitly in favor of the delisting. What I said is I was in some way. I said I'm some way in favor of getting rid of sanctions, but I don't think we should just randomly get rid of sanctions. I think we should get something for it if we're going to do it. I'm all for free trade.
Sure.
That is my position. But what I'm saying is if we have this tool that we're already utilizing, we ought to at the very least go to them and say, hey, look, the CIA is looking at. We already know you funneled money to this terrorist organization. So quit that, quit this, pull your fucking troops out of Venezuela, and we promise we'll get rid of some of these sanctions. Get something for it.
Well,
but
yeah,
if the only thing you get for it is prisoner release, then it incentivizes them to fucking arrest more people so that they can then get rid of them and be like, we did another good thing, right? Will you reward us? No,
isn't that the whole reason
it's a
why
terrible incentive.
Well, I know that's the major reason I'm criticizing it in the first place and why I'm so against this. I get if your argument, I think this is your argument, is you're arguing that and I'm not against overall. If there was some sort of trade that I thought was good or some way to do it, yeah, I'm not totally against the embargo on Cuba. You know what? I want to go buy my fucking Cuban cigars, probably more than any of y'all. So there's absolutely, I could come to terms with the Cuban embargo being completely lifted, etc., all the sanctions. But I think part of the reason why I'm saying so against this and saying it's such a slap in the face is because, and I think this is the same reason the Dems in that article that they quoted were concerned, is because it looks like they're so in favor of giving the benefit to a socialist country Venezuela. They're super in bed with Cuba. This only helps Cuba. It only helps Venezuela. Doesn't really help us. We get a very small gain. It just seems like a big fuck you is kind of what I the way I'm looking at it, as opposed to what you're kind of advocating for, which is, get something out of it. Which I almost agree with anything.
But again, the repeal of the Helms-Burton Act is undoubtedly just a big fuck you to Cubans. Getting rid of some economic sanctions, and technically that's not a sanction, right? That's recognition that there are people that are living in our country that had their property stolen, and if we're going to do business with that country and we have access to those businesses, and they're going to utilize stolen property, to make money, that they have to pay restitution to the people that are also living in our country that are our citizens that had their property stolen, right? I don't know per se what the economic impact of that is because I just don't have that data available. It just happened today. I was streaming when I was like an hour away from streaming, when you DM'd me this topic, right? But
Sure.
It seems like that is less economically impactful. Maybe I'm wrong, and it is a big economic impact in terms of foreign investment and why foreign investors won't get into the country. Maybe, but that to me is just a huge fuck you to Cuban people that are suffered under the yoke of oppression of communism. But yeah, I'm for free trade, right? But I just want to get something for it. I want to stop commies from doing commie shit if we're going to do it.
Jump into the separations thing real quick because I think that's a little interesting. In that case, if you left your business behind and the government didn't take it from you, are you entitled to money? Or is it only if the government seized your property and redistribute it to the people are you entitled?
I mean, if you ran because they were, I have a close friend, right, who's a Cuban immigrant, right, and his grandfather was, a shop owner, and because he was a shop owner and because he wasn't a party loyalist, he was thrown in gulags for 20 years, and then he came out, and days after getting out of the gulags, which by the way they broke his spine in the gulags, beating and torturing him, and then he was back in a few days later, right? So if you ran away from your country, seeing that happen, and then Cuba sees your assets after you ran, like, I don't know, man. I feel like that was threat or coercion when they were doing that to people. Like, I don't think you actively had to have your property seized and then hop on a boat, or a fucking inflatable object to get over here to qualify for that. Like, if the Cuban government owns your shit that was yours and now some other company uses it, you ought to fucking get restitution.
It's also definitely one of those countries where like people just disappear like one day. Like I Cuban friends, and they're just like, one time Jaime didn't show up to work, and and then no one ever saw him again. Like, that's definitely one of those things. Like, yeah, you might not even tacitly know, but when cousin Bob goes missing, cousin Sally goes missing, oh, now Uncle George is missing, Grandma just got in a crazy car accident. Like, you kind of go, oh, you know what? I think it's time to hop in the water jugs and get to fucking Miami. Like, it's I just
you also have a
I
permanent
don't know.
stain. Like this is a very interesting thing that is like, it's not necessarily unique only to Cuba, but it's fairly unique, right? Which is that family members, descendants of property owners, are barred from, having any of the good government jobs or businesses in that country. So you don't even have to have your property stolen from you. You can just be related to someone that was a business owner, and you have less legal rights, and you have no capacity to like start any type of business or get any type of government contracts or use any state fees or hold any office, and your children can't either, right? So it's like very much the way that the American chattel slavery changed the way slavery was done, because it was passed on to their children. The taint of being essentially a kulak is passed on to the Cubans for just being related or being a descendant of someone that owned property. Like, it's horrible, right? So like, anybody that runs from there, more power to them, and fuck Cuba. But like, at the same time, like I said, I was being somewhat cheeky, right? The embargo isn't economically helping us. It's not helping the citizens in Cuba in any way. And the only thing it's doing is giving communism, the excuse that the CIA is the reason that fucking communism fails every time, instead of just recognizing that communism is a failure. We're not getting anything out of it. So if we're going to lift it, we ought to get something out of it, right? Because they need it more than we do. But like, ultimately we should, because it's just punishing people without any real good cause.
Well, again, the sanctions are still there. These are just the Trump sanctions
Yeah.
they're removing. So,
Isn't this what we literally what we did? Like, we removed some sanctions in exchange for them, like, being a little bit nicer in releasing prisoners?
Trump didn't put new sanctions up, right? He reestablished old sanctions.
Yeah.
So Obama got rid of some sanctions, and then Trump put them back in place, right? So it's not quite the same as like Trump was like, and by the way, fuck Cuba. Like, we're just gonna put in some new sanctions. It was like, no, Obama, you didn't fucking get anything out of this, and they're still commies, and they're still doing this evil shit, and they're still keeping underground. And I know your fucking mentor, was a part of that terrorist organization, and you love him so much, but I don't fucking like him, and I don't like fucking Cuba, so I'm putting the sanctions back. Now, you can agree or disagree with that policy. I don't agree with the reinstatement of the sanctions, but I think if we're going to get rid of them, we should get something substantive out of it, as opposed to just rewards for prisoner release from the prisoners you locked up. It's just an incentive to make Cuba worse.
Exactly.
I don't think if there's like a pattern of Cuba arresting people and then like releasing them when we constantly give them rewards to do so, like, that would probably be a negative there.
That pattern starts?
Well, sure, but couldn't this also, Trump is going to become president. I doubt Trump's going to do this. Couldn't this also, like, hey, signal to Cuba, like, hey, maybe we can actually have some, like, further, like, more peaceful negotiations? Like...
Yeah, but, like, is that, like, something that we should want with Cuba? Do we want, like, I don't know, like,
if we get something good if they stop being, like, genuinely evil to some extent, yeah. Not that we care about states being evil that much.
So, hold on. It's not necessarily the communism itself I'm scared of, which I am scared of communism because it's one of the great evils of the world. But when I look at this, maybe it's because I look at like things on like 150-year and 100-year time scale. It's like what like our little eras are, as opposed to, I guess, most people only look at it like the decade or the now. Like, I remember, like, to me, like, World War II is like the start, like, modern. diplomatic era, right? Like, and then we're not 100 years from that, right? So like when I look at things, I like everything's a fallout from there. Like you can see problems in Afghanistan, it's coming back all the way to World War II. You can feel like yada yada yada. So when I'm sitting here, Cuba is one of these evil fucking countries, bro. They're a problem. They put nukes on our fucking shore and we're pointing them at us, saying we're gonna get you. Like this is the same people that like Che Guevara was going around during the revolution, putting death camps together, shooting squads, leading execution groups. I mean, like, I see them as one of the biggest problems because it's like in one way that they are different. They are the same as North Korea just by virtue of existing. The longer they stay around, like the more they're able to like become a problem, like at some point. And like I don't know, I just see this as like Obama didn't get anything from it when he did it. Trump reestablished this is like a fuck you to the Cuban community. I don't understand the strategy. Like, do y'all see any strategy in this? Like, I can't see one way this is a good thing, other than I guess prisoner release, which is not that high on my.
Well, what's the strategy of just sanctioning them to death do? I mean, first of all, I think Cuba's really only, I don't know, gotten better, like, ever since the Cold War ended. Maybe they still fund death squads in Venezuela, but, like, they're not pointing missiles at us anymore.
Well, it's just because Russia's not put the missiles there yet. You don't think they'd do it now if Russia was like, hey, we want to put nukes there?
The problem is that, like, look, Cuba had the capacity to keep its people from starving for up until COVID. Like, up until COVID, with the inflation that hit from COVID has devastated the Cuban economy. And that's a major reason for many of those, those protests is not so much that they're mad about inflation, but that, it's hard to keep starving people from protesting, right? Like, you start. And because the market is completely unable to balance this, right? Like Cuba has cut in the past, since COVID, like twice they've had to cut the rations for food that they're sending to people, and people that work jobs with inflation, like they work for like a week to be able to afford like a loaf of bread and like a glass of milk, right? Like that's kind of the economic reality of like how much they're taxed and how much money they can actually make. And so Cuba is in a very, very precarious position where they desperately need to get rid of some of these economic sanctions. Like they deeply need this if they're going to keep their people fed, which is, to a degree, it's evil that America, kind of like lets this happen. But at the same time,
how else do you force them to be so uncomfortable they overthrow the government?
Right. Well, ultimately, right, like the people that is responsible is the communists in Cuba, right? It's not America saying we're not going to do business with you. Now, when I say it's evil, I mean it's evil that other businesses don't have are stopped by America from doing business with whomever they want. But in terms of like the ultimate kind of evil here, if you could say one is more evil than the other, if you would like to even make that claim, Cuba is obviously far more responsible, and so what he is doing, as far as I can tell, is so bad on so many levels. Biden, I mean, because now, maybe Trump reinstates them and then goes back to the negotiating table. I don't know, right? But they're desperate. They're desperate to come to the table, and we could have gotten a lot more than what they were already fucking doing. Like we could have really strong-armed them. Because like if these sanctions stay, the protests continue. Like the protests continue, and maybe we get a revolution and we get a democratic Cuba, right? Like that is a very realistic scenario that if these economic sanctions continue, but at the same time it paints us as the bad guy by keeping them up. And so there's no guarantee that we don't just get a different type of socialist or communist in charge. And so now is a perfect time for negotiations with Cuba to relieve the pressure of economic sanctions, but like not getting anything for it and doing it as a lame duck and everything. It honestly just seems like Biden is just doing whatever he can as a last fuck you and doesn't care who it pisses off.
Not fun. Let me give you just a couple, this is more just a 101 thing to kind of answer your question as well. You kind of asked what we get out of this. So there's two foreign policies for each party. One of them is the GOP, is the lead through strength, lead through fear. We can't have a communist party, high-functioning state right at our back door that's allied with our adversaries. It would national security wise. It would open us up in so many ways that we just do not allow. That's why we keep those sanctions there, to keep us safe. Democrats, on the other hand, they do something similar to China's New Silk Road initiative. Well, they'll go into Cuba, for instance. They'll give them things. They'll make concessions. They'll do what Republicans in the smear job call the apology tour. Go and apologize for America being too in everybody's faces on the world stage, and use that with like they did with Syria, Iran, and Cuba in some instances. They try to work with these countries to advance them, to influence them to our side. And it has worked in the past. It's kind of what Nixon envisioned with China when he started removing sanctions from China and they started slowly shifting to capitalism. It's just China's an example of how it doesn't work, and it leads to a geopolitical adversary being high functioning. Luckily, they're on the other side of the world. We don't want that in Cuba. It's not worth the risk in the GOP's eyes to try this foreign policy with them, because if it goes wrong, then we have bad guys right at our doorstep.
I don't think Cuba's ever going to be as big a threat as China or anything. I mean, I don't know. I guess that can make sense, but I guess I would imagine like trying to normalize things with Cuba. I mean, I understand you might dispute that's a good goal or whatever. Probably has to start with a step like this, where you reward them for releasing prisoners and remove them from like the harshest sanction thing, and get rid of the state sponsor of terrorism list. I would imagine that's what Biden is trying to do. I think it's probably worthwhile to try to normalize relations with Cuba, as long as we get good concessions out of them. Maybe we didn't get good enough concessions out of China. Well, certainly we didn't, because they're our main geopolitical adversary. But I also don't think Cuba's ever going to be as big a threat as China, considering Cuba's a lot smaller.
So actually, that's a great place to take this, right? All right. So like Fabian has just kind of talked about, one potential outcome, and you've talked about just now that you like what you think a better outcome would be, not Vaughn, with like, hey, if we're gonna normalize relations, it's got to start somewhere, right? And a lot of times I would agree. However, maybe because I'm a dick, I don't know, but I actually think Fabian's proposed evil solution is much better and much more in line. Like, and I might even go a little step further, because I am a dick, and it's real simple. Like, hey, we're gonna have them starve. Like, that's the point of the sanctions, is for people to be uncomfortable to the point that they want to revolutionize, right? Like, that's what they're for. Then they revolutionize. And this is how we answer the second part of Fabian's problem, how do we know we don't get a more Cuban communist guy in there? We put our own guy in there, and we use we could use this as a pretense to go in there and invade, and then set up either our new Cuban whatever, or we just take him over and keep him for ourselves. Either one of these I'm okay with, but hypothetically, like on the more neo-colonial or neo-imperialist side, or Pax Americana in the traditional sense, we just put our own guy in there, right? And I see that maybe I can understand the argument, that's messy, people will die, but sometimes I feel like going in there and doing maybe the hard thing first is the better long-term solution. Because if we do what you're proposing, Nava, there's no guarantee that the extra capitalism will ever make them not be communist, evil dictatorship, right? It just might empower them, even if we normalize them. So, it's kind of like we can hope that we get them more to our side by economic ties, but I don't know. That didn't seem to work with China, right? They're just as bad as they've always been. And so, I feel like maybe it's time to just go in there, do the hard thing, and rip the Band-Aid off. And this is the best time we've ever had to do it. And Biden wants to throw away this chance, here at the end. And it just seems like a fuck you. I mean, do you disagree, Nonvon, that that's the better option, or keeping these people in power?
I mean, I would guess that military action against Cuba is probably not the best idea. I don't I'm not convinced it would work super well. Even long term, I don't think that
what if they do it themselves and we support somebody?
How about this? Not the whole United States, just Texas and Florida.
Yeah, I think
just maybe. I mean, I don't know. Didn't we have our own guy in Cuba before, and he got overthrown by the communists? Didn't we have Baptista in there before? Wasn't that our guy? Didn't the same thing happen in Nicaragua too? Didn't we have a government in Nicaragua that was overthrown by the Sandinistas?
Well, yeah, but I feel like this is the cool thing about history, right? Is that they have had time to experience that history, and nobody in any of these countries has had a good time with fucking communism. So, I mean, I feel like, there's the selling point right there. We can't even feed our own people. maybe it's time to try democracy, and then we support our own people. I feel like they're gonna be much more.
Yeah, but
willing.
everyone that wasn't a fan of the state has already come to the U.S. or died. So, I mean, everyone that's still there, sampling bias is going to be in favor of it.
You think so?
Maybe. I mean, disproportionately.
No way.
If they could freely travel and had the funds,
We can
to do
rule out
something,
the prisoners.
but they can't. You know what I mean? Like you. Well, so like the other thing to I don't know. Like the problem is that like American interventionism in Cuba via the CIA is so well known, right? Like you can't really like as much as the people of Cuba, want to get rid of like there is a large portion of people that want to get rid of the failures of like Castro and that regime and that party. It's not like they want to be a fucking client state of the United States either, right? Like if the Cuban people were given true free choice, they would just have like a democratic socialist government with communist leanings, right? Like these people don't want fucking a Starbucks on every corner from some American corporation. I mean, like it was like a couple years ago that like
Well, it's because they had better coffee already.
Right, the true. But like it was just a few years ago that the CIA was involved in creating a Twitter alternative in Cuba, with the express goal of getting Cubans on Twitter so that they can then use the algorithm to force feed them revolutionary messages so that they would hopefully like try and have a civil war and violently overthrow the regime. And so it's like these people don't trust America in any way, shape, or form. Some of them do, obviously, like any large population is, right? So like the concept of like regime change, or that like, or even that capitalism and like freeing sanctions is going to have like some pro-American or pro-liberty kind of mindset change here is like is silly, right? Like we have 70 years of bad faith with these people. Right, well, generations of like America is the problem.
I think the way you fix that is tourism, like that. Because if you see, I'll give you an example. I've gone all over Latin America, and the places that have the areas that have a lot of tourists, they quickly decide, hey, these people bringing some money in. Maybe we want some of what they got, and then you notice the tourist traps become, almost like basically. Basically Western or American towns. Like you see them, you'll go in there and you'll see a fucking McDonald's, you'll see the Burger King, you'll see I don't know, usually it's like, what's the fucking frog? Senor Frogs first, and then Margaritaville, and then it's like a chain, and you have it kind of just expands into the rest of it. That's the way you get them, and I think that with them being so close, and Havana being just like the tourist spot for decades, I feel like that would be the way to get him if we were going to get him through capitalism, but I just don't see that happening as long as the Castro.
That is a significant difference between
after guy.
I mean that's a significant difference between a strategy that obviously failed with China and us is it's a lot cheaper to get a flight to Havana than it is Beijing, and they're a much smaller population, so they're a lot easier to sway with those kind of economic interests than China, specifically culturally, right? Like when you bring in tourist areas like that has a much larger significance. Like I don't disagree that there are ways that we can influence Cuba over to our side, right? But like what I mean to say is that our intervention along with sanctions, right, have created a narrative in the Cuban people for generations, which is that the CIA and that America, along with heavy propaganda from Castro and multiple assassination attempts, et cetera, right, that like America is an enemy to the Cuban people. And obviously, yes, there are plenty of people that don't buy that have family in America, that know that they can escape and get to America, right? But there's a large and significant portion of people that have no trust that like United Fruit Company is going to come in and not do them dirty, right? Like, and so like, we do need to relieve economic sanctions, but like, again, over and over again, we have to get something for it. And like patting them on the back for, releasing their own people that they captured, for fighting for freedom, and
and then giving them just a laundry list of positives on a lame duck presidency a few days before is it's just like it's like the motherload of bad ways to do this, I guess. Like motherload of bad ideas in one package. I mean, yeah, I kind of have to agree with Tyler here, which is that like the Biden administration in terms of foreign policy always in these last 4 years has managed to do the right thing in the worst possible fucking way every time. Like it has been the greatest failure. The Biden administration has been one of the worst failures in foreign policy in terms of execution of their goals in all of American history. Like, you can definitely claim that other people were worse because they had bad goals, but like Biden seems to like want to get out of Afghanistan, want to get out of the Middle East and involved in certain, presumably, right? Wants to keep certain, relations, wants to protect Taiwan, wants to relieve economic sanctions, like all of these things I think are probably good ways. And in every step of the way, the execution has been a dismal fucking failure. I mean, like, what do they do for Taiwan? Fucking be like, we'll bomb people, maybe, we don't know. Like,
he gave him $17 billion, and he also wanted a Gaza ceasefire, and he just got a ceasefire in Gaza. Like,
so did he though? Did he get the ceasefire in Gaza?
It took him a long fucking time, and it just miraculously occurred a couple days before Trump comes in. Like,
yeah. Also, after Hezbollah has been destroyed and the regime in Syria has been overthrown, you don't think those are probably big factors?
Wait, say it again?
Yeah, also, after the Hezbollah has been fucking destroyed and the regime in Syria has been overthrown, you don't think those are probably bigger factors than Trump getting elected, really?
I mean,
we didn't have anything to do with
not in this timetable. No, absolutely bullshit. Not in this timetable. If this would have happened 2 months ago, yeah, sure. But
I mean,
you're talking about days before Trump.
We wouldn't have this.
Syria was
what?
Anything to do with us either. That was all Qatar and Turkey back in that.
Well, they were only able to act because Hezbollah was destroyed, right? And one of Assad's allies was destroyed, right? They got rid of the whole Iranian crescent,
Yeah,
Israel.
Trump.
Well, we help Israel, but
Trump under Kushner has obviously been one of the most pro-Israel presidents in modern times, but also one of the most successful since World War II as a president in being able to normalize trade and bring peace to the Middle East. Obviously, he supported, helped tacitly support the Yemeni blockade. Obviously, he had a bunch of fucking war hawks in the first half of his administration, like fucking John Bolton. Obviously, he bombed a lot of people. Obviously, he didn't fully pull out of Syria, and he probably bombed an airfield based off of dubious claims. I'm not saying Trump's great, but you can't argue that Trump hasn't been successful in pushing his foreign policy in the Middle East to a degree that no other president in modern times has been successful in that regard. And days before, you have two different people claiming victory here on the ceasefire. Like, I agree that a ceasefire was likely imminent because of the power differential between Israel and Hamas here. But to say that, Biden did this, Biden got it done.
Well, he's been the main one pushing for it. Even Netanyahu probably didn't want it.
Influence or that without actually even knowing, I think is silly. We don't know who negotiated the deal.
Well, allegedly Hamas I literally today, I'll have to find the article. It said allegedly today, as of today, Hamas has more fighters than they did originally when they started this on October 7th, right? So
that's
usually they're less trained.
The numbers are up in there. I mean, not that these people were super trained in the first place. I kind of equate them to what Taliban was doing with the monkey bars and sending videos and posting about how badass they are. I don't know. What does their training consist of? It's probably the same as MIL Team 6 out here in Appalachia. I'm just saying, if I had to wager, I'd probably put my money on MIL Team 6 if they went head to head, because them fuckers at least probably had one guy that used to be in the military. I don't know.
But what did Trump achieve? I mean, with Israel, Trump achieved the Abraham Accords, but I don't think those had a huge lasting impact. I mean, clearly not. We just had another fucking Israel-Hamas explosion. What did he achieve with North Korea? What did Trump achieve with Cuba?
Wait, didn't Obama tell Trump that North Korea was the biggest issue going in?
once fucking Biden got into office, correct? Yes.
think
Once
he did.
Biden got into office, a lot of those deals and things fell through.
Well, then none of the Abraham Accords fell through, right? It was, they were negotiating with Saudi Arabia, right? And then October 7th happened. I guess that fell through, but that was...
But no.
That's pretty
Abraham
big.
Accords were a trade normalization between the United Arab Emirates and Israel. It had
And
very
also
little to
Morocco, but...
Yeah, but it had very little to do with what was going on in Gaza at all. Like,
that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, clearly, like Trump came in. Trump had a whole peace plan that was rejected by both sides, by the way, for the Palestine thing. So I'm saying, like, he got the Abraham Accords, but that clearly didn't lead to any lasting positive impact.
Peace deal, literally, a peace deal has been rejected by the Palestine, the PLO since Israel's founding.
Yeah,
this peace deal was kind of atrocious, but
ceasefire agreements. No, literally, the only thing they have ever agreed to is ceasefire agreements. Since Israel has been founded as a nation, no one has gotten anything in Israel other than a peace deal. So to say that Trump didn't get a peace deal, it got rejected, is like, well. Sorry.
This got rejected on its face, is my understanding. Bill Clinton at least had negotiations, right?
Intifada.
Yeah, they at least got to the. Did they even get the? I don't know if they even got into negotiations over this one. It was an atrocious deal for Palestinians.
This is hold on, no. This is just silly. You're acting like Trump failed in some regard because he didn't get a fucking peace deal.
I think Trump offered an atrocious deal to Palestinians that obviously would not have worked.
In Israel, and that's a silly objection. No other president has achieved that.
They got a lot closer. Trump offered on its face atrocious deal to Palestinians, and it obviously didn't get anywhere.
Hold on, no. Bill Clinton had Yasser Arafat to Camp David, the leader of the Palestinian Authority at the time. When the deal was turned down, he said this is the biggest embarrassment of his presidency. He said he made him look like a fool, even more than Monica Lewinsky. So Clinton made a very, very sincere effort to give them a good deal, and they turned it down. They're turning down all the Biden deals as well. Every administration has thrown a dozen deals at. I think they've had 90 thrown at them since the inception of Israel, and they've turned down every one. To attack just one administration, it's not. Every single person's been turned down, no matter who you are.
Yeah,
first of all, I don't know why we think I'm. I don't know why you think I'm a pro-Palestinian here now. I get shit all the time for my Hasbro, but I guess
I don't know why you think that we think that, because no one even mentioned that. Seems like you're distracting from the fact that you're losing a dumb point you made.
Real. The deal that Trump offered was atrocious on its face. It obviously would have never gotten anywhere. At least other presidents actually negotiated shit. I'm saying that Trump clearly didn't achieve any of his goals when it came to Israel-Palestine, or at least not any big ones. He got the Abraham Accords, which was nice for Israel or whatever. He didn't do anything with North Korea. To my knowledge, he didn't do anything with Cuba. And the thing he did with Israel clearly didn't have any lasting impact.
It's not what's occurring. No, the argument. Let me reiterate, because you're doing a tactic where you're trying to run away from the arguments and the claims, and you're trying to obfuscate with a bunch of bullshit because you're a weaselly little piece of shit. So let me reiterate the argument that you ran from, right? Which is that you made the claim that Biden got this deal, and that this was all Biden, and that this is a success of Biden. And what I said is, we don't really know who had the most impact on this. Yes, Biden has been presumably working on some type of peace deal in this regard for a long time, since October 7th, right? But what I said is that Trump is claiming that his team had part in the negotiations. There's a whole narrative thing about them telling, but it's it's Sabbat or whatever, and then them saying I don't give a fuck, I don't believe in that, we're getting a deal knocked out. Okay, and so you have two entities that are claiming that they're the primary reason that this deal went through. And I said that clearly Trump, who is very successful and who is the incoming president in a few days, wasn't in the fucking dark on this deal and had some significant impact on this deal. And that you saying that it had nothing to do with him and that it only has to do with Israel fucking up Hezbollah, and that it's all Biden's victory and Biden claims the win here, is a silly fucking thing to say. And now we're in the weeds about what were Trump's successes in North Korea. Fuck off and just stand by the fact.
Wait, what were they though?
I'll tell you what
Dude,
they were.
Obama told Trump when he came in that North Korea was like the biggest like foreign interest threat, and by the time Trump left, nobody was talking about North Korea.
What are the concessions that Trump got from North Korea?
Trump was the first, wasn't he the first president to cross into the demilitarized
Yeah, and he did
zone?
nothing. He got nothing for it, Pentuple. What do you mean? He got
What?
nothing.
You're saying Trump did nothing. He was the first president to cross the demilitarized zone. You're just gonna stick
What
by
did he
your
get
point.
from
I
it,
get
Pentuple?
Like, good Lord.
Was there any agreement that came out of it all? North Korea paused missile tests for like a month, and a month later they started doing missile testing with Japan again.
This is so this is why leftists are subversion little fucks, right? So again, remember how we were talking about what we gained. So you're very willing to focus on what we didn't gain here, but we didn't give up anything. It was a Pyrrhic victory.
We did
It
gain
was
stuff in North
symbolic.
Korea, by the way. We did gain stuff.
Well,
they opened up a
lost.
manufacturing plant that didn't last too long, but they did it. And they also sometimes, hey, this is just
Right,
a
but
wild
it cost
concept.
us 3 footsteps in some
This
negotiations.
is a wild concept. North Korea is only being
the
stronger,
United States
right?
on good terms.
Wait,
And not,
what
What did the ceasefire cost the U.S.? Like,
hold on. Threatening nuclear war every 6 months. What did we get out of that?
Well, hold on. So I'm going to go to Tyler. I'm going to say one thing, though. I will give you something we got. We got to know our enemy a little better. Like, just talking to the enemy and seeing what bluffs they want to make or how they want to negotiate, that's useful information, right? Like, I know that you're laughing, but, like, I got to be honest, right? This is why I compared North Korea to Cuba earlier. Cuba, different example. They're like an example of a successful, like, unsuccessful. North Korea has been sitting here festering like a little rotten, like, disease for a while. And they're only getting worse, right? Like, and so sometimes trying something new, even if it doesn't work, is a victory. Because, hey, okay, this didn't work. Like, whatever, let's try something else. Hey, okay, you're learning. Because currently what we're doing, the status quo is not working, right? So, like, I think there were things gained. And then, you know, some of them were lost later. But, like, you know, we're, like, really arguing over split hairs. But it's kind of like Fabian said. We didn't, the whole thing that cost us was some jet fuel. And I mean,
okay, what did we give up for the Gaza ceasefire, and what did we give up for the Cuba thing? I don't think we gave up much for the Cuba thing. We just released sanctions, and for the Gaza ceasefire, I don't know what we.
Hold on, that's not relevant.
We're talking about the success of these.
No. You use the what did we gain to once again shift the conversation away from all the L's you were taking, and then we responded by that we didn't actually lose anything. Now you're taking the own thing that you used to subvert the topic and to get away from the L claims that you kept making, and you're reversing it and saying, but what did Biden lose by getting a ceasefire? It's not relevant. It wasn't relevant when you brought it up, but we kicked it back down because it was a stupid point to make up, and now you're trying to reverse the irrelevant stupid point you brought up to try and subvert the conversation again. This is why you just leftists shouldn't even be allowed to fucking speak to that guy until they learn some basic fucking
Wait, I can't even.
common decency in Reddit.
Hold on. I don't think that I don't think you're in bad faith. I think that you just are lacking some of the context.
Absolutely being bad faith.
But
so am I.
Oh,
because
okay.
I hate lefties.
Hold on. I think you're somewhat lacking the context and trying to make conclusions just without the proper data.
Oh, God.
So the reason why there wasn't a lot of pressure on the Trump administration to do anything with Palestine and Israel, besides all the rejections in the past, is because the festering that Gibbs is talking about with North Korea, that didn't exist in Gaza or the West Bank. So what Israel did was this practice of mowing the lawn. Every couple of years, they would go in, they would destroy weapons caches, they would destroy armaments and whatnot, and they would just kind of clean up. They did the same thing in Lebanon up into the Litani River until there was a peace deal signed by the UN to keep both out of that 19-mile area between Litani River and Israel. So there was no peace deal like that in Gaza or the West Bank, so they continued to go in and mow the lawn. So nobody thought that these were relevant threats that needed to be taken care of. It was a big criticism after October 7th of Bibi Netanyahu because the security was so lax on Israel, because nobody thought that this was going to happen. And a lot of the reason it did was because we removed sanctions on Iran. Biden let, I think, $16 billion go to Iran, which he stopped $6 billion of it in Qatar. But Qatar is an ally of Iran, so they probably just, maybe they could front the money. Maybe Iran knew it was coming. Money's fungible. But we saw a lot of that money go to the 7 proxies that ended up attacking Israel. So a lot of this had to do with Biden removing sanctions prematurely as well. Israel was broke, and that's another goal. I just watched the Marco Rubio hearing. That's another goal of the incoming administration, is to make Iran... I'm sorry, I said Israel. Iran was broke. It's to make Iran broke again so that they can't afford to do terror. So.
Oh, we did also, by the way, to talk to North Korea, agree to stop doing military drills with South Korea but also, to be clear, if
Turned
we're
around and did. Hold
On
on,
the
we did that.
DMZ.
Hold on, we
We
turned
did?
right around. After,
We didn't agree to stop doing military drills. We agreed to stop doing military drills at Camp Casey, at the DMZ, because it's kind of an aggressive act, right? When you have another military on your border doing practice runs for when you invade said country.
Well,
we didn't stop
and
doing
then we
them
went back
in our installations. 10th Mountain didn't stop doing those drills. They just stopped doing them near Camp Casey. They do them near Seoul, right? So it's just a movement of that practice
Well,
to say,
and now
like,
we
hey,
do them again.
it's a
So we did give up
it's another
something.
symbolic thing.
oh, hold on.
It's symbolic.
or Gibbs is saying that we did them anyway, but
Yeah, so hold on. Yeah, basically, if you remember, they have that like joint North Korean, South Korean zone where they have some factory shit that reopened right after the Trump thing. Then they had some issues. They shut that down. I'm not like there's a couple other things that happened. They fired at an island. I think they sunk a fishing ship. You know, a couple other bullshit little things happened. Yeah, and so sure we gave up like the Camp Casey thing, but now we're doing that shit right back there. Now we're doing it again at 10th Mountain because just like you said, we didn't gain that. Well, neither did they. Like they had us like stop for like I don't know a year or two, and now we're back. Like literally, we just held a drill over the area, and they fired a missile over Japan because they were pissed. Like it's not like it's like sometimes it's better to know your enemy and know how their leader thinks than have like this total like we got a wall, we can't even communicate. Like I hate this idea that we can't try something new even if it didn't work. Because clearly what we're doing with North Korea is not fucking working. Like
I don't think what we're doing with Cuba is working either, which is why I don't know a ton about North Korea, so I don't know what
tweets. We need more tweets. More
True.
North Korea tweets from Trump. More red buttons. We need 2 buttons. We have bigger.
Okay, wait. Okay, to be clear, can we agree that Donald Trump did set out for peace between Israel and Palestine? He had a whole peace plan proposed.
Yeah, sure.
We agree that he did nothing to accomplish that goal, right? Or nothing good to accomplish that goal. His peace plan was clearly on its face never going to work.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, especially considering that he moved the U.S. embassy, right? So he'd already showcased far too much of a bias.
Sure, and I think the annexation of the Golan Heights as well is, yeah. Okay, isn't that a goal that Trump tried to set out to accomplish and didn't really do much on? In fact, probably actively undermined it.
My argument wasn't God Emperor Trump succeeded at everything he did. My argument was that he was incredibly effective in a large scope of Middle Eastern relations, especially in the second half of his administration, as opposed to the first half of his administration, because he had dumbasses like John Bolton with him in the first half, right? That was my argument, and it was one, and that was just one argument that I was using as evidence that it's an absurd claim to say that this is just straight up a Biden W when Trump is claiming some of the negotiations were in part with him as the incoming administration, and that he was a part of this deal getting done, because obviously Biden has also been attempting to get a ceasefire and get threatening Israel to like, we're not going to send you as many bombs, we're not going to send you as much aid, right? Like it's not like this is like Biden just started this. He's been trying for a while, and it seems like there are a couple of factors that changed. One that you mentioned, right, which is important, is the time, the fact that they've been winning in a lot of other regions, and the other one is a new incoming administration that is a part of the negotiating table that's going to be the president for the next 4 years, and to claim that like Trump has no influence over this or limited influence, and that this is a Biden dub, and that just this is all because of Biden, I think is a silly fucking claim.
Yeah. Prior to October 7th, Israel-Palestine on the priority list was just very low. And they were being managed by Israel for decades at that point. Nobody thought those peace deals were coming. Everybody tried.
Follow me on Twitch.
Just
Stop following me on Twitch. Follow me on YouTube.
At that point,
I'm not streaming on Twitch for like a year and a half.
Now it's a big deal. Because of October 6th, it's a big deal, absolutely. But then nobody gave a shit. So, like, Trump did absolutely fail in his endeavor there. Yeah, it's just he worried about getting actual functioning nations onto a regularized, normalized trade relations with Israel and succeeded. And that's a big thing. UAE and Saudi Arabia being normalized with Israel is a big fucking deal. Much bigger deal than...
Saudi Arabia never finished, right? Because of October 7th, right? Wasn't that half the reason they did October 7th?
Yeah, I mean, they have a multitude. The reason they want Israel wiped out completely is because
Well,
they
sure,
couldn't
but
land. There's a multitude of reasons, and another reason is because they had the money due to the sanctions being lifted by the Biden administration. There's no one single factor. You're probably right that that is a factor, but I don't think it's the.
I think that was when there were documents like that. I think that was like the big thing that they cited. I mean, obviously, I agree that Hamas is ideologically opposed to the existence of Israel, but
yeah, I mean, like it's like they're the. All I can ever think of is the PLO charter from the '80s. Every time it's so hard to like take any of those people seriously when you just like, and then the rocks will cry out that there is a Jew hiding behind me and say, hello, hello Muslim, please get and kill this Jew that is hiding from the rock behind me. Yeah, I mean, look,
they like the golems. That was a deep joke. You knew what I meant there.
I got it.
The situation with the Biden administration in Cuba and in this deal seems to come out of left field, right? I think when we look at the Israel kind of situation, it's very obvious that that the Biden administration, even if you say it's a back burner thing, I don't know that I agree with that, but even if you were to claim that it's a back burner kind of like agenda policy, this has been something that has been a goal of the administration for a while. But this mea culpa almost from America of like giving so much so that Cuba could release their own prisoners that they themselves arrested seems really fucking chaotic and random. And like, I don't know. I really want to be a fly on the wall to see what the fuck he was thinking. Because I don't think anybody here was like, oh yeah, I totally expected this, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like anybody that is like even experts in the field, like is there's not a news article anywhere that's like, oh, this has been cooking for the past couple of months. Like we were definitely going to do this. Like it just seems like it just seems so fucking random. And I desperately want to know like what the fuck is Biden thinking? And like, is this even him? You know what I mean? Like, is this his decision or is this, somebody else in the administration?
Hey, another thing we need to
It's a deep state.
I know Pentuckle needs an outro here real quick. I'll let him get an outro and then we can continue.
I just got a dip. Pentuckle on Twitch. I'll see you there.
I bet. Yeah, he'll
wait,
be
can you
back later this
oh
week.
fuck! I was gonna ask if he could unban me from his chat. He still has me banned.
Well, I'll give it next time. But hold on. I'll give it to you. 1 second. Yeah, we'll get to his unbanning. I'll try to message you about it. And secondly, you will see Pentuckle possibly this week for another thing, and we'll see him potentially next Tuesday with Nonfon on another thing. We're working on some big shows coming up here real soon. Perfect little housekeeping there. Also, if y'all have questions for us, send them into people's chats. Pay money. Give us your money if you like us streamers, because we give us your time. We need your money because we're greedy bastards. All right, go ahead. I was making sure.
All right, so this is another theory of Biden's intent. Biden's getting old. He's about to die. The Vatican is in these negotiations with Cuba long before the U.S. steps in. He's trying to make right with God. He is an Irish Catholic, He's trying to make right before he goes up there. He don't got long,
He knows
man.
he's going. How long do you think he lives after? Like, because the presidency ages you a lot. Like, he was already old. Like, do you think that's do you really think that might be what you think is happening here? Like, is it like a real possibility?
Biden has been. I do think to Tyler's credit, I know he's kind of memeing a little bit, right? But to Tyler's credit,
I mean, it might be a real thing though, like with his age.
Well, yeah. What I'm saying to Tyler's credit, age and stuff aside, I think a lot of people, a lot of religious leaders and pundits and things, gave, had a lot of harsh words to say about, Biden in his relationship with the Catholic Church. I mean, he also had issues in terms of, being able to go to certain Catholic churches. You had deacons that spoke out against Biden. Some of his, vocal stances on abortion and other things like that, being a pro-choice Catholic, deeply, upset a lot of Catholics as well as a lot of people within the leadership of the Catholic Church. So, I mean, it wouldn't be that shocking, not necessarily that he's trying to get right with God so much as like maybe this is an untalked about pet project of his, right? Like where he feels some need to, you know, have some involvement with this because the Catholic Church is involved. And so it kind of comes out of left field for us because, you know, because it's not of big strategic importance or success for America. In fact, it was probably just all around bad for our image, how weird and crazy this deal was. But for him as a Catholic, maybe not so much. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it was suggested that one of the reasons he was pardoning death penalty people is also because of his religion. Like, it's not like impossible, but
yeah, I don't. What do you mean? It's not impossible. What Tyler's putting forward?
yeah, he's just doing this for religious purposes. Yeah.
I don't know, like,
I mean,
like so, like, I
religion's
know we're
big motivation for a lot of people. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I know we're memeing like a little bit, right? But it's the reason why like memes are funny. Like, and this is something like I know when people get mad, like when somebody thinks they're doing a total meme topic, like in these debates, but they have a kernel of truth to it, right? Like, this is kind of why like
they're not funny unless they're somewhat true.
Right, and this is why when I say like how much, like, if we had to weigh percentages, like, and maybe this is just like well, I don't know, you know, like to speculate kind of thing, but how much like percentage am I assigning to Biden doing this Cuba thing as a fuck you to the Dems to screw him over with his pants? I don't know, maybe like 30% possibility. That's why, or at least it's a major thing, or like 20%, you know, or same thing with the like religious thing. Is that like a 5%? Like all these are little factors that are probably weighing on this man's mind, you know, or what's left of it, you know, and I don't know. I feel like that this election should have taught us something, and it's that memes like influence the populace enough to vote. And I don't know. Like I don't think that Twitch poll really takes that into account, or at least like when I say Twitch poll, streaming poll in general. It's kind of like I'll say sometimes these memeing things like what Tyler's kind of putting that right here, and I think they might have a real role in this, and people are like, no. Just like won't accept that logic at all. Like, do y'all think that there's any do y'all accept there's any possibility that this actually could be reasons why he's doing some of this? Like, how much percentage is
a meme? I guess I'm asking for clarification on the question. Like, are you talking?
Yeah, like
about
how much would you percentage
memes effects on politics or his
both
Catholic
really
beliefs?
Well, I mean, how much like do you think that like maybe the combination is like? Do you think like Catholic beliefs is influencing this as like a major factor? Do you think it's a non-factor at all?
I mean, I don't think it's a non-factor, right?
Right.
But does that mean a major factor? I don't think it's a non-factor. I think, you know, if people prescribe to certain religious beliefs, then it's obviously going to have some effect on the way that they think and the way that they behave and act, right? Obviously, you know, the fall of religion in Western society has had significant impact on, you know, our culture, and because of that, you know, our political system. I don't know that it's like a huge factor. The other thing too is, like, to that point, there's this weird thing that we have. I mean, it's not really that weird. It's just oh god, I can't think of the bias, the fallacy. But it's like the thing that you see in front of you. Why can I not think of the fucking term? I've been streaming too fucking long today.
Yeah, it happens.
But regardless, it's you know, there is this belief that like the American president has like way more say than what they do. Like, they have the ultimate say, sure, but it is even in the things that the executive branch has ultimate authority over. Like, I don't want to say that Biden has handlers and then he can't choose to do what he wants to do, but like, there's a lot of fucking influence, right? There's influence from fucking, you know, are you going to get a book deal after this? Are you going to be able to retire nice and cozy? Is the media going to treat you like shit, right? Like, there's a lot of different levers and ways in which, you know, the president doesn't make decisions alone. And yeah, under certain wartime situations, they might make the final say, but like, the decision-making process of a cabinet is not like the president just goes rogue, right? Like, even during Trump, when Democrats were claiming that that's what he was doing, fucking Trump was putting out orders that like people weren't even following, like pulling out of Syria, for example, right? Like you don't get to go rogue as a president. They don't let you. And when I say they, I'm not saying like AIPAC and the Jews or some shit. I'm just saying that like none of these decisions get made in the vacuum of one man's mind, right? Like this other people and influences clearly had this, like were a part of this, and I don't fucking know why, and it's very strange, and I would give more.
Yeah, Biden's team is pro this.
Yeah, well, that was just going to mention Biden's team. We're hearing reporting now that there was a big clash on ideology between Jake Sullivan, who's a kind of an Israel or a Palestine thumper. He's the guy kind of behind Obama's push to work with Iran and bring them into the fold and get them out of the axis of evil. And then Tony Blinken, who is more of a Zionist, wants to protect Israel and traditional, more kind of a right-wing view on foreign policy, but not to the degree that right-wingers like. But, so like there was clashing, and since they didn't have somebody at the helm, these two high-ranking members of the Biden administration would go back and forth, and they were kind of undermining each other in their actions with foreign policy. So, like, having that person at the helm to make that final decision is very important.
To be fair, I know I'm being nitpicky, but, like, if you talk to right-wingers these days, right, there's not a lot of neocons on the right. Like the concept of, like, sending money to go fight wars overseas is really like more of like a politician thing, and somewhat more common on like center left people than it is like right wing people. I'm in Georgia. With Israel, sure there is like a faction of the religious right that are still like fuck Ukraine, fuck all these foreign wars, but not Israel though. Israel needs our aid. Right, but the majority of the right wing are very much like leaning back towards isolationism.
I'm in Georgia, where Herschel Walker got almost 10% less of the vote than Brian Kemp, who went to war with Trump. Brian Kemp and Trump do not get along, and Herschel Walker was his endorsed candidate. Brian Kemp blew Stacey Abrams out of the water. Herschel Walker lost to Raphael Warnock. So I would say that here in Georgia, you still have a lot of those old school Republican types that vote for neocons. John Bolton's not a bad guy here. They like him.
Or maybe it's just Atlanta.
I'm in Augusta. I'm outside. I'm not in Atlanta.
No, I'm just saying. I just like a lot of right wingers like you that I talk to. Maybe I'm in my own little bubble here in Richmond.
Oh, I see what you're saying. My bad.
But like a lot of right wingers that I talk to, and a lot of people that I see in online discourse, a lot of them are like the kind of love for the neocon faction of like we have to stop them there so they don't come here is, I mean, like look at the Ukraine situation, right? Like
amazing.
I don't know any fucking right winger. Like most of the people supporting Ukraine are like neoliberals. They're not.
Hold on.
Like
there's some of us like Ukraine. Endless war means endless money, bro. Like that's how we drag them out. We can sell our shit.
That's not a typical fucking Republican view.
Hey, it's a neocon view, though. It just saying, some of us are left, and you know this is what I keep telling people in the Republic. Like when the Democrats are like, "Oh, the Republicans."
Look, even the neocons, like look at like Daily Wire and shit. Like, yeah, they're all pro-Israel, but any other war, they're like, we shouldn't be wasting money on these wars.
Well, you know, so it's interesting because like people always bash Republicans as being like uniform on this space, right? And my mom calls me up today and she's complaining about a specific House race in Texas, and I'm like, yeah, because people don't realize that at the Texas at some points, but at the national level, there are like when the neocons left with Cheney, like there's some of them they had to figure out where they were going. Well, Jeb Bush is gone, so they went to DeSantis, right? And then the rest that had like somewhat Texas nationalist leanings came to Texas, and like those are like they definitely still have a portion of the party, like definitely thinks that way. Now, is it the same portion as, you know, like is it a third? Nah, is it like a sixth maybe or an eighth? Sure, probably, but it's still like a influential portion.
That's my thing. Like the I'm just saying like the concept of like, you know, fight them over there, not over here. You know, be deeply involved in other nations. You know, by utilizing foreign aid. You know, to like, you know, like when you hear Democrats, so many Democrats talking like, oh, you know, we have to strengthen our democracy. Well, what the fuck is our democracy? Is just fucking CIA sloganeering. about democratic institutions needing to be fed money from the National Endowment for Democracy Fund and a bunch of other fucking, InQtel investments and Council on Foreign Relations and shit. That's a neoliberal thing, right? Like the typical Republicans these days are not pro fucking sending our money in the hopes that like we can make some other nation a client state of our democracy. Like that's just the left. The left is the party of fucking foreign wars at this point. Now the far left, the radical left, horseshoe theory kind of thing here, right? They're very much similar to a majority of Republicans now, which is like, why the fuck are we spending money? We have homeless people in the streets. Like, why are we giving corporations money for bombs and shit? But it's definitely a shift. I just mean to say, like, we're talking about like strong foreign policy to strengthen democratic institutions and like U.S. aid to like help fight countries we don't like. That ain't really a right-wing thing these days.
I mean, I don't totally disagree, but, as a neoliberal, I don't want states to just be client states of the U.S. I also think, like, the U.S. probably benefits, like, from our relationship with Israel. We get, like, military intelligence. We can use their military bases.
You don't think it'd be better if we owned them?
I think
what's the benefit? Like, what's the benefit of being separate from us?
There's a benefit to Israel. I don't know if there's a benefit. I don't know if there'd be a benefit to the U.S. if we like super hardcore coerce Israel, because I think that'd probably isolate. I think that'd make people less likely to ally with us. Essentially, I think it's fair to, give our allies independence. Like,
so I just want to. I want to say
I would love independence from Israel. That's what I would love.
There is.
We just let them fight everybody, and then we invade and take whatever they've got.
I would love for like AIPAC to fuck off. Like I would love for America to have independence from Israel. Not much less Israel have independence from us.
There is so there's a lot of factors at play, but I would say that there is still control of the neocon / Goldwater Republican / religious Republican leadership dominance of the party over the paleocons and the natcons. I say you see these challenges on the primary
it's
level.
Old guard.
Yeah,
it's like old guard.
Old guard, yeah.
But on the primary level, you see the America First candidates coming in and challenging and still losing the primary to the establishment.
But that's incumbency advantage, right? Like name recognition, the ability to send mail for free, right? The fact that they often outspend a lot of these American First people because they get corporate donors, because corporations love war, right? Like they have a lot of fucking advantages in maintaining their position in power. I just mean to say that there's clearly been a shift. And so like to call it this is a right-wing view, I think it's less accurate to say that and more accurate to say it's like an old guard neocon view, which I agree with, right? Blinken is definitely like kind of like an old guard neocon / neoliberal, like socially progressive ideas.
Well, it's only old guard to us. If you look at the history of the Republican Party, it's kind of the neocon view is the young upcomer movement, and this is really the old guard coming back for their re-reign of power. Paleocons and netcons used to dominate for a long time.
Oh, for sure.
So
I mean, until William F. Buckley.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, like William F. Buckley championed that as
I
like
got
a young guy.
I made the comment earlier that I look at things in 50 or 100 year increments, but the idea that we're going to be talking about fucking William H. Buckley on the show tonight did not cross my mind.
I'm looking at polling though.
Well, I'm just saying if you're talking about like the neoconservative movement, right? You have to bring up Buckley.
Half of Republicans still support today being in Ukraine, and
I feel like sometimes you just interrupt me to be like nerd. Like you don't say that. You're basically saying that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just kind of like when I was planning tonight's content, I was like, yeah, we're gonna be talking about Buckley tonight, boys. Like,
well, I mean, if we're talking about like foreign affairs and involvement and Cuba and communism and what we ought to do in terms of deals and how we ought to talk to communist nations and like what our foreign policy looks like in that.
You're right.
I don't know, man. Like Buckley's still a
funny.
fucking thing that probably should be mentioned at least once.
No, yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's just I don't know. It's funny to me. Maybe he was just commenting on it.
Yeah, Binks is in my chat and told me, said don't say Edmund Burke because Connor will appear like Beetlejuice.
It is like Beetlejuice. But I can't believe they're like sending people like it, bro. The idea that like I don't want to get off topic here too much, but the idea that people are calling
The
up
fucking
like,
topic's already gone, bro.
Yeah, we're so far gone. Yeah.
Luckily we're close. Yeah, they're calling up, but my businesses like, guys, y'all can't cancel me. All my info's public. Bro, like Beetlejuice, bro. That's. I wouldn't even be surprised. Someone say Berkey 3 times, bro. Yeah, I don't know. I hate Cuba. They're fucking evil. They're bad people. Yeah, dictators are at least, and the leadership. And
I mean, I try to remember. I try to remember, right? Like when we're engaged in some form of foreign policy, right? And to separate the fact that like I can hate Cuba as a regime all day long, right? But what are we doing to Cuban people? And I feel the same way about China, right? Like I can hate China and the CCP all day long, but like what effects are we having on the Chinese people, right? Because they're, and it's very clear that that we have some effect on Cuba's ability to feed themselves, minimal, but some, with sanctions, and that the primary cause of them starving is their own communist regime, and we ought not contribute to death and starvation. I don't think that's a crazy take, and at the same time, if we're gonna fucking change policy, we ought to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We ought to get 2 good things, which is less starvation of people and also defanging, some of the horrible shit that Cuba's doing.
Yeah, I agree on the we should have got more. I think my thing is this, right? When I'm looking at it, like, your argument also almost reminds me. You're probably gonna hate this part. Is that they almost argue is that like the idealist lefty, right? When they propose things, they kind of like look at things from like the best, like maybe not the core of your argument. If we're gonna do something, we should have got more. I agree with all of that. But like, you kind of look at it from like almost an idealist standpoint. Like, yeah, we shouldn't make these people's lives worse through the people. But like when I'm looking at it from like the nuts and bolts of it, right? Somebody's gonna get fucked, and it's either us or them. And I guess like if you really are sitting here talking about putting sanctions, and you want to cause it become so uncomfortable that people rise up and they fight against their current government. I mean, how else do you do that other than making people starve? If you can't feed your family, then what do? You get violent.
Yeah, well, so there's an alternative, right?
I mean,
there's an alternative, right? Which is get rid of the sanctions, right? Get rid of the sanctions and get something for it, which is them not funding guerrilla communist factions in South America, right? And then guess what will happen? They'll still starve, except they won't be able to blame America for it. As of right now, every starving person in Cuba is fed mountains of propaganda from the Communist Party in Cuba that it's our fault and we're the ones doing this. So get them to stop funding this bullshit and open up trade relations. And there's still a fucking impoverished area that has a few economic exports that we might get slightly cheaper than elsewhere, but they're still going to starve because that's what fucking communism does. Except when they go, well, this is America's fault, a lot of people are going to believe it, and then a lot of other people are going to go, but didn't America get rid of all the sanctions?
Yeah, but like this is kind of the thing that I have a problem with that, right? Is like when you're starting at like 0, like your life improvement difference for the average person, if they go from like 0 to like 20% better or 30% better, it's gonna seem just like magnitudes better than if they like are like living like your average Hispanic person in Mexico and then they move to the U.S. right? Like, oh wow, I like have everything I had in Mexico, but more, right? That versus there, it's like we weren't able to eat every day, and now we've got 3 meals a day and options like that. Like that would be like such a drastic increase. And like they would be able to use on propaganda that I don't know that I think that almost be a loss for us. Like because we need to lose more.
I don't think they're actually going to be improved significantly enough, especially in the long term, by us removing sanctions, right? I mean, like they still have trade partners, they still have resources. and part of it is that they're subsidized by other communist nations like China, right? And they get to use big bad America the bully, as a reason to get subsidies. And so what will also occur to some degree is China will stop subsidizing them to a certain degree if they start doing good enough. And they won't, because they're a communist fucking nation, so they're not going to do that great, right? What they're going to see is more, because here's another thing too that we have to understand about psychology and the Gini coefficient, right? When we're talking about, poverty improvements, you're absolutely right that if you're already starting at zero and you get like a 20% increase, that seems like a big deal. But another thing that people often, the left especially, often gets wrong is that they go, well, this crime, it was caused because of poverty. And then we can look at other places that have really bad poverty, but they don't have a lot of crime. And you're like, well what's going on here? And one of the things that actually causes so many problems, so much resentment and hate, is it's not about the fact that you're poor, right? Because even when you're poor, you can find love in your family. You can find a community. You can find a lot of good things to live for. What happens, what really makes people angry is when they're poor and the people next door are wealthy. And when we normalize relations, you're going to see the government officials, hospitals do better. You're going to see the money. You're going to see the elites do better. And that shit's not going to trickle down to the poor Cuban person. And so even if it improves things in that country to a degree, I think most of that improvement is going to be seen by the wealthy in Cuba and by those that aren't being punished. And that might also just as likely cause more outrage and anger, because they're like, the sanctions are gone, we're doing better, except I'm still fucking hungry, and now these people have new cars. What the fuck is happening?
Yeah. So I'm hearing a lot about Cuba, and I don't know if you see that fucking flag hanging up behind me there, but I say, taking everything into consideration, fuck them. It isn't about really if we can stop them from eating. They should be self-sustaining as a nation. Every nation is. The problem is our values. Do we want to trade with them? We need to run the U.S. like a 7-Eleven. No shirt, no shoes, no communism. You don't get to come here and do fucking business. If you aren't gonna follow the human rights, the workers' rights of the coalition that we put out, it's a really light form of economic coercion. It's not bad at all. Just value human rights. Don't put people in jail for protesting, and then you can trade with us.
Right, but what I'm saying is,
Oh,
that these
non-farm,
sanctions
do you agree with
don't
that
give
statement?
us anything.
No, I'm not convinced I'm not convinced there's a net benefit to not trade with people just because they don't respect the same level of worker regulations or whatever we have.
Are you pro-slavery?
I am so pro-slavery, dude. No, obviously I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm pro-slavery. No, obviously. Like
I don't want the U.S. worker to have to compete with slaves. I don't want to have to throw out U.S. worker protections because they have to compete with slaves that get paid penny wages. I want tariffs on those places that are taking advantage of people to incentivize them to either pay their people more so you get better productivity out of them, or they don't get any success because they flooded the market with cheap shit. No one's buying due to the tariffs. Fuck them.
I mean, but the thing here is that we're not economically benefited in any way by sanctioning Cuba. We're not gaining any economic benefits. And if we relieve those sanctions, we're probably not going to gain much in economic benefits, but we will gain something. Okay? And so what we are doing is you, the American taxpayer, are paying some level of cost. You are sacrificing some level of economic prosperity so that Cuba can be punished. And what I'm simply saying is, wouldn't it just be better to go to Cuba and say, look, it doesn't really matter that much to us one way or the other if we get rid of these sanctions. You're a fucking nothing to us. But, we feel like being the good guys. So since we're feeling generous, and I can tell that inflation has fucked your country bad, here's a plan, and this plan includes getting your fucking troops out of Venezuela, getting your advisors out of Mexico, stop funneling money towards communist parties in South America, because, we're already working on Argentina with Javier Milei, and we're about to make some big changes in South America, and you're going to see a lot more freedom, motherfucker. So how about we fucking relieve those sanctions and you sign this fucking deal agreeing to these terms? Then what we gain is we gain less of them funding and fucking with South America against our interests in all these other places. Because I'm looking at Venezuela going, yeah, you know, if we can get rid of their influence and we can have our influence in Venezuela, maybe we can get a lot more cheap oil back. I'm looking at other countries in South America that have steel, and maybe we can get better quality, cheap steel that we don't have to be so dependent on China for the steel exports. I'm looking at like a long-term kind of thing here, where right now we're gaining nothing by sanctioning Cuba, and we're punishing people to a certain degree, and we're giving them the excuse that the CIA in America is the reason that they're starving, instead of their failing policies that come along with communism, right? So like I get what you're saying, that like, I don't want American labor to compete with slavery. I don't really give a fuck about what American labor competes with or doesn't compete with. I don't want slavery. And I think we can put pressure to get rid of the fucking slavery if we begin that process. But just doing it randomly, and especially the way that this was done, where we deny the victims of communism restitution, which is, as far as I'm concerned, is just pure fucking evil, is the worst way to do it. And so, circling back and me getting out of here soon, I guess, I will say that, Tyler, you were 100% right that a lot of what the Biden administration did were good things with the worst possible fucking execution that we've seen. And this is just one on a laundry list of bad executions by the Biden administration.
Yeah.
Okay, real quick. I'm not convinced that it's not a net benefit to the U.S. to trade. I'm not convinced it's not a net benefit to the U.S. to like trade with countries that are doing quote unquote slavery. Because of comparative advantage, both countries can gain from trade regardless of whether one country has a comparative advantage because of low wages. Secondly, it seems like when like multinational corporations engage in this stuff, like they increase the other country's productivity as well, which increases their overall like average pay. So like the issue of like slavery is really an issue of low productivity and low growth. Trade only helps with that. We have empirical studies that show that trade increases growth, and we have empirical studies that show that trade increases productivity, as well as the fact that trade just mechanistically increases productivity. It lets people get the same for less or more for less. That increases productivity in both countries, which increases the average wage level in both countries because average wages are tied to the average productivity.
You're making the economic arguments just focusing on GDP. Pretty much all I focused on was our values as a liberal society and national security. So the economic argument, you are correct. If we got rid of a lot of laws, it would probably make the economy better. But we put those laws in place because we make value judgments as a society as to what we'll tolerate as actions. And I personally don't like slavery. I don't want to endorse other nations that do slavery, and I feel as though punishing nations that do these actions is the best way to get a more immediate response out of them. Though there is some data that long term, sometimes they develop in good ways, other times they develop like China. So we have to
even working conditions in China have been getting better. And also, what do you mean by, do you mean like literal, like real actual slavery, or just mean like people working in sweatshops?
Oh, no, I would say that literal slavery.
Everyone that's a taxpayer is a slave.
So real.
Right? Like we're happier slaves because our material conditions are better.
I'd say more to the latter, sweatshops and more worker abuse than anything.
Well, on that note, let's do this since we're about that time. Let's do some closings, and if y'all want, we can talk after if y'all want. But go ahead. Why don't we start with average debate enjoyer since you were just talking there.
I got a nice plate of sketty waiting for me here after this, so I got a jet. But no, yeah, I think we covered it, beat it with the stick. I did all the research I could and covered everything I had in my notes and some. So, fuck yeah, America, we win. We already beat communism, so maybe there's a reason to open up trade with them, as we already won. But I don't know. I think it really reflects on our values to kind of say we're not going to let this at our doorstep.
All right. Non-thought.
Yeah, I mean, I guess on the Cuba thing, I don't have a super high conviction take still. I think it's probably just in the long term to try to normalize relations with them. And this could potentially be like the first step in that, so long as we don't. I mean, I agree there's a potential for like a bad incentive structure here. I don't think there's that high of a chance of it being actualized, even if Biden was president, and now that Trump's president, he's probably just going to undo this. I mean, overall, I don't think Trump was super successful foreign policy wise. We talked about it was a bit of a 4v1 there, but I had fun. It's all good. Okay, so I don't think I had fun. Okay, I don't think he accomplished much when it came to his foreign policy goals. We didn't get much from North Korea, and I guess Gibbs said that we didn't follow through on our thing to not do drills or whatever, but we didn't really have any long-term success with Palestine, obviously. I think it's reasonable to assume that the ceasefire had more to do with Biden and Israel destroying Hezbollah and the Syrian regime falling than it did with Trump being elected. And free trade is goated. I love free trade. Issues of low productivity should be solved by raising productivity, okay? Which in turn raises wages, okay? That's how you help people out of sweatshops. You let them grow. If you like what I had to say, find me on Non-Fun. There's a lot of debates on YouTube, NONFON, with Gibbs in them, with Tyler in them, with Fabian in them. Go check it out.
Yeah, and next Tuesday, we're going to be having a debate panel. Now, I think it's official. We're going to have Econo Boy and Non-Fun versus Average Baby and Quintuple, so that'll be good. I'm pretty excited for Abby. She's a district level executive, or no, not district. I'm saying it wrong. She's a high level executive, basically, for a massive company, and she's got some opinions. So she also is a very mean bitch. So I'm pretty excited for her. Pretty excited for that. It'll be good. A good Tuesday. And go ahead, Fabian.
Yeah, I am Fabian Liberty. You can find me on X or YouTube. Yes, I have other socials. Somebody followed me on Twitch during this. I haven't streamed on Twitch in like 2 years. I had to get away from Twitch because Twitch just kind of sucks. I mean, it doesn't suck that bad if you're a lefty, but it definitely sucks if you're not. Right? Like,
we're converting them, Fabian. We're converting them. Slowly but surely.
I tried for a while. I was talking about COVID, and then I was talking about like trans issues and shit, and I just knew the writing was on the wall to get banned. And then I wouldn't be allowed to go on any of these programs. So I was just like, fuck it. I'll go to YouTube. If I get banned on YouTube, I'll just like go to Rumble, but I can still be here. But anyways, yeah, so find me, Fabian Liberty there. I don't feel the need to reiterate my positions or my arguments in any way, shape, or form. I feel like I said everything and defeated everybody and got compromised in the places that were good. And, you know, I love spreading libertarianism and libertarian philosophy. So you can check me out there if you want to see more of that.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, thanks for being here. And yeah, in closing, I guess a little updates for the rest of the week. We got tomorrow 8:30. We're going to be doing Give Me a Break on nuclear versus renewable energies and some new info. It should be a good show. Nice. And then Friday, we're going to be doing it's going to be more of a discussion and less a debate because I feel like it's always a debate. Sometimes just to have a combo is good too. And then on Friday, we're going to have the semifinal round of the DCS Debate Championship Series between iCal and fucking Lactoid. It'll be good. I couldn't think of his name. Don't call him fucking Lactoid. Maybe call him fucking Lactoid. I don't know. But yeah, so it's gonna be good. It's gonna be exciting. iCal is the last non-libertarian in the debate. So
DCS is just gonna be libertarian versus libertarian at the end.
I'm not saying that I'm pulling for anybody, but it'll be much easier for me if one side wins. But I don't have any. I don't have any bias really. So, but. Anyway, yeah, it'll be good. I'm pretty excited, and then we can move to the seasonal format. But
I look forward to seeing Lactoid as my debate opponent in the DCS finals.
You say that, but iCal is like a multi-time state champion debate coach. So like, he's pretty also fucking quick.
He's good. He's just too nice. So it depends on how the judging gets done.
Yeah, and we got surprises for the judging. As always.
There you go. Good. You know, so, if you want to swing it towards one side or the other, you got to pick somebody that likes niceties.
Yeah, that's the other thing. And then, like I said, we'll probably have a surprise for the finals. Some of y'all may or may not know, but it's going to be very good, very good. But all right, yeah, that's all we got today. I think I'm going to move on to some React content and watch the news and try to learn how to put together these 40K minis. It's going to be quite an adventure, chat. Once again, thanks for all y'all for having me. Or not having me, for y'all coming on and everything.
Peace.
Till next time, y'all. Y'all be good.
Damn. So 4v1 for a bit there. That was tough, man. God damn it. Kill me. A sample not here. I assumed he would hop in and yell at me for not cutting people off more when I was in my 4v1. He might not be here. Damn. That was another, like, Fabian would say something like, "Oh, you're pivoting because I like switch you," and I want to, it's like I want to explain, like, no, not really. Like, I'm making an argument that like supports my actual claim. Like, I'm not trying to pivot here, and then like Gibbs would just give it to like average debate enjoyer Tyler and just be like, "Oh, you talk now." And I'm like, "Dog, kill me." Oh, what's up?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, not much.
I mean, it's very annoying. It's very frustrating. My blood pressure is getting high when I listen to, you make an excellent get cut off after 3 words, literally 3 words, right? But then Fabian can just be like, "Well, you're running away because you're so full of shit, like all lefties are, and you're a socialist, and you're full of shit because you know what you're saying is wrong, and I'm totally correct, and you realize the epidictic truth of my statement, and therefore you're running away. And my point was just that Biden also failed, and so therefore you have to lie and be sneaky." And like he will just say, like, he can just say, "Yeah, but Biden failed," right? Like that's 5 words, right? Yeah, but Biden. Okay, 4 words, right? My bad. 4 words, right? Biden failed too. Okay, 5 words. Okay. But like he says it in like 2 minutes, and you just don't interrupt him. But it's like your fault, right? Like you let him talk, you let him yap, you let him jibber jabber, you let him overtalk. Right? Meanwhile, I mean, I thought the response to the like slave thing was good, right? Like he makes a point, and it's like, right? But like then even then like he says, "Oh, I don't want slaves," and it's like, okay. Trade improves their stuff. It's not like if you don't trade with them, they're just going to become like,
Yeah, there's going to be unemployed slaves.
Where they get like paid a bajillion a year, right? They get paid even less, right? You know what's worse than being exploited by capitalism? Not being exploited by capitalism, okay? And so letting them, get low wages, it's actually better than letting them get ultra low wages or no wages, right? And so when he says, "Oh, but you were talking about GDP, I was more talking about our values." Well, our values are to improve people's lives, and GDP is how you do it. So, you're making a nonsense claim. Also, like when you say slavery, you mean like low wages, right? So GDP is obviously relevant.
Yeah.
And so I thought you could push back, but it's just like the foreign policy thing. Like you literally said, like maybe you spoke like 5 times. That's probably too much. In like less than 30 seconds in a row. Meanwhile, Liberty Scott spoke like 10 times, and he admitted each time. And I get it that it's a 1v4, but like point it out, be like, "Hey guys, look, it's a 1v4. I gotta speak a little bit, right? I gotta be like something like that. I don't know, but it's very frustrating. You gotta talk more. You gotta be aggressive. Economy syndrome."
I know. Did you hear the debate he announced?
No.
It's me and Arcana Boy versus Pentuple and someone else who I don't know.
Pentuple and not Fabian, right?
Some other, not Fabian. No, he said I heard him say average baby, but I don't know I haven't heard of them, and I don't know if
maybe philosophy zombie hunter. That's like someone. No, not that one.
No, it was I think he said
baby.
He said like average baby. He said that she was it was a she, and she's like in charge of some regional company or something.
Okay. I mean, okay, Econoboy is good, but you two are nice. You're like, it just can't be, right? Like, why are you going on these panels? Presumably, if you think you're right and you hear something false, I don't know. There's a part in my brain that goes like, "Oh, this is a lie. This is like false, right? Like, I want truth to prevail, so let me speak, right?" But you will just be on the panel, and he can speak for 2 minutes, just saying, "You're stupid and dumb and stupid and dumb, and here's a bad point, and stupid and dumb, and you're stupid and dumb, and I'm right, and you're stupid and dumb, and you're stupid and dumb, and here's another point," like for 2 minutes, right? And then you're just like, "Yeah, okay, but can we agree that you interrupted?" Like, it's just very impossible, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. And Pentopo is gonna like probably mute you or anything. I don't know.
We'll see. We'll see. I might. I
I'd
don't know.
join in the
I'm
middle,
probably
but
gonna
you
tell
probably
Econo
did
Boy
call out.
before the debate, like, hey, this guy deserves to be ridiculed. Okay, I need you to get rid of your Econo Boy syndrome.
Yeah. And also, I mean. Oh wait, give me a second. Okay. It's just, I don't know. I joined in the middle, so you probably did call out Pentopo a fair amount. But it's just, I don't know. I feel like if you debate some people, don't, like, why are you doing the debates for? Is it just to get views? Because, letting people run over you, that's not going to let you get a lot of views. If anything, that gets
True.
them views. Right?
Then
Okay,
consider
also,
that.
if it's for views, that's not a good strategy. Well, is it for, the truth? Presumably letting the truth be overspoken and just like lies be told infinitely, that's also not very good for the truth. So that's not even a good way. So I don't know, it's just like under no motivation does it seem okay to join a panel and just let Fabi call you a stupid lefty that should not have the freedom to speak. Meanwhile, he like is completely clueless. Right? Like he said, I mean, how would you get to talk about? First of all, it's not true that the Palestinians have rejected every possible fucking thing. That's not true. I mean, you can say it wasn't serious, it was always gonna fail, but like they did make offers, like from even 1970 to like before that, like before October 7th. So that's not true. That's just a lie, right? And also, I mean, Trump literally, like, it's incredibly unserious to make the case that October 7th happened because of Biden. But, like, you can very easily make the case that the 2018 riots in Gaza happened because of Trump. Like, that's very easy.
Sure, yeah.
So, so that's like a failure. I mean, Biden, I feel like he doesn't get credit for this, and it's his fault. He doesn't take credit for this. He, like, greatly reduced drones, right? Like, he all but ended the drone, like,
yeah, I know,
war,
yeah.
like the drone wars. So it's just like, why do we let that happen? Trump literally fucking saluted a foreign general, a North Korean, like, general, right? Like, I don't think he did it out of loyalty or anything. He's just that retarded, right? So that's presumably not very good. And also, he had no achievements with North Korea. Okay, like zero. I don't care what Gibbs mentioned. It's zero. It's absolutely zero. It's probably negative, right? And meanwhile, Ukraine is still standing, which no one would. No, like everyone can speak retrospectively, but like no one thought that would be the case when Russia invaded. No one thought.
Sure,
that.
Yeah.
No one thought that. Well, maybe some people thought that, but very few people expected that to happen. I think he was, if anything, he wasn't successful enough with Ukraine. Like he should have been even more. Like he should have pushed his policies even more. But he was successful with Ukraine. I count that as a success. Afghanistan, everyone needs to point out Trump was going to do the same thing but earlier.
Dude, I know.
So to the extent Biden failed again, if we got to compare it to Trump, and Trump was going to be even worse. There's a funny thing. Like there was a conservative organization. I forget which one. But like when Biden pulled out of Afghanistan and people didn't think it was a disaster, like just the first day or two, right? Conservatives tried to take credit for that by saying, "Oh no, he's just copying Trump." And then when like the narrative became like, "Oh no, it's a disaster," they removed it from their website silently. It's very funny. Yeah. So there's that. There's also, I mean, so many failures with Trump, right? Like, I mean, the Abraham Accords, I mean, weaker than ever right now, but like also just like sidestepping the problem. It's like the conflict is not
literally
with Saudi Arabia. The conflict is with like Gaza, like not Gaza, Palestine, right? That's going to be another problem. I mean, it's just like these things that they're true, and the truth deserves to be championed and mentioned. So it's just like, why do I join a panel? And it's just like, well, I don't join the panel. I listen to a panel. It's just like, Trump is awesome, and Biden sucks, and blah blah blah. It's annoying. It's very annoying. I don't know. I don't know. What do I know? I'm not doing these debates. I'm not risking anything. I can criticize you infinitely.
True.
Yeah. But you get the point. I'm just saying. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, also, like, lifting up I don't know exactly what Biden did with Cuba. You've read about it, I didn't. But, like, even if we get nothing for it in return, it's still a good thing. And it's not like it's a bad thing suddenly.
Well, I mean, they were
And
arguing,
also-
oh, you're going to create an incentive for Cuba to arrest their own people and, get
No.
something for nothing.
No, but you're literally not. Like how? Like, what? Is that enabling them in any way? No. I mean, it's very hard to make that case. It's not.
Well, I mean, if you're saying, like, if you release prisoners, we'll ease sanctions, like...
Oh, I don't know what the releasing prisoners thing. I
Yeah,
just know, but like the.
Well, he eased sanctions because they were releasing prisoners.
Oh, okay. Well, that's incentivizing them to release more.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said, but they were like, well, this just incentivizes them to...
If you have a child and he's like, I don't know, cleaning his room and you punch him, presumably he's going to clean his room less. If you give him a cookie, a vegan cookie, when he cleans his room, presumably he's incentivized to clean his room more, right? I don't know.
I don't know if I was given a fucking vegan cookie, man. I don't know. I might clean my room less. I don't. Yeah, but they were saying,
okay. Okay, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay, buddy.
Dude, hey, listen, I'm working on it. Okay, we'll get there. Okay, eventually. I bought some vegan mac and cheese, and then I realized I don't have any vegan milk to put in it. So I will make that when I get vegan milk.
Literally go soy, like be soy pilled, like literally.
I know,
just
I need
pilled
to.
Soy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like almond milk. Soy milk is not that good. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Scott is very frustrating. He will just like be, I'm right and you're wrong and you're lying and you're sneaky and you're weaseling. Like, you're just saying like, well, you made the claim Trump was way more successful and effective. Okay, let's analyze that. He abandoned the Kurds. Thousands died because of that. No benefit to the United States other than virtue signaling. Seems bad. He enabled Saudi Arabia in Yemen. Seems bad. He massively increased drone strikes, even more than Obama. That seems bad. It seems like, are you saying he was effective in terms of like achieving his goals? Because he explicitly said he wants peace in Palestine. Nothing happened. Right? Well, will he? Oh, but the Abraham Accords. Well, now they're weaker than ever, and even then, that's not like
actually, yeah.
Main goal, which should not be an achievement. Even then, they were minor. People say it's like a peace agreement. It was just a normalization agreement. Right? But either way, like, maybe you want to count that as a W, but like clearly a lot of failures, right? Like Gaza riots, right. But that's your argument, right? But they don't let you make that argument at all, and then they'll interrupt you, and then it's like, well, no, because you're trying to be sneaky and lie, and you're wrong, and it's like he just like will waste a minute saying nothing but like bolstering up his position by like grandstanding and acting as if he's correct predictably, and then I don't know. Just very frustrating. I'm just trying to let you know I'm frustrated.
Okay.
Probably symptom. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, either way, my sleeping schedule is fucked. I thought it was okay. I thought I fixed it, and then it just all collapsed. I don't fucking know what's happened. I might just.
I don't know what's happening. I just get 4 hours of sleep every night because I do this shit while going to university.
No, but it was like yesterday. I was like, okay, I'm tired. I'm gonna stay awake all day. Well, it was like I slept. I woke up at like 10 or something. I was like, okay. Woke up early. That's good. But I was tired all day, and so I was like, okay. I'm just gonna sleep early, and so I sleep early. But then I wake up somehow after 3 hours. I don't know how, but I wake up after 3 hours. Maybe it's because I listen to Bach when I sleep, and I don't know. But either way, so I wake up, and I'm like, what the fuck? what the fuck? How did I sleep so little? Okay, well, I keep on, and then I'm tired the entire day, and so I go to sleep, but then I somehow fucking sleep in the noon, and then it's like, okay, fuck, and then I sleep at night, and I'm like, okay, again, 3 hours of sleep. It's like, what the fuck's happening? What the fuck's happening? I should just sleep succinctly for like 8 hours, but it doesn't happen. But whatever. I'll fix it, okay? We're working on it. It's a project. It's a multi-year project of mine, okay?
Multi-year.
Yeah. Acquisition of true belief is my passion, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay, didn't even say talk to her. What the hell? This guy. Okay, I got up early today, so I'm tired. Okay, I gotta go. I love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. I will stream again tomorrow for sure. We'll probably mostly just be reading tomorrow. I'll probably only be reading tomorrow, and then, I don't know, I guess Tuesday I have something planned. That's in a week from now. It'll actually, wait, I didn't even realize that's after Trump is president, so we'll see if we'll see how many tariffs he actually does by the time we have the debate. But listen, going up against, I don't know who the other person is, so maybe, I don't know, maybe they're smart, but Pentuple versus me and Arcana Boy is literally 2 hydrogen bombs versus like a coughing rat fetus. Like, it's not even the hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby meme. It's two fucking Zara bombas, okay, from the nuke the USSR credit, okay, like the biggest one, versus a singular like a rat zygote. It seems a little imbalanced. So that'll be fun. Head over to, I don't know, Ken, I guess. I'm still banning Pentuple's chat, by the way, his Twitch chat. Oh yeah, love stream, love your stream. See you guys tomorrow. I appreciate everyone. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you have not. I'll upload all the highlights from today and where all the old highlights are. Follow on Twitch if you want to watch there.